Hello everyone, Assalamu alaikum. Welcome to a complete Flutter app building tutorial. Here you will learn how to build an e-commerce app for food delivery, and this app would be both for iOS and Android. And this app would also come with a complete backend. And why build this app? Because you want to master Flutter framework, because you want to master Dart programming language and backend framework, and you also want to get a job. Well, after doing this course, you'll get much better or master Flutter framework and Dart programming language. If you're new to Flutter, or if you're coming from another background or another programming language, or if you are a fresh college graduate, this is the right place for you, because this would be a complete app. And if you're looking for a job, right after finishing this tutorial, you will have something heavy to write on your CV. Here we'll cover some major features. Well, first we'll learn how to show products based on category. Then you will learn how to build shopping carts, place your order, track order. And after that, you'll also learn how to build user profile and pages like sign in and sign up pages. And we'll also see how to build user address location from Google Map. And you can also build zone-based order for users. And the whole app would keep track of user authentication. Some other major features will cover Firebase notification, and we'll see how to do payment and payment SDK like PayPal. And then from the backend, you'll also learn how to upload new products and see order details and update order, and as well as you'll also see user profile on the backend. Well, in tutorial part 1, we'll have 12 hours, and in 12 hours, we'll cover a lot of useful ideas. First, we'll start off by building 4 complex UI screens, and for building those screens, we will be using stack and positioned widget as well as different slivers. We'll cover sliver app burst and sliver box to adapter. And one of the complex UI would be animated page view, where we'll see how to scale up, scale down, and animate the position. And right after that, we will learn about our app architecture, which would be very useful further down the road when you are going to build a new app. And here we'll cover API client repository and controllers, and we'll also learn what are they and how to build them, and we'll see their connection with each other. And after learning this concept, we'll see how to load them in the dependencies, and we make sure that our dependencies would be loaded when our app starts. And then we'll go ahead and start working with building models, classes, with the JSON map and a list. And I know that this is a very scary concept for Flutter beginners, so here we'll take it slowly and cover things in detail step by step. And once we are equipped with these ideas, then we'll go ahead and build our first product controller, cart controller, and we'll learn how to process the related data. And throughout this first part, we'll also cover about responsive layout. So that also means that when we run our app on iOS or Android, different devices, they would look exactly the same, but at the same time, they will have proportional size. So right after this tutorial part 1, you'll definitely get better at Flutter and Dart programming language. Well, in part 2, we'll have 12 hours, and by 12 hours, you will finish 8 complex UI screen, and after this, you'll really become a hero in Flutter front-end development. And over here, you'll learn how to build complex models, classes, and working with JSON map and list. Another major feature would be working with Google Map and how to interact with Google Map and save user data. And then you'll learn how to build location, user, and auth controllers and how to process the related data. So we'll learn and we'll focus on how to pick up user location based on user tab. And then you'll learn how to keep track of user orders and show the user related notification from Firebase. And you will also learn how to set up PayPal payment using PayPal SDK, and all of them would be also covered in the backend for user management. Another major feature would be zone-based user location and service. So by the end of part 2, you will really master Dart programming language. And in tutorial part 3, we'll have 3 hours, and here we'll take care of some of the platform specific issues like notification for both Android and iOS, and we'll also see how to turn this mobile app into web app. And this is where the Flutter shines, okay? Because Flutter, once you write code in one platform, pretty much you can run it everywhere. So you just need to know how to build a responsive app. And at the end, we'll see how to publish this app in the App Store. Hello everyone, so let's get started. Well, this is the starter code that hopefully you have downloaded from the website, and if you download and install it, you will have a basic UI like this and a basic project with this project structure where you will have your assets, fonts, and lots of images. All right, and then you will have your lib folder, and within it I have included the colors that we are going to use for our app. Okay, the basic colors. And then we have this main file, and of course this is once again the most basic main file that shipped out of Flutter project directly. Okay, so we are not going to use that. Okay, well, now first take a look at what we are going to do for the first hour or two. Well, definitely we'll be building our UI first. Okay, so well, over here I have this UI. This UI is scrollable, and of course you can click them, or you can go to a new page and come back, and of course so we have this a bit different UI than over here this. Okay, all right, so and over here I have this page view builder or slider actually, if you understand it the simple way, and we'll have our sign in page where it asks you to go ahead and sign in, things like that. But we'll talk about that later. So first work on the home page. Okay, so this is the home page that we want to build, and our home page will have header section and the main section over here and the footer section. Okay, so this is the page that we want to draw first. Okay, well, to do that we need to first build some Dart files. Okay, all right, so over here inside the lib folder I will create a directory, and in this directory I will keep all the file for our home page. Okay, and over here I will create new Dart file. Okay, all right, so let's go ahead and create a new Dart file. Well, this Dart file name would be main food page. So let's go ahead and name it main food page .dart. Well, now this would be a stateful class. Okay, so let's go ahead and create a stateful class, and I'll call it main food page, and then we need to import some of the dependencies or libraries. Now I call it main food page because it will hold this header and this body section. Okay, all right, so that's about main food page. So main food page would contain this header and this body section. Okay, well, first thing we want to do, we want to go ahead and draw this header. Okay, all right, so for this one actually what I'll do, I'll go ahead inside this container, and inside this container we'll try to directly draw this header section. Well, for now this header section will be static, but in future we'll read this header section, this information from our database. But anyway, so I have this container over here. Well, I have this container over here, so within this container I'll declare over here another child. So let me minimize this. Okay, and over here the child would be another container. Now let's take a basic structure of this container. What we want to do, definitely this is a row. Okay, so we'll have row, and within row we'll have two children, this one and this one. Now this row, the first children or the first child, this one would be once again in column, where you will have this letter, the country name, and the place. But within column we'll also have another row, because there's two items here, the text and the arrow. Okay, so once again first section would be the row. Okay, so that's what we'll do. So we'll go ahead and over here declare a child, and here we'll call it row, and here we'll have children. Well, now as I said that within this row we'll have two sections, this item and this one, right? So well, this one once again a column. So what we'll do, we'll go ahead and declare a column over here. So we'll do column and we'll do children over here. Okay, well, that's for this one. And then we want to do this one as well. But now this is simply a container, okay? So we'll go ahead and create a container for this one. Let's go ahead and do it. So over here within the row, I'll go ahead and declare a container, create a container, and the container will have width and height, okay? So for now, say width is 45 and height is 45, okay? All right, and I'll start with this one because this would be more simple and it would be easy to understand, okay? All right, now over here, because as you see, we have this border, so we want to decorate our container with a background color, okay? So now over here, that's why I would use decoration, and we would do box decoration, okay? All right. And definitely box decoration will have border radius, so that's what we'll go ahead and do, okay? And we'll call border radius dot circular, and over here say border radius 15 everywhere, okay? All these corners. All right. And now over here we'll have also color for our container, so that's what we'll do. Now over here we'll do colors dot say blue for now, okay? Definitely we have to change them in future soon, okay? All right, so that's the basic structure. And over here we want to put just randomly 2 text, okay? So do country, and then over here we do another text, say city. All right, okay, so far so good. But of course if we go ahead and run it, it won't run. We'll still have this default one. We can go ahead and check that, and we know that application restarted. Why? Because we need to come over here and call this main food page from here, okay? So what we'll do, we'll go ahead and delete this section, and I'll just simply call here main food page, okay? All right, and it would connect and import the dependency immediately. Make sure that you have this dependency, all right? And to be cleaner, I'll just simply go ahead and remove this over here, and we also don't need this section anymore, okay? So now it's much cleaner, all right? So now we'll go ahead and run it and see how it looks like. Yes, we have a pretty ugly looking screen, but yes, some of the thing that we wanted, it is still there, right? Well, the first thing I want to remove this one, debug icon, because I don't like it, okay? So we'll set a debug show checked mode banner to false, and after that hopefully it should be gone, and now it's gone. Well, now we have this black background or black screen. That's because we are using container over here directly inside the build method. So what we could do, we could just go ahead and wrap it around another widget, and that would be scaffold, okay? But for this one, I'll just cut this one, and here I would do scaffold, okay? And within it we'll return body, and inside the body we'll put this container, and hopefully we'll see much better screen, country, and a name. All right, well, you may wonder, what is this container for? Well, in future, well, let's take a look at this current app over here. If you scroll this, so you see the head section, the color changes. So in future, as we scroll, we want the head section, the color should change, okay? And now for that purpose, we want to put something here, a scrolling parameter, okay? So that's why we have this one, but for now it's not that useful. So that's what we want to do in future. So that's why we have this container over here, all right? Okay, so now let's go back to our app over here. All right, so that's okay. All right, so now let's go ahead and fix another issue. So what do we want? I want this two should be, well, this should be at the right and this should be at the left. But right now, well, this is at the left and this is not at the left, definitely. Push this one at the right, okay? Now look at this one. Well, definitely these two are inside this row, and the row has a property which we can use, which is called main access. So that's what we do, main access alignment, and then we'll use a space between. So it will create empty space as much possible inside the screen and put them one at the left and the other one at the right. Okay, so it will create empty space. So let's go ahead and run it, save it, and we can see that one now. Now the problem is, just like this one, we want them to be at the top, right? So while one is already at the top, but this is not. All right, so now this column is already at the top because the column's default property is at the top. Okay, but now this one is this one inside the row. Now row's default property is it tries to put at this vertically centered. So this is vertically centered, so that's why it's here. But if you have a column inside the row and row doesn't have other property set, so the column's default property, which should stay at the top, that's get used. Okay, so here container is using its default property inside the row. So it's using row's default property, which should be at the vertical center. That's where it is right now, and the column should be at the top, so that's where it is right now. Okay, but now if you take a look at the design over here, so this is the top bar or header section, and then we'll have a body section. So definitely this whole section and this one should be inside a column. This one and this one should be inside a column. So right now we just have this one, but in future we'll draw this one. And why I'm telling you this one, because we want to put it at the top. So if I am able to put this row inside a column, then it would put everything the children try to put from the top. Okay, that's what I said earlier. Like this is using the top property, but if I can put the row inside a column, then everything would be at the top. At least it would start from the top, and we need that because, as I said, that in future we'll have more sections. So what I'll do, I'll go ahead and put these two containers inside a column. So hopefully it makes sense. So I'll cut this one and I'll put it inside a column, and over here I'll have children and I'll put it there. Now let's save it, and now it's at the top. So this is working as we expected and according to the theory. Well, now let's go ahead and create a margin for this container because it's too much at the top. So here we can set a margin property, and over here we do edge insets only, and here we do top say 45 and bottom say 15. Now we'll save it and we'll see it came down. Now over here this property is too much to the left and too much to the right. We can also help with this one. Now we'll do this one inside the container. So container itself, from inside the container will create empty space, white space. Okay, so here I would use padding, and once again here insets, edge insets only. So we'll do left say 20 and right say 20. Okay, so it's already looking much better. Okay, all right, now this section we'll do a little later. Now over here we can put an icon over here. Well, to do that, over here we can just simply use a child, and we would use icon widget to do that. So icons dot search. Well, I think before we go ahead, I think we can import it. Okay, this one, and then we'll use color. So colors dot. Now this icon package is part of the Flutter, so you don't need to import it. Okay, all right. So now we'll go ahead and save it. Now we see it's right there. Okay, now to make sure that it's in the center, we can just go ahead and simply wrap this container around a center widget. So on Mac, I would do option enter, and it'll give me this option. So I'll wrap it around center. Okay, so if it's somehow not centered, it'll center it. Of course, we don't see any difference here yet. Well, now we can change the color of this background, and this is not the color we want. As we can see from the app, we want a different kind of blue color, not this one. So over here we can change the color. So over here I would do app colors dot main color. Okay, now what is this file app color? Once again, this is the color file that I have, and the class name is app colors, and over here I have declared this is the main color as a static final. So this is a static member, which means that you can access this member variable anywhere in your project just using this class name. Okay, so that's what the static members they do. If you have a static member anywhere in your class or anywhere in your project, you just use the class name dot that member name. So our member name is main color. Okay, so that's what we'll use. Okay, now it's looking just like we saw. Okay, so now we want to go ahead and build this section. But now if you see this app, a lot of the places, this font size and this font, like this one, this one, this one, and this one, well, they're all same. All right, so what we could do, we could go ahead and build a default text widget for us. Okay, I would say that's actually custom text widget. So right now we'll go ahead and build a custom text widget so that we can reuse it again and again. So we want to create a reusable text widget. Okay, all right, so over here I'll come over here, and inside the lib folder I'll create another folder and we'll call it widgets. Okay, all right, now within it I'll create a class and I'll name it big text. Okay, big text.dart. Over here I'll create a stateless class, so I would do st, and then I'll have this option and I'll call it big text. Okay, now over here I'll go ahead and import the necessary libraries and we are good to go. Now definitely we don't want to import use container over here. We'll just simply return a text widget. Okay, and we need some default properties, otherwise it will show error. But now look at this text widget, because we want it to be reusable. So you see it's reusable here, in many places, including I think inside. But now over here the color is quite different than this one, so definitely we want the color to be dynamic, right? So that's why we'll go ahead and declare final color. That means that we'll pass a color variable. Okay, and then we'll have string like text. So this text is different than this one, so the text will be passed from the color function. So over here we do string final string text. Okay, what else? We can also mention a size. All right, so we'll have a default size set inside of this stateless widget, but we can also, if necessary, we'll pass a different size. Okay, all right, and as you can see over here we have this long text, long food name over here, or title, and here we have this ... So we also want to use that one, and that's why we need to set up another property over here, declare, and which is called text overflow. Okay, all right, and here we'll declare variable text overflow. And then okay, so we need to set up some of the properties inside the constructor, otherwise we'll get error. So let's go ahead and do it. Okay, and now color, I think the color should be optional, because we may pass the color or we may not pass the color. Okay, so here the color is optional. Okay, all right, and the text is well, send the text, so I'll wrap it around required widget. Okay, and let's see what else. And I think over here now regarding this text overflow, so regarding this text overflow, we also set up default one. So we do this dot overflow equal text overflow dot ellipsis. Okay, so if the text size is longer than certain width, then it'll show this dots. These dots are called ellipses. Okay, and this is the default property we are setting, but we can also override, because over here it has other properties that you can either fade, clip, visible, things like that. So in future, if you want, we can just pass a different value and that will take effect. Otherwise, we'll just use overflow ellipsis. All right. Okay, and for the size, now the size is interesting. Out in general here, right now we'll set size, default size is 20. Okay, all right. Now let's see. So let's remove this one. Okay, now the error should be gone. So now we have this properties over here and the parameters, and all we need to do, we need to go ahead and come to this text widget inside and set it. Okay, so over here we do text. Now this text is the text that you will pass down from the color function. And for overflow, so text widget takes overflow property, and we'll use the one that's set as default or the one we'll pass. Okay, so this would be passed down to here. Now the default one is this one, and then we'll do color. So we'll do color. So this is the color we have. Let's see. Oh, I'm sorry, we can't really put color inside directly text widget. For that one, we need to use style over here, and inside the style property we can use text style, and using text style we can use color. Okay, now whatever the color you pass down, that color we'll use. And over here we'll have a font weight. So the default font weight for big text we'll use 400, and font family we'll use Roboto. I'm not sure how they call it, and it should be in your starter code. If you come over here, if you say this pop spec YML file, and over here we already have Roboto, and the font itself is inside this assets folder, so we should be able to access that. And now for size, font size, we will use the size that we pass down. Okay, so this is our reusable text widget, and over here we set color, text size, and overflow and things like that. Okay, well, for the color, I think we can set up a default color actually. So for this one, to be able to use default color, we can just go ahead and, well, I think we'd remove this one, string final property, and over here I'll just use const now a color. Now the main color should be coming from here, which is this one, or for text we'll have a main black color. So I'll go ahead and copy this, and over here I'll put it right over here. Okay, but you can ask why I'm not using the default property directly. I mean, I can call this one directly from over here. No, you can't. If you want to set up a default color property, you must use like this hexadecimals or any kind of numbers, not any kind of variable like what we have over here. We see you can't use color as a default property like this. You have to use using hexadecimal or any other numbers or digits. It can't be a variable. Okay, all right, so this is the default one. Okay, so now what we could do, we could go ahead and use it. So over here I have this one. So instead of calling country right now, I can call our big text. Okay, so you'd call big text over here. So as you see, you can switch between them. So definitely the first one. Okay, and over here the text we want to say Bangladesh, or your favorite country, whatever you want to put. I'm from Bangladesh, so that's why I'm putting this one. So now what we'll do, we'll go ahead and run our app in the simulator. So let's see what happens. Okay, so that's what we see. Beautiful. Now over here we can, now it is using the default color, which is this one, main black color, but we can change the color if you want, right? We learned that we can pass the color, and we can also pass the text size. So over here, first I would pass the color, and I would do app colors dot main color. Okay, all right, now we'll go ahead and refresh and save it. So it's working, right? And right now the default size is 20, so I can say I want to use a size like 30, and we can do that, but definitely that's not what we want. Okay, so this big text widget will save us a lot of time in future. Okay, and that's how you create a reusable text. Okay, now with this we are done with reusable text for the big text. Okay, all right, now we want to create a reusable text or small text like the city over here. So once again, if you look carefully, the small text are being used in a lot of places, like over here, or like over here. Okay, like over here. So definitely we want to create another reusable text for our app, but that would be small text, right? So what we'll do, I'll come over here and I'll right over here, I'll create a new file and I'll call it small text.dart. Okay, now hopefully, because we already did the big text, so a lot of it we can copy. So I'll just copy this one over here and we'll make some minor changes. Definitely this is not big text, we would want to call it small text, right? And the same name we have to use in the constructor. All right, well, for this one, definitely we want to set up a default text size, and we do it as a 12. Okay, and for this one we don't really need any overflow, so we'll remove this one. We'll remove overflow from here, which we don't need, and as well as from here. All right, and still keep the font family Roboto, and over here we'll use remove the font weight. Now the size is the size that will be being sent. Now for color, once again we want to set up a default color, but this default color definitely not this one, or not black, not direct black. So we'll come over here and we'll use main black color for default color. Okay, which would be more like this, but we can change it if we pass it. Okay, pass the color. So let's go ahead and check it over here, and I'll remove that and I'll put it there. Okay, all right, so this is the default one, and over here actually we also want to set up a text height so that we can change it if we need. So over here I would declare double height, and over here this dot height equal 1.2. So it's like if you come over here, they will have a default space between each lines. Okay, and this is what it will be doing. Okay, and over here we want to set it, so we'll set it as height. Okay, well, this is the default one, but we'll be able to change it. Now I think in big text I'm missing another one, because we want to have this overflow issue. So here I need to set up max line 1. Okay, if it's more than one line, it will have this ellipsis, which is called taking care of this overflow. Now we are done with the small text, so what you could do, come over here and use it. Okay, so over here we'll call small text, and over here we'll just simply pass the required parameter. Right, now we'll look at our app and see how it works. Okay, all right, let's see. I think I copied the wrong color though. It should be main black color. Sorry, I think it should be text color, this one. So I copied the wrong one, so I'll come over here and I'll put it there. Okay, all right, so this is the default one. Of course the default one is very light, which is like this. Okay, but as I said that we can change it. So to change that, we can simply come over here and we'll pass the color property, and we'll do colors.black 54 for this one. So only for this one we are changing a different color. Okay, I mean, otherwise we'll end up with default color like this. Okay, now with this two reusable widget, it will save us a lot of time. Okay, All right, so next we'll see how to go ahead and draw this icon. To be able to draw this icon, all we need to do, wrap this small text inside another row widget, and then this small text and this icon would stay together. Okay, so that's why I'll cut this one over here, and now I'll write over here row, and within it we'll have children, because we know row takes children, and this would be the first child. And after that, we can just simply go ahead and use an icon widget, and over here we would do icons dot arrow drop down button, like that. Okay, arrow drop down rounded, this one. Okay, that's all we want to use. Now after that, we'll go ahead and save it, and let me find my simulator, the one we are working with. Yes, this one. So it's exactly look like same the one we saw earlier in the design. Okay, this one. Okay, so next we'll go ahead and build this page view builder. Okay, and this would be a very exciting one, and it would be a bit long as well. To do that, first we need to go ahead and create a new Dart file. So inside this home folder, we'll create a new Dart file, and we'll call it food page body. Okay, so food page body.dart. Okay, now this would be a stateful class, so what I would do here is stateful, and I'll close it over here, and I'll call it here food page body. All right, and we already have a container, so we'll just go ahead and import the library that what we need. Now let me talk about the structure of this page. That this is part of the whole screen. Let me talk about this part, that how we are going to build this thing. Well, definitely, as you see from scrolling over here, that they have to be able to scroll left and right, and then there are two parts for this main page over here. Well, here we do have overlapping section, right? So they're going to overlap on each other. So inside this container, somehow we also need to be able to use stack widget, because we know that if we use stack widget, then we'll be able to overlap widgets or content onto each other. Okay, that's what we need to do. And because we are going to use page builder, I mean this left and right scrolling, so we need to use page builder, okay, or page controller or page view builder, or they're all connected somehow. So over here I would go ahead and first do child, and within child I'll call page view dot builder, this one. Well, like any other builder, it takes item builder. Okay, so that's what we have here. Now item builder, it takes function with two parameters. First one is a context, and the second one is an index. So in our case, we'll call it position. You can call it anything you like. Okay, all right. Now we'll over here press enter, so we'll return like this. So we'll have these two brackets, and within it we have to return something. Okay, so for now we'll say return container. Okay, empty container. And over here, page builder also takes a counter, which is called item count. So that's what we do. And for now, we'll just set it default to 5. Now, this 5 and this position, they're connected, because position would start from 0, and over here we'll end up having 5, so it'll go up to from 0 to 4. So the index or position, the first one is 0, last one is 4, and together we have 5 items over here. So that's what we'll have. Now another thing though, well, definitely we don't want to return a container directly. We want to be able to return something that scrolls left and right, and they will have this space, as you can see here. Left and right, we do have a bit of space, as you can see. All right, so that's why over here, instead of returning a container, actually I want to return a function over here, and I'll call it build page item. Well, now build page item would take two things. Definitely the first one is position, so we'll send the index, and what else? Let's see. Well, for now we are sending index, and we'll be pretty good with that. In future we'll add more items to it. So in this case, position is our index. And well, of course, we need to go ahead and declare this function. So here we'll go ahead and return this function and declare its body, and the function will return widget. So that's what we are going to do. And over here we do build page item. Now here int index. Well, this index is this position. Okay, all right. Now we need to return something because we have this return type widget. So that's what we're going to return now. And now here we'll return, well, first we'll return a container here now. Okay, and hopefully after that we won't have any error. So first we want to build this container. Okay, this one, or let me find yellow one over here, the yellow part, and then we'll build this, the other one on the top of it. Okay, yes, I know I said that we are going to return a stack widget over here. I mean, we need a stack widget and we will have one, but let's work with the first one first. Okay, all right. Well, to do that we need to set up certain constraints to it, like padding, margin, and height, things like that. Okay, so first what we'll do, we'll go ahead and set up a height for it, and say set up height 220, and then we want to set a margin to it. So go ahead and do that. We'll do edge insets only, left 5, right 5. And over here, because we are having this border, so we want to have decoration. So we'll do decoration, and here we'll do box decoration, and here border radius. So we'll do border radius dot circular 30. Okay, that's what we want to do. Now here we'll have color, and for now we'll have color, say a static color OXFF69C5DF. For now we'll just have one color, and I think well, that's pretty much it. Okay, so what we could do, we could go ahead and run it and see how it works. Okay, now let's go ahead and run it, but definitely nothing's gonna work because we built a new page, but this is not connected. Well, anyway, so this is the main food page. So from here we should call this one. Now do remember that we already made a setup for this one over here. We have a column, and inside the column we have this container, and this container is this one, showing this one. So right below it we can call our Dart file, this one, food page body. So the name is food page body. So we'll copy it and put it over here, and we'll call it just like that. And all we need to do, we need to import it. Okay, let's go ahead and import it. Now let's run it and see what we see. All right, now definitely we have some errors here, and these errors are about constraint. Let's check them out. So horizontal viewport was given an unbounded height. So that error means that here there is a container, but the container doesn't have any size. Okay, so especially the height, so you need to mention the height. Okay, so that's what we want to do. So we'll go ahead and mention height over here. So we'll do height, say 320, and we'll see if the error is gone. Yes, the error is gone. Okay, so at the same time, this also means that our scrolling, page builder scrolling, is already working. Okay, now to make it interesting, here I would do a different kind of color. So we have one color right now over here, and we have 5 items over here. That's why it gets called 5 times. Now over here I can check the index. Okay, I would do index is even. If it's even, then we use this color. If it's not even, we will use a bit of different color. Okay, and now here that is OXFF929 4cc. So now let's save it, As you see, based on index, we have different colors. Okay. Now this would be also helpful in future when we load the image from network. Even if the image are not loaded, we will still have this color as a primary loader. Okay. And once the image has been loaded, they will be replaced by the image. Okay, so now here's one thing. We don't want to show this color over here actually. What do we want to do? We want to show image. The image is over here, the one we had early. Images like this. Okay, so that's what we want to show over here. But of course, it looks a lot bigger. Soon we'll take care of this, and soon we'll also take care of this sliding factor, like zoom up, zoom in, and zoom out like that. Anyway, so now over here we'll come over here and we'll use another property which is called image, and within it we'll use decoration image, and over here we'll use another property which is called image, and here we'll do asset image. Okay, and within it we need to mention our image path. Now images are in assets folder, inside image folder, and within it I can choose one image which is food 01 or food1.png. Now to find the image, you should come over here and you should see there's this assets folder, and inside this we have this image. So we need to mention the whole path, assets image, and I want to use food1.png. That's what I was going to use. And make sure that in pubspec YML file over here you also have this one set up. So we are trying to set up our assets path. So everything is assets over here, the images and font, things like that. So that's belong to this dependency, and after that you need to mention the image path or assets path, I would say. All right, so that's what we did. Anyway, I'll close it. Now over here I'll run it. Go ahead. Okay, so our image is already showed up, as you can see, and of course it's the same image, but we want to load different image, and we'll do that. But now images are a bit big and they are not fitting as a cover, so that's what we want to do. So for that one, here I will mention fit. Okay, and I would do box fit property, box fit.cover. So after that they will fit as a cover. Okay, as you can see over here. All right, yeah, I can get a different image, let's say 0, this one, and now it looks much better, I mean clearer. Okay, and with this we are already working so good with our app. All right, now let's take a look at an interesting thing. While over here this container, which is this image size, has the height 220, and over here the parent container, which has the size of 320. So now looks like they're taking the same amount of space. Do see that over here this function build item page is being called from here, from the parent container. They do have different sizes of height, but looks like they are taking the same height over here. We can prove that. So here we can do a basic debugging. Here we just do color and colors.red. All right, as you see, this height 320 is this total height, but the child container, which is this one, its height is 220, but it looks like taking all the space. Yes, it is true. So when you put one container inside another container, the child container in general takes the whole space of the parent container. All right, so that's what happens generally. Even though there is a height over here, it's not taking effect. All right, in fact, if you remove it, it still takes the whole height. Well, now we can take care of this problem in many different ways. One of the solution I would use here is wrapping this container using stack container, okay, or stack widget. So I'll cut it. Now here I would put stack. Now stack takes the children, so the first child would be our container. So the child container of this parent container now wrapped around stack container. Now let's take a look. As you see, now it's really taking 220. So if you put a container inside stack widget, that container would take the size or height as it's supposed to. All right, now let's uncomment it. Okay, so because you didn't mention anything, so it'll take the size of the parent container, which is 320. So if you want a container to take the specific size inside a parent container, then you should wrap the child container using stack widget. Okay, so I'll save it like this, and I'll still keep this this red background and for some time. Anyway, well, another thing you should see that if I remove the margin from here, the margin is gone, the images, they are all attached, right? So that's why we needed the margin. Okay, all right. Well, now if you see the original design which we had earlier over here, so we have this part over here, the white overlapping container. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. Now this is another benefit of using stack container, because we can put two containers onto each other where they can overlap. Okay, so simply what I will do, I'll just go ahead and copy them. So I'll put it right there, and then I'll save it. Now if you come back to over here, we see that there is no change. Actually, there are two containers here right now. They're all taking the same space and the same amount. We can prove that. Instead of 5, the second one, left margin and right margin, you can do 10. As you see, it's squeezed inside. Let's see it again. So here, as you can see the difference. So there are two containers there, but both of them are taking the same amount of space. Now, once again, that's happening because you wrap things around stack widget. Now, one of the benefit of container, including stack widget, is that the children inside of it, you can use or you can wrap them around align widget. Okay, and then you can tell the children or child where to stay, because we have this empty space here. So this container, we want it to come down just like this. Okay, so we can do it easily. So what we'll do, we'll wrap this container around align widget. Okay, so over here I'll select widget, and now here I would select align. Okay, not alignment, I'm sorry, it's align. Okay, now let's save it. But it does look like have a bit of alignment, but that's more like centering. So in default, this alignment, whatever container you put around, that container is placed inside the parent container and at the middle. So right now here and here, it's the middle of the red container. So that's what it's doing. Now here we can force it to come down to the bottom of the parent container. So we can use this property, alignment. So we do alignment dot bottom center. So it came down, as you can see here. All right, but the second one is too big. So here I could simply put it down like this. Okay, now slowly it's looking more like this, but of course not yet. We're far from there, but we can fix that easily. All right, so I think we can increase the size of this bottom container to 140. Now it's looking better. Now we can also take care of this left margin and right margin, 40-40. Okay, so now this time it's more like this one. Okay, in fact, I think we can put it up a little more. Okay, so here we would do 150. So it goes up. Okay, or here, another thing you see, it's not that, the height is not that big, but here looks like it's a little more big. So what we could do here, we can attach a bottom margin, and we could do, say, 10. So now we have this one. All right, so it's looking better. and we'll do 140. Okay, so now here I have this space, all right, and we need that because we want to have this shadow would be inside the container within this red container. Okay, so that's why we are keeping the shadow. If necessary, you can also do 15. All right, okay, that's looking much better. Now, of course, these are the two images, they are overlapping onto each other. Over here we don't want the image, so we'll just remove this one, and over here we'll just use color to do colors dot white. All right, okay, yes, it's already looking better. Don't worry, the red color I'll remove once we are done building this part, because this red color is actually helping us understand the container, how much space it takes and how much space it's supposed to take, things like that. Well, another thing, you see that we want to have the second slider come out a little bit, or when it's there is a left and right, those left and right, they both come out. We want to achieve this one, and we can do it easily, but to do that we need to declare a controller variable, which we'll do it over here. Do remember, over here we are using this page view.builder, and page view has a related controller which is called page controller. We'll use that one, and we'll instantiate a variable from it, and we'll call it page controller. And over here all we need to do, we need to call page controller. Well, now it takes a parameter, and you see there is one called viewport fraction, this one. Okay, the default value is 1 and we can change it. Okay, so viewport fraction, default value is 1.0. We'll keep this one as usual. All right, now we'll see with 1 what happens. Actually right now it's in the default value, but anyway, so if we are going to use this one over here inside this one, there's a parameter called controller. You can just pass the parameter, the one you created. Now let's save it, and of course you wouldn't see any change, but it is one benefit. Now here, instead of 1, try 0.9. all right, okay, well, looks like not a big change. Now try 8.5. Restart it. Yes, I think you have to restart it. So now looks like our left and right, they are showing up. Okay, now do remember that this is coming from over here. Early we set up in this container where we had this margin, so you remove it, you see it's gone. All right, so this margin creates empty space between the next slider and earlier slider. You have to remember that one. And this page controller, this viewport fraction, tells you that whether there should be the next slide or the next slide and previous slide visible based on this parameter. Okay, you control that. Hopefully it makes sense. So now it's already looking better, and this is what actually we wanted to achieve. Okay, all right, so this is working pretty well. Well, next we'll see how to put our text over here. Okay, well, just like this. Okay, before we go ahead, I think we have too much space on the left and right, so we can change that. And for now we'll do it manually, but in future we'll use a different file to take care of this problem. Okay, you can also use a 20. It's up to you how you go. Actually, I would go ahead with 20. All right, or maybe 30 is better. Let's go ahead and see. Yes, because those two other part over here, you don't want to see them. This way it looks much better. Okay, and so now we'll go ahead and create this text over here, the one we see early. Okay, all right, well, now that part is pretty easy to do. So because we are already inside the container, so we know that container takes a child, so that's what we need. Well, before we go ahead and start writing the code for this section, let's understand the logic. Well, definitely if you look at it carefully, while the first widget that we should wrap things around is called column widget because they are in column on the top of each other. So within column widget, we'll have a text over here, and the next child in the column widget would be row because we want to put these things, and then we'll have space, and then we'll have another row over here. Okay, and within each row we'll have also other rows, like this is part of the row, this is part of the row, and this is part of the row. Okay, so pretty much like that. So once again, we are done with the background. Of course, we didn't do the shadow yet. We'll do that soon. But we are done with the background, okay, which we have already done over here. Okay, all right. So now we need to go ahead and start write the code for this one. So this would be inside this container as a child. So what I will do, I'll go ahead over here and declare a child over here, and our child should be a container. Okay, well, why I'm using container, because if I use a container, as you can see, I have this padding over here, top, bottom, and left. I can use the padding, and then I can put everything in a column. Okay, so that's why I'm going to use this container, because container can use padding. All right, okay, so that's what we'll do. So we do padding. Now here, for now, edge insets dot only, and we'll use the top padding. So we'll use the top padding for 10 and left 15, right 15. Okay, all right. Now we'll use another child, and that child would be column, and within column we'll have children. Okay, all right. Now over here, there should be a text. And we already have a text widget for this one. Remember earlier we built this big text. All we need to do, go ahead and call this big text with certain text. Okay, that's what we'll do. So we'll come over here and simply we'll call big text. Okay, and it takes a text over here. Well, for now I'll just say Chinese side. So that's the Chinese dish name. I never had it though. I don't know how does it taste, even though I've been in China for a long time. I should try that. But anyway, so that's it. That's the first one. And this is the beauty of reusable widget. So all you need to do, you need to come over here, save it while it's there, right? Yeah, it's looking a bit weird, but we'll take care of that very soon. Don't worry. Okay, and what else? Let's see. We have this row. All right, so that's what we need to do. But before the row, we have this padding. That's what we need to take care of. So what do? We do sized box over here. So we'll create this distance instead of direct padding. So we'll do height, and over here we'll just say 10. All right, and then we'll have a row, and within row, once again, we have children. Okay, all right. So here we'll have children. Now in the children, we have the stars. So we need to draw 5 stars. And this 5 stars, we need to draw horizontally. Well, in Flutter, there is a widget called wrap. Okay, you can use a wrap widget to draw the same thing again and again horizontally. Of course, you can do a bit different thing as well, but I like wrap widget. Inside it, it takes a property which is called children. Now children takes a list of child, right? Now in this case, we'll use list.generate to create child dynamically, and over here we'll create 5 children. Okay, now as you see, it takes an index, so you can pass an index, and it returns a function. So this arrow means returns a function. So over here we can return a function, but of course we need to return a widget. If you come over here, as you see, so this is the function over here, this part. Okay, this is the length. So we are going to return a function or return something that returns a widget. So that's what we want to do. Now over here, simply we could do icon, because icon is a widget, and over here we could do icons.star. Okay, this one. And the star should have colors. We'll do color, and now app colors dot main color. So we already have a main color in our app, and we'll have size. So you do size 15. All right. So let's save it and see the result. So here we are. All right. So it's already getting better, and it will get better as we work more. Okay. All right. Well, now here's the thing. So this is the cross axis, and this is the main axis. Okay. Well, on the cross axis, we want everything to start from the beginning for this container. Once again, this is the cross axis. Well, now we use a column layout, right? So this should be the cross axis, and this should be the main axis. So let's take care of the cross axis first. So here we would do cross axis alignment dot start. Okay, so everything would be at the beginning. All right, now I think we can put it down a little bit. Okay, all right, that's look better, much better now. Okay, now over here, once again, we are using wrap widget to put children horizontally, because wrap put things horizontally. As you can see, this is the default property, but you can also use vertically if you want. And then we are generating list of children. Well, wherever you see this bracket, that takes children. Just now we had this one. Okay, all right, and not only it takes children, it takes a list of children. Okay, either you can put them inside these two brackets and put your children one by one, or you can use a list.generate to create a list of children. Okay, and for beginners, this part could be confusing. Well, if you don't understand what is this, well, this is called arrow function, and it returns a function. Okay, and in that case, you need to return the function in one line. Okay, well, if you don't want to write like this, you can also write like this. You can use second braces over here. Okay, but in that case, you need to put return statement over here. Why we need to put a return statement? Once again, we learned that list.generate takes a function that has to return something. Okay, that's why. So this also works. We save it, and it's still same, no error. It works the same way. Of course, this is the more traditional way of writing code, but you can do it. Doesn't really matter. Okay, so now that's about the stars. But now, right after stars, we have this one and this comments. Okay, so we'll simply go ahead and do it. Well, now definitely we need a space over here, so we can use sized box. So we do sized box and with 10, and now over here we have this one. Well, for this one we can simply use a small text widget. Okay, so that's what we would do. So we would call here small text, and we can just simply pass the text. What is our text? 4.5. All right, okay, now let's go ahead and save it and see the result. Okay, so this is exactly what we wanted. And then once again, what we'll have, we'll have size box one more time, and then we'll write this word, this two comments, and this number. So I'll just go ahead and write once again small text, and over here we do 1287. And then once again at the sized box, and we do with say 10, and then we do small text again, and over here we do comments. Okay, all right, now let's go ahead and save it. Yeah, so this is exactly the same as this one. But of course, I think one thing we need to take care of, the height of this one is, I think, bit little more, it has little more height, so we can just simply come over here. Instead of doing 140, let's see, 130, yes, or 20. Okay, well, I think this is better. All right, okay, so this is more like this. And what else? So over here, I think we have this this space. Now if you see over here, we have this more space, right? So we don't have enough space between the sliders, so we can also take care of that one. So for that one, we can just simply change over here. Okay, all right, yeah, it's more looking better. Okay, all right, and let's see, so it's even more higher than our ground. So what we'll do over here, instead of bottom 15 over here, let's do 20 and see the result. Okay, yes, I think we can push it more. All right, okay, that's looking much better. All right, okay, all right, so now that's okay. Now we want to put this one, this 3. Well, if we want to put this 3, simply what we could do, well, we still have to be inside this column, right? The big column over here. So we still have to be inside the column, and the first thing we can do, we can create a distance. So we would do sized box, we do height, so 20 for now. Okay, now this one definitely a row, we know that, right? So we'll go ahead and do row, and we also need children. Now here, as you see, this section, this section, this section, this, and this, and if you even go inside, we still have the same thing. It tells us one thing. So instead of manually writing them again and again, actually for this section or this section, it doesn't matter where you go from, you still have this one a lot of places, this thing. So we can create a reusable text, okay, or text widget. So that's what we'll do. So we'll come over here. Inside the widget, we'll create another Dart file, and we'll call it icon and text widget .dart. Well, now if you look at this few elements over here, because we want to create a reusable text widget, actually we want to create only this part. And after creating this, all we need to do, pass the icon, color, and the text. Okay, so we need to build a widget, reusable widget, where we can pass this and this. It means where we will pass an icon and a color, icon color and text color. So that's what we want to build. Well, the first thing first, over here we'll build a stateless class. Okay, so we'll do st, means stateless, and here we do icon and text widget. Okay, over here we'll return our we'll import a library. Okay, so that's one thing. But now you see, what are the things we want to be passed here? I mean, the class will call this class, what that class should send over here. Definitely the icon name, icon color, text, and text color, like that. Okay, that's what we want. Okay, so now here we'll go ahead and declare some variables. So you want to pass icon, but you can't really pass icon, but you can pass icon as icon data. Okay, you can't really directly pass icon. You have to pass icon as icon data, and then we'll have final string, and that's the text, and the final color. So we do color and final icon color. So that's also color, icon color. Okay. All right, now it's asking you to add the required field for all of this. So we'll do that. Okay, so all we need to do, we need to add the keyword, which is called required. So I'll just copy this one and put them over here. All right, and I think so far so good. Okay, now take a look at this one. So here we want to return something that will return these two sections, right? They will return this one, these two together. So they have to be returned as a row, because this is a row, two things next to each other. That's a row. So the first thing we do here, we're going to write children. Now in the row, what is the first item? The first item is an icon. Okay, so definitely here we want an icon. Okay, now this icon would be passed down from here, so we can directly use that. Okay, all right, and then we also have a color for icon. We'll use icon color. All right, so icon color is this one. The color would be given from the color function. While next, we want to create a bit of distance, so we'll do sized box. Okay, and we could do, say, width 5. All right, now here this is a text. Well, we already have a text widget for that, so we can simply use that one, small text. Okay, over here we would pass the text, which is this one, and we can also pass the color. So that's the text color. Now here simply this color, right? All right, we are good. And with this, we are done with our reusable row widget. Okay, so this is a reusable row widget, and we are done with this. So all we need to do, we need to come over here and call this one and pass this 4 parameters, and that's what we'll do. So over here we will write icon, text, and what was the name? Icon and text widget. Sorry, icon and text widget. So as you can see, it gives you autofill up. All right, so the first icon here I want to pass as a circle. So I'll do icons dot let's say circle sharp. I think I would use this one. And then for text here I would use normal, because this is the first text. And the color, now here I think we can use the default color. So what we could do for color itself, the color could be optional. So over here, or I think we don't need to pass any color because the color is always same. All right, so we already have a default color set up in our small text over here. Okay, so we don't need to pass any colors. Sorry about that. Okay, I think with the color it would do much better. This color is already there, because if you look at them, they all have the same text color. Okay, so we don't need to change them. Sorry, if you see even here, the color is always same, so we don't need to pass color. Anyway, so we remove the color for text, we don't need that. So over here, and definitely we need to pass icon color. Well, first one is, let's see, app colors dot icon color 1. So this is the first icon color. That's how I named it. So now let's go ahead and check our result. Okay, so this is for the first one, right? So we can copy this one and do the second one. So here I'll put it 2 times because we have 2 more items like this. Well, for this one, so we have an icon. I think this icon is location icon. So over here I would do location on this one. All right, and the text is, for now it's hard-coded 1.7 km. Now here icon color, I think that should be our main color. So main color. All right, and now for this one, the text is 32 min, and here it should be, I think, something like timer. I think it's called access, this one, time rounded, and the color, I think, is color 2, because in our app colors, this file, if you come over here, we have different colors: icon color 1, icon color 2, text color, main color. Anyway, so now let's go ahead and save it. Okay, it's already looking better. Right, so here we are. Okay, and it's already looking better, but of course, if you see the edge is really not looking good over here, and we'll take care of that, because we need to do a refactor of our constants like this one, which we'll do later soon. Okay, all right, but with this, it's already working. And what I could do for now, I can remove this background color over here, which is red, because it doesn't really look good. All right, yes, not bad, I would say. All right, okay, so it's already working. While next we'll see how to scale it up and down, like this one. As you see, as I slide, they scale up and down, zoom up and down. Okay, so that's what we want to do next. Let's understand the basic principle of scaling up and down, or zooming in or zooming out, like that. Well, now we can take a look over here. Well, first thing you have to know that every slide over here, they have an index and a page value. So if you start from the scratch over here, this index is 0 and this index is 1. Okay, but they have a page value of 0. So page value for this index is 0, page value for this index or this slide is 0. Now take another look. So here, page value is 1 for this index, while for this index, page value is 1, and for this index, page value is 1. But interestingly, the index value over here is 0, index value over here is 1, index value over here is 2. All right. So here, all of them, they have the same page value 2, index value 1, index value 2, index value 3, this one over here. All right, so hopefully it makes sense. So this is the first thing you have to know. Well, second thing, as you go to the left, the index value increases and page value increases. While page value increases slowly every time, but index value increases only almost when you are done with sliding, otherwise it doesn't increase. So once you start sliding, the page value immediately goes up slowly, while it increases by decimal point, okay? And index value only increases once you're almost done. Now the opposite. Well, the opposite is when you go to the right, the index value immediately decreases. Say, for example, here, the index value is currently here index value is 1, right? So what I do, if I scroll it to the right, the index value would immediately be 0, all right? For this one, the currently selected one. And page value decreases also, but that decreases by decimal point, not suddenly. It decreases linearly, like by decimal point every time, okay? All right, so that's the basic thing we have to know. Well, now another thing we have to know that, well, for this or the current slide, for any kind of current slide, the scaling factor is 1, okay, for the current slide, including this one. And for the earlier one, it should be 0.8, and for the next one, it should be 0.8. So in this case, this is 1, this is 0.8, and this is 0.8. 0.8 means 80%. 1 means 100%, okay? So those are the basic things that we needed to know. All right, well, with this thing, we are done with the theory. Now we'll go ahead and start coding this scaling part. Well, for this one, first we need to declare a variable. That's what we'll do. So here we'll declare a variable, and the variable name is cur page value, and we'll set it to 0.0. All right. Okay, so this is the current page value. All right. Now, because we want to zoom in, zoom out, or scale up or scale down, well, that's why we are using actually page controller. Okay. Well, one of the things that page controller already has is that it just shows over here like the one we already have. So 80% of the screen in our case we are using, or 85%, right? Yeah. Now page value has page controller has another property which is called page. So from page controller we can access the page property, and page property is actually the page value. Okay, all right. So here we'll initialize our page value, and as we scroll left and right, move left and right, we want to register the left and right event, and from then we want to, from that one we want to get the page value. Okay, all right. So here to do that, first we need to override method. So that's init state method. Okay, that's what we want to override, and over here we'll call it, and the method name is init state. And init state is a method inside any stateful class that you can use it, but if you want to use it you need to override it. Remember, our class is a stateful class. So over here first we go ahead and call this and override the super instructor for this init state method. Okay, all right. Now here we can get the current page value. As we go left and right we can get it, but to do that we need to attach a listener to this page controller. Okay, so what do we do? We'd call page controller dot add listener. Okay, all right. So while it takes an anonymous function over here, and inside of it we can get the page value, current page value. So we do page controller dot page. Okay, and over here we get the value and save to it. So let's go ahead and save it. All right. Okay, now here I think we need to add a null checker. All right, where we tell that it's not going to be null. Now of course we need to wrap it around the set state. So that's what we'll do. Now we are doing this because we want to use this value. As soon as we get a new value from here, and we'll save it over here, and our state management system would know that there is a new value. How it would know? Because we put it in the set state. Okay, so as soon as we get the new value, we'll let the UI know that we have a new value, and let's update the screen. Okay, so that's what we want to tell the UI and the state management system. So that's why we are using set state. So what's happening here? So the thing what is happening here is that we have a page controller, and from page controller we get the page value, and the page value is actually the value of these pages. Now what we could do, we can print this value and take a look. Okay, all right. So it's a current value is here, we can just print them. Okay, so the current page value. All right, now let's see, I think we need to convert it to string. Okay, all right, so I'll go ahead and run it over here. Okay, so now let's see. So you see, as you scroll left and right, so currently this current page value is 1. If we go there, currently for this one page value is 0, and as you go to the left, you see the log over here that's printing the value is increasing, right? And when you stop over here, it's the complete value of 1, and all three they have 1 value. So here on the screen all of them they have the same value. Now let's do it one more time. Okay, so it would stop at 2. So page value increases or decreases slowly, as you can see from the log. Well, so it's useful. All right, so now while we initialized it inside this init state, and we're also listening to it. Okay, now we need to do another thing. We need to dispose it. Okay, dispose means when you leave the page, we don't want it to be active, otherwise we might have memory leak. Okay, so there is a method inside stateful class that's called dispose. Okay, so this is the method we are going to use, just like init state. Init state, you initialize the necessary things that your page should need, And when you leave that page, in general, you dispose them, let the memory management system know that I don't need this thing, just to remove them from the memory. This way you keep the memory as small as possible. Okay, you don't want to use so much memory, so we are calling this page controller dot dispose. Okay, so it's a built-in method inside. So now that's the first part we have done. Well, but actually now we should go back to scaling up and down. Okay, all right. I think we should restart it. Now the log is gone. Okay, well, the actual scaling would happen inside this method. Okay, well, so we built a method which is called build page, and inside it we want to do the scaling. Okay, so this is a lot of Dart code over here, nothing to do with Flutter though. It's a lot of Dart code. Okay, so you'll learn, actually at the end of this course you'll master Dart, because most part of this app or this tutorial is about Dart code. Anyway, well, for scaling we need to use an API from Flutter that's called Matrix 4. Okay, so that's what we want to use. Well, first we'll go ahead and initialize it. We'll call Matrix 4 and we'll create an instance from it, and here we do Matrix for, let's see, I'm sorry, Matrix 4.identity. So this is the one we want to initialize, an object from identity matrix 4. Well, what it does, it has 3 coordinates, x, y, and z. So that's what we would be playing around with. Matrix 4.identity returns an instance where it has 3 coordinates, x, y, and z. But basically, because we're gonna scale up and down on the, let's see if you see it, our y axis. So this is the y axis. X axis doesn't change, so everything is gonna happen around y axis. So scaling up to y axis, scaling down to y axis, including the position, as you can see, this position. All right, these are the positions we would also take care using y axis. Anyway, well, so that's the first initialization. Now here we need to do a check, and we would do if index equal current page value. So we have current page value dot floor. Well, we get the round figure or round number. Okay, and if it's so now for this one over here, the current index is 0, so as we're slowly moving the page value increases, but we just want to get the complete value, either 0 or 1. So that's the checking we are doing over here. Okay, all right, so it's a forcefully checking and see if the index value matches with the current page value. So that's what we are doing over here. Now here we'll declare a variable, we'll call it cur scale, and here we do 1 minus cur scale current page value minus index, and here we'll have 1 minus scale factor. All right, now scale factor is a variable that we should define, which we didn't do yet. So I'll go up there over here and I'll define it, and I would do double scale factor equal 0.8. Now over here, the scale factor is, as I said earlier, so this is the 80% that I just want it to be 80% of its original size, things like that. Okay, so now we have the scale factor. Now what does it tell you? Let's see. So we want to get a scale factor, and as we scroll left and right from this one, we want to save the scaling factor. Well, now let's take a look. Well, this equation currently returns 1. For example, we know that here the scale factor, the current page value is 0, index is 0, So this becomes 0, right? So 0 multiplied whatever, that's 0. So we end up having 1, okay? Now over here, the equation is same true. Here we know that current page value is 1 and index is 1. So 1 minus 1 is still 0, and we end up having 1, okay? So that's what we are having and getting, okay? Hopefully it makes sense. But this equation is only true for the current index, not for this one, not for that one, okay? All right. Now next we'll do another check. We'll say if else if index equal current page value dot floor plus 1. Now over here, and we'll write a new equation over here. So we do var cur scale, and here we do scale factor plus current page value, sorry about that, plus index minus sorry, it should be minus index, and I'm going to tell you why, and plus 1 multiplied by 1 minus scale factor. All right, now let me explain to you. Well, first, this section, this condition actually would refer to the next slide. So this is the current slide which belongs to this condition, and because we are doing plus 1 with the current page value, so it would go over there. Actually it would try to locate this one over here, okay? So plus 1. Now over here we want 80% of this original side, so that means 0.8, and this one returns 0.8. So how does it return? Well, as you see, we know that for all the slides here, current page value is 0, right? Okay, or in this case current page value is 1. Well, here current page value is 0, and here current page value is 1. You have to remember that. But here this is the index 1 and index 2, right? Okay, so if we are going to refer to this one, as I said, this condition, now this should be 0.8%, right? Sorry, 0.8, the scaling factor, or 80%. So here we'll have 0.8. And how does it work? So now here, this index is 2, but our current page value is 1. Okay, so 1 minus 2, that's minus 1. Minus 1 plus 1, that becomes 0. So here we already get 0. 0 multiplied whatever, scale factor is 0.8, because this is the default value, right? Yeah. Okay, so now with this we can already start to go and see our scaling things. Well, before we go ahead and see the scaling, actual scaling, we need to pass this current value, this current scale value, to matrix, okay, to this one. So that's what we'll do. So here we'll write matrix. Well, how do you pass it? Well, before you pass it, you need to call another function or API. So matrix for dot diagonal 3 values, which takes the value of x, y, and z. Well, in our case, x value is 1, y value is 1. Okay, all right, now sorry, z value is 1, and y value, this is the actual value that we want to play around, and here we'll pass cur scale. Okay, that's all, and we'll just copy this one and we'll put it here. Okay, the idea is same. All right, so now you can go ahead and save it. Definitely nothing will happen if you try to scroll it. We won't see this one. I mean, nothing is changing. That's because here you need to wrap your stack widget around transform widget. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll collapse it, and here I would enter option enter and widget, and over here I'll write transform. Okay, now transform has a property which is called transform, and it takes a matrix, so we'll pass this matrix, the matrix we already have over here. Okay, and that's it. Now let's go ahead and restart it. Already we have a bit of change over here, as you see. Okay, start from the beginning. Yes, all right. It does change, but we have some weird things going on. We'll take care of that, but we are already doing this scaling thing, right? Hopefully it makes sense. So why it's happening like this? Well, this refers to the current one, and this refers to this one, all right? Okay, and we know that this one is 0.8 because here we get 0.8, okay? Well, another thing at the same time we want to take care, that's called the position, because we want it to be a little down up there, okay? So we know that I think this was 220, so we want to skip say another 10 over here and keep 10 down there. So we want to put it down to like at this position, maybe 10 pixels or 20 pixels like that. Okay, that's what we want to do. Now we can do it right here. Now this one should also be well, as it's, because you see it changes but goes back. We don't want like this, okay? So as we go to the left or right, the position should change at the same time. I mean, like this one, we are going to the, look at this one, sorry, this one, or currently this one. Look at this one. If we go to the left, we want it to be go down a little bit like this. You see it's going down. The current one, selected one, going down and position changing, right? Going down and position changing. So we want it, the height should be changed, but height is also y factor. So we need to change that. Well, we don't need to change that, we need to code that. So over here, we'll call, we'll create another variable and we'll call it cur_trans. So it's a transformation, which means changing position. And here we do, so here, so what's our current size of this one? The current size of this one is 220, I think. If we see the original one over here, yeah, 220, okay? So current size. So, well, we can declare it in a variable over here as well. So no problem with that one. So here we do double height equal 220, all right? So now we need to take care of this height issue. So to do that, we need to use it. So we do height multiplied by 1 minus current scale and divided by 2. And over here, the same goes for, let's see, this one. Okay. Now here, what's happening? So we, let's see, so it's currently 220, okay? But our current scaling is over here is 1. So 1 minus 1, well, over here for this condition, we get 1, right? So 1 minus current scale 1, so 0. So currently, for current one, it would be at the top, so which is this one, all right? But for the next one, so this one, we want it to go down, and this equation works. How it works, you see? Well, currently here, the scaling factor is 0.8, right? So 1 minus 0.8 is 0.2. 0.2 by 2, well, we end up having 1/10, right? Like that. 1/10 multiplied by height. So what is our height over here? Our height is 220, all right? So we end up having 20. So we'll see that once we save this in a matrix, it goes down to 20 pixels, okay? That's what we'll see. Well, but before we go ahead and restart it, here we need to call, after this value has been set, after this transfer scaling has been done, after that, we'll call another function, which is called set transitional row, this one, okay? Well, this is one actually moves it up and down, okay? Not the scaling, just moving up and down. And over here, for the current one, this is 1, I want 0, so that's why I write 0. And the z value, I want 0, but y value, which is the height, we want to change this one. And this is the value we'll send over here, from here. So we'll copy this, and we'll just put it there, okay? All right, so what happens here? So we are firstly we are getting the current scaling, and based on that scaling factor, after the scaling happens, then we change it. Okay, we change the position. All right, hopefully it makes sense. I'm sorry. Okay, so right now what we'll do, we'll just go ahead and copy this one and put it over here. Okay, now we'll go ahead and save it, and we'll see it came down automatically. Okay, so it works now. As you see, it works. So let's start from the scratch. So the left one is working already. Sorry, the right one. As you see, I move it to the left and it's scaling at the same time, while this was here but suddenly scaled down to there. Now there's another problem. Okay, but currently the position is working right after transition or moving is done. Okay, so that's a problem, and we'll take care of it soon. But no, we have another problem. Even though it comes over here, but this doesn't change. While this doesn't change anything, because currently in our logic over here, we are not referring to this slide. Currently we are referring to this slide, which is this condition, and this condition refers to this slide. Okay, so somehow we need to refer to this one. Well, we already did half of the work, or I would say most of the work. So what I will do over here, I'll go ahead actually copy this section, copy this one completely and put it there. Okay, and we need to make some changes, so we'll do -1. So whatever the value, current page value, -1, so it will refer to this one. Okay, and but we need to change this option over here. Okay, so we'll fall back to this condition. So I'll just put it there. Okay, now this condition doesn't work. This one doesn't work for this slide, but the first condition works for this slide. And how it works, let me tell you. Okay, so we know that here in this case, say this is the page value is 1. So for all of them, page value is 1. Here index value is 1, index value is 0, right? But all of them, they have page value 1. Now here, if you see current page value 1, but here this index is 0, so 1 minus 0, so that's become 1. Now here we have scaling factor, what is it? Once you do 1 minus 0.8, this is 0.2. So 1 multiplied 0.2, we get 0.2. 1 minus 0.2, 0.8. So we end up having here scaling factor 0.8. Well, that means 80%. Now we go ahead and save it, and we'll see the result immediately. Okay. Yes, it's working right now. Okay. Yeah. So right now this is working, and we do have a bit of issues still. Okay. So when you go to the left from this position to the right, the scaling works perfectly, right? But when you go to the, when you go to the left, you see here this one, the changes suddenly, right? First it's become big, then it becomes slow. So that means this equation is not directly working. We need another condition. But here, why it's not working, let me tell you. Okay, let me tell you why it's not working. So here, this is our current state, default status, and we get 1, scaling factor 1, and scaling factor 0.8, right? But now, as soon as I start to move, this one would go there, and this one would fit in the middle, and there is the other one, third one, that would show up here. Okay, now for the third one, actually, we don't have any condition. That third one belongs to rest of the condition. It's like whatever it is, I will apply another condition to it. Okay, so over here, what I would do var cur scale 0.8. I think we already have current scale. No, let's declare over here cur scale. This is a fixed one. So whatever that is, the third one or very far from the screen will always apply to 0.8 scaling window. That means when I do like this and it shows up, as you see, that's going to show up now, soon, yes, but that's big, right? But we want, whenever, as soon as it shows up, immediately it's 0.8. We don't want to scale from big to small. When it shows up already, that should be 0.8. That's what we want. Okay, all right, so for this one, first I'll copy this condition over here. Okay, and then we need to set up this transitional thing over here. So you do set transitional row, and once again x, y, and z, while x value over here is 0, and z value is 0, and y value is, let's see, height multiplied 1 minus scale factor. By 2. Okay, well, actually we are pretty much applying this one. Okay, so we are just doing it directly inside it. Now let's return it. Now let's save it. Okay, all right, now let's go ahead and restart from the scratch, and you'll see we have a pretty smooth sliding. Perfect, it's already working, and this is what we wanted. This is exactly same as this one. Okay, yeah, all right, so that's great. Now here we are done with this scaling and this transition. Next we'll see how to take care of a shadow, because if you see over here, we do have a bit of shadow, so we need to set up the shadow over here. Okay, so that's what we want next. Well, we want to apply a shadow around this container, so we need to find this container. Well, we know that this container is over here. This is the container. Okay, so this is where we want to apply the shadow. Now to apply it, let's see, well, let me close this one first over here. All right, so right below it over here, child, so over here we'll do decoration. Let's see, maybe we already have decoration, sorry. We already do have decoration, so we can just work on it directly. Okay, all right, let me see if we change the border radius to 20. Actually it looks much better anyway. So now here we'll use the property which is called box shadow. Now it takes a list. I told you, wherever you see in Flutter, you have this 2 brackets. That means they take a list of children. That's all it means. But children, of course, it's based on property. So here we need box shadow, right? So first we'll do box shadow. So box shadow over here. And now here we need to set the shadow color. Okay, that's what we want to do. So do color and color. We'll have a custom color for this one, and we'll do FF E8 E8 E8. Okay, all right, now let's go ahead and save it. While we don't see a lot of changes, it's not good enough. We need to set up other properties, 0.5 and offset 0.5. Now let's go ahead and save it. Now we see we have a bit of shading over here. So to see actual shadow, you need to set up properties, a lot of the properties. Now blur property is gone, it looks a bit ugly. They're just offset. Now this offset 0 and 5, that means on the x-axis we don't have any changes, but on the y-axis we should go down 5 pixels. So this is pretty much 5 pixel. Okay, all right, well, you can do the opposite. We do 5. You can do in both direction. Okay, all right, so here so +5 means here plus or positive x-axis, which is this one. Okay, and plus this +5 means positive y-axis, which is this one. That's why you see the values over here and here. All right, now we can change them. We can change the direction. Let's save it. So over here we see we change the direction, but we can put back our blur radius. Now it looks like there is a shadow. Well, why I'm explaining this one to you, let me tell you why. Because here, as you see, there's a bit of shadow as well, but we don't want that shadow. We just want this shadow. This shadow is just like here. You see, they just have a shadow up to here, and after that we don't have the shadow. All right, so we need to understand this axis thing and the blur radius. Well, without blur radius, it's just a color over there. This is a gray color. Blur radius makes it blurry. That's all it means. If your blur radius is 1, it's more close to the color. If your blur radius is bigger, that means, well, it's more, lesser blurry. Okay, if blur radius is 1, that's very, very blur. Okay, so hopefully it makes sense just from the name. Okay, all right. Well, now here actually we don't have any shadow at the top, and we do have a bit of shadow over here and over here and over here, so we need to apply another shadow. Well, to do that, we will apply another shadow, because box shadow takes a list of children. So over here we will do box shadow. Okay, and here we will have color. This time we will do colors.white. We'll use white color to apply the shadow, because we already have a white color as our foreground color. The shadow color is white, but of course the color is at the background, so part of the shadow would be chopped off. Okay, the shadow is applied from the background, do remember that. So we are applying another shadow, so that would go to the background, and but the background shadow would be white shadow. That means which is going to match with this white color on the foreground. Okay, so the color would look like same, then but here this is a little gray color, so that color would be covered. Okay, let me tell you, let me show you actually how it works. So over here we do offset -5 and 0. You see that it looks like increased a little bit. Okay, so it looks like, we increased it, so that's why it looks like the shadow is over here and it's not going out. Like here we have a lot of shadows, right? Yeah, so that's how it works. So it's more like you are covering it, okay, or applying another layer. So we would do that. Let's see, hold on, we do the same thing for another shadow on this side, and here we just do plus let's see, +5. Okay, so it looks like shadow is up to here, and this is the result we wanted to achieve. Okay, so with this we are done with the shadow, and next we'll see how to work with this dots, this dots over here. Okay, that's what we do. All right, to do that we need to go ahead to our pub spec file over here, and over here we need to install a package which is called dots indicator. Okay, well, now we need to get the version for it, so let's go ahead and check the latest version. That's what we'll use. So I'm their official website over here in pub.dev, and looks like their latest version is this one. So let's go ahead and follow this version with me if you want to follow along with me. If you don't follow along with me, you might get surprised in future, or it could be buggy. So let's maintain our version over here. So this is the current version that we want to use, and after that we want to do get pub, so it will include the package, and at the same time let's see how you're going to use it. It's pretty straightforward. So we want to use this effect. So what we'll do, we'll just go ahead and copy this one. You can use a lot of other effects on your preference, but I would just go ahead with this one. Looks like it's done. Well, now I'll close this one, we don't need this, and I'll close this one as well over here and right here. Okay, so well, we closed this one. Now let's see, this is the function that we worked just now. Okay, and this is the page view builder. Okay, and let's see, well, now here currently on this page we have another issue. So if you see main footer page over here, we have this container, and this container is showing the header, right? showing the header, and this one is showing the body, all right? So this file is calling this one, right? So over here we just have only one container, but now we want to put our dots over here, dots, okay? So that should be in a column, right? So that's why we need to go ahead and wrap this container using column widget, okay? So what I'll do, I'll collapse it, and over here I would say, well, I think I should cut this one first actually. So I'll cut it over here, and I'll do column, and then we'll have children, and the first child is this container, and let's save it. Okay. Right, we do have a bit of issue here. Let's see. Let's save it one more time. Okay, that may be probably because of sudden changes in the state. Anyway, so now we'll go ahead and copy this one from here, okay, and we'll put it right below there. Okay, all right. Of course, we need to import the package. Okay, and now here, dots count for now we'll use 5, and position. Now this position has to be dynamic. Now this position would be coming from our current page value. Do remember that as we scroll left and right, the value changes. Okay, so we can use that one directly. So here we do current page value. Okay, and we are good to go. All right, now let's go ahead, save it, and run it. Let's see the result. We are already here with this, and our app is already looking great. Okay. Now though, over here the color, so we can change the color as well. We don't want this color, this is our main color, so that's what we want to use. So we'll use another property which is called active color, and over here we'll have app colors dot main color. Okay, that's what we want. Okay, perfect. Okay, so our UI is matching. Okay, all right, so it's already looking great. And another thing though, before we go ahead and start drawing the rest of the page, we need to take care of other issues. Now this is looking good on this iPhone 12, but your device could be smaller, so we do have a lot of hard-coded factors over here in our app. For example, if you come over here, there's a header section like top, bottom, things like that. Okay, they should not be hard-coded. I think they should be dynamic. When you read the app, when you install your app on a different device, we should count this value based on that device height or width. Okay, we can use any of the factor, but definitely they should not be hard-coded. So left to right margins, because in a smaller device, left to right 20 margin or padding would really look big. We don't want that. At the same time, we have here height pretty much 320, which is pretty fixed, and this is also what we not want. We want to change the height based on device height and things like that. Okay, so this is what we'll take care next before we go ahead. Otherwise we have to repeat a lot of things, and which we don't want. Okay, so hopefully in next part we'll take care of that issue. Okay, but I'm sorry, before we go ahead, I think something is missing over here. As you can see, I totally forgot this thing. So this UI we need to take care. Now this is coming from here, over here inside this align widget, and child widget over here. Let's see, and child container. Okay, over here. I think over here. So here we have this row. This row is showing them, and we want to actually set a property over here for main access. Okay, so main access will use main access dot well, if you do center, everything is center, that could work, or you could do space between. Okay, so this works much better. Okay, now we'll go ahead and take care of this fixed hard-coded factors. Okay, So to have this different kind of value based on screen size and things like that, we want to declare a new file. So we'll come over here inside this utils folder, and over here we'll declare a new Dart class, and we'll call it dimensions.dart. Okay, all right, and over here we'll create a class, and we'll name it dimensions. And inside the class we want to create some static member. Okay, well, first thing what we have to do, we have to get the access to the screen or device width and height. Well, in general, you could do it in your any kind of stateful class where you have the build method, and inside the build method you do like this. Current height is like this. Then you do media query. We use media query to get access to different kind of things. One of them is the context. Okay, all right. So we get the context, and then we get the size object, and then we get height. And if you could do that, then we turn it to string, then we'll be able to print it. Let's print it, and it will print the size over here. So current device height is 844, which means over here. All right, so this length over here. Well, now of course this media query is always bind with a context, so that means with a stateful class. But a lot of our classes here in this project would be stateless class, but we want to be able to access it from our app, throughout the app, from anywhere. Well, to do that, we can use a special package support, which we already have it in our pub spec.yaml file over here, Getx package. Well, Getx package is mainly used for routing and state management, but there are a lot of other properties that you can use. So one Getx package helps you with a lot of things. That's the beautiful thing about Getx. Now here, we can access our Getx package. So to do that, we'll import a class. Here we do get.dart. So with this, we have access to the Getx package. Now, because we have access to the Getx package, we can access some underlying property. Now here, I'll declare a static variable, and I'll call it double, and the variable name is screen height. And here we'll first do get.context and .height. Okay, height. And we need to put a null checker over here saying that this is not going to be null. All right, so this is how you access the height property. So we can also do our width over here. So instead of height, I'll write here width, and now here we do idh width. Okay, now let's so because of this context over here, but that context lies inside Getx package. So Getx can keep the context pretty much everywhere. So all you need to do is get to context, and then you get height and width. Okay, so now with this we have access to height and width. Now we can use this one. So here we declare another variable, and we'll call it page view container. Okay, now this is the container would be used for this height. Okay, from here to here. Okay, all right. Now first we need to get the screen height, and we'll divide it by a certain factor. Okay, over here, factor x. Now what is this x? Now x would be like this. Just now we saw that here in our case the current device is 844, the height, right? So what we could do, we could divide 844 by 220, because we know that this is 220. Well, whatever the device is, we want this height to be around 220, either 220 or little more than 220 or little less than. Okay, like 240 or 210 or 200. But now that should be based on a factor. Now there is no standard for this, so I can make a factor like this. Okay, so 844 divided by 220, that is 3.84. Okay, so this is our height factor, or sorry, factor in our case. So I'll divide it by this. Now whatever the screen size, that would be divided by this one. So based on screen size, this value is either bigger than 220 or smaller than 220 or 220. I think you get the idea. So the longer or the bigger the height, this would be bigger as well. Okay, so hopefully it makes sense. But you can use any kind of scaling factor. It doesn't have to be this one. Okay, now that's for page view container. Well, this is pretty much for the image. Well, now we can go ahead and copy it. Now we'll have page view text container. So one we'll have for text. Okay, now previously this text container is 120. We remember that, right? So 844 by 120, that is 703. So here we do 7.03. All right, now we can go ahead and use them. All right, because we are done with this dynamic size. So every time you load this app on a different screen size, based on that screen size, it will get this certain width like this over here. Okay, now let's go ahead and check it out. So we'll come over here, and over here I think we have hard-coded value. So I would do Control F 220, which is this one. So here I can change it, so I can access to it. What I would do dimensions dot screen dimensions dot, that should be page view. Let me see, the variable name is page view. Sorry, it should be this one, right? Yes, because it was previously 220, so we're just replacing that one, and we need to import the package. Okay, all right, and I think we have another 220, so over here we need to do the same. So page view container. So because the page view container, this one and the one we used for scaling, the size is same, so you're using the same variable from here. But because they are static, so you can access them just using the class name. And over here we have 120. So we do dimensions dot page view text container. All right, and let's run it, and we'll see some problems. Okay, now this is happening because we are trying to use Getx package, but Getx couldn't get access to the context. Now in this kind of situation, you need to wrap your material app using Getx package, or the other way, it's called get material app. Instead of using get, you can use get material app. Okay, now what this would do, get material app would get the context when the app gets initialized for the first time. Okay, of course we need to go ahead and import the package, so that's what we would do. Now the error should be gone. Now let's go ahead and run it, and we'll see we are back. Okay, so right now we are using dynamically calculated screen height and width. So, well, to prove that, we can go ahead and create a new simulator, say iPhone 8, which should be a little smaller. Okay, now over here, instead of iPhone 12 Pro, I'll use iPhone 8. Okay, and we'll go ahead and run inside it, and we will see the screen size, whether it is dynamic or not. Okay, all right. Okay, cool. Well, let it load, it would take, well, this one looks okay, but now here we have this problem over here, right? So we need to take care of this problem as well. Now, where is this problem coming from? Now let's take a look at this. Let's see. Let's go ahead and run it one more time. Well, now the problem is happening, that's because of the parent container over here. Okay, now this is 320, right? So this is not being dynamic, so this is the whole container size. Okay, so we also have to make it dynamic. So what we'll do, we'll come over here and declare another variable. Okay, now we'll call it over here page view, just page view, that's all. And now here, do remember that we want to divide our screen height by 320, which is this one, to get the factor. Okay, and if you do that, that's 2.64. okay, so instead of writing this one, we'll write 2.64. okay, now Okay, with the factor we are done. Now all we need to do, come over here and change it. So we do dimensions dot page view. All right. Okay, so let's see. Yes, now let's go ahead and run it one more time and we'll see. Okay, now most of the problem has been solved, but we still have this overflow. Okay, well, we have this error over here and it says that we have 12 pixels overflow. Well, definitely we can see if we compare this to screens over here. Well, now here we have this white space and this one, but here we have this one, but this is what is causing this overflow issue. Now definitely we have this space over here, 20 pixels, and here I think we have 10 pixels. So we can calculate them dynamically. Actually, all the space here, we can all calculate them dynamically, so it won't cause any overflow. So let's go ahead and find it first. Now this is our text widget wrapped around in a container. So let's go ahead and find it, and I think it should be down here somewhere. So let's see, over here. Well, remember this section is showing this white area. Okay, now here we have this time and distance, which is this section. Okay, time and distance. This is the comment section. Okay, here we have this comment and stars like that. Okay, and if I collapse it, you could see that here I have this height 10 and here I have this 20. So now definitely this 20 is over here, this section, and this 10 is this section. All right. Okay, so let's see if we can optimize them. Well, now first one, this 10, we want to make it dynamic, especially if we have a smaller height screen like this. Okay, so what we'll do, we'll come over here, and over here we'll create a new variable. So here we'll create a new variable, and we'll call it static double and height 10. Now for this height 10, we'll get screen height. Now remember, this time we are dealing with this size box height 10. So in our app, all the height would be using this value. Okay, now we need to calculate the first scaling factor. Now 844 by 10, so the scaling factor is 84.4, right? So that would be our scaling factor. So over here we do 84.4. Okay, so 844 or 844 divided by 84.4 is 10. But based on screen height, it would be more than 10, less than 10, or equal to 10. Now we can go ahead and create another one. So we'll copy it and we'll call it height 10. All right. In this case, I think our scaling factor is 42.2. All right. Perfect. Now what we'll do, we'll come over here, and over here we'll call dimensions dot height 10. Okay. And for this one, we'll use dimensions dot height 20. Okay, now we'll go ahead and save it and see the result, and we can already see that we have this 5.8 pixels error. Okay, well, so some of the errors, I mean, overflowed has been reduced, but we still have a bit more. Now let's take a look where we can optimize more dynamically. Well, definitely here I can see a padding, that we have padding 15. So this is the one we can take care. Now I'll come over here and I'll create a new height, and I'll call it height 15, and 844 divided by 15, we get 56.27. All right, and so over here we'll write here, say dimensions dot height 15. Let's go ahead and save it and run it. And looks like we still have a bit of error over here. That's around by 2.7. Okay, well, we are having that one. Now one thing we could do, we would also go ahead and take care of this font size, because it's a smaller device, so we would expect the font size would be a little smaller. Okay, so this is one we can optimize. Okay, So now for optimizing font size, we would come over here, and over here we would create a variable, and we'll call it static double font 20, and the screen size, screen height by, now in general we would want 20, and divide by 20 is, we learned that, so that should be 42.2. okay, so now that should be the font. Okay, well, now for font size, we need to come over here to this one. So this is the big text over here. Would come over here, and we have this default font size over here. Okay, now one thing we could do, we could come over here and actually let's see. So here we could do dimensions dot in that case I think we need to import the library first. Okay, and dot font 20. Okay, let's go ahead and save it and see the result, and looks like the error has gone because it reduced so much. Okay, and the font becomes smaller, including this one. So on bigger screen it looks bigger, in smaller screen it looks smaller. Okay, all right. So now of course if we do like this, we won't be able to use this given font size. So that's true. Okay, well, but we could also take care of this one. So here is the thing we could take care. If font size is given as 0, say for example, then we can take a test over here. So if size if size equals 0, which means we don't want to give anyone, in that case we will use font 20, otherwise we'll use whatever the size was given, because the default one is 0, right? So if you don't pass any size over here, so size equals still 0. If it's true, then we'll use font 20. Okay, or if you send a new one from outside, definitely the default one was 0, but if you send something different from outside world, so it won't be 20, so in that case we'll fall back to whatever you send. Okay, so this way our condition stays true. All right, now let's go ahead and run it. So this is in iPhone 8, and let's see if we have any problem in iPhone 12 or other devices. So over here, I'll come over here, and I think this is for iPhone 12. I'll just do hit refresh, and it's loaded, and we are good. So eventually we got it done. So in different devices they look exactly the same, yet we don't have any overflow. But of course, if you want to be more precise, you can also take care of this font over here. Okay, and that needs more work though. Well, with this, it's looking already pretty good. Text size is smaller, and we have more proportional distance. Okay, well, we could be more precise, but in that case we need to do more work. And before we finish this section where we dynamically take care of the size and things like that, we want to do another thing, this radius issue. Okay, now this radius over here in smaller device, they all also look the same, but they shouldn't look same. Okay, I mean, the angle is pretty much here. Whatever radius I have, like 30, it is still 30, but it would be proportional. It should be proportional based on my device height, right? So for that one, we can set up another dimension for radius. Okay, so here I would do static double radius. Well, we'll have two, one radius 20 and the radius 30. Okay, so screen height by, well, for factor like 20, we already have one, right? So if we want to get anything like 20, so the factor is 42.2, right? We already know it. So now what we'll do, we'll go ahead and copy it. Now we'll do another 30. Now in that case, we have to find it. So 844 divided by 30, that is 28.13. So here the factor is 28.13. Okay, all right, now we'll go ahead and find our radiuses in different places we have. Well, the first one over here, so here we have radius 20, so we'll do dimensions radius 20. And let's see if what do we have here. I think that should be 30 over here. Okay, now dimensions radius 30. Okay, now we are on iPhone 12 Pro, which is this one. We'll save it. Of course, there is no change for this one. Now we'll go to iPhone 8 and we'll save it. Now we'll take a look at iPhone 8. Yes, now it looks more proportional, the both things, the both radius, the radius for both sections, right? Yeah, and that's how you work, actually make things dynamically proportional. Okay, well, hopefully you understand the logic. So with this, actually we came a long way. Another thing I think we are still missing over here, like left 10, right 10. To do that, we can just simply go ahead and copy this one, and instead of height, we would write here width. Okay, all right, so let's make some comment over here. Dynamic height, and over here we'll have dynamic width. Well, now this height is mostly for padding and margin, right? Well, this is the same, but that's also padding and margin. So right now here, instead of height, we want to do width, width, and I'll just copy and put it there. Okay, now with this we'll have access to the dynamic width for padding and margin. Okay, now with saying that, we come over here, we'll just need to replace them. So here we do dimensions dot width 10, and over here it's the same, dimensions dot width 10. Okay, and actually a lot of other places we can go ahead and change over here. Over here we do have 30, but let's see if we have 30 or not. No, we don't have width like 30, so I'll just go ahead and copy over here. So we want to get width 30, and in this case this would be 28.13, like that. Okay, 10, 15. So now we'll come over here and we'll just do dimensions dot width 30. Okay, and we can just simply copy this on the, put it here, and the bottom, say, well, in this case we need height 30, right? We already have height 30. I think we don't have, but in that case we'll go ahead and create one. Okay, so I think we need to go ahead and create one. So to create that one, I'll just simply copy this, put it here, and instead of width we'll call it height, and but the factor doesn't really change. And now the error should be gone. Let's see what else we have. I think that's pretty much it here, and let's see whatever else we have. We might have an option over here, like okay, so this padding, this is for the top section. In our case, let's see, there's the app, the top section. Okay, so this is the padding over here we are applying, but currently we see that they are taking exactly the same pixels of this padding, but it should be proportional. We learned it, so just let me go ahead and, I'm sorry, go ahead and change it. So do dimensions, well, dot here, I think we're doing width, right? So we do width 20, and here is the same, dimensions dot width 20. And let's see over here, I think we also need to make this one dynamic, and over here this is the border radius, and let's see, do we have radius, or we have radius 20 and 30, but we don't have radius 15, so we'll go ahead and create one over here. And let's see, so here, so comment it here, radius. Okay, now simply we'll just copy this one. Now here, this one we want to make 15, so 844 by 15, the factor get 56.27. 56.27. All right, we are over here. Let's go ahead and restart it and make sure everything is okay. So now we have this radius over here, which is 15. Well, this is also 15, but here the pixels number is much lesser because it's a smaller device. Okay, great. And what else we can take here? Now here we do have this bottom section. Now this is top and bottom. Okay, so that's the height, so vertical distance. So what do? We'd go ahead and come here, dimensions.height 15. All right, and over here 45. So we'll come to this dimensions file and we'll create a height for 45. Okay, and 844 by 45, the proportion is 18.76. 18.76. Okay, so simply we could go ahead, let me just close this one, and here we could call dimensions height 45. Dimensions height 45. Okay, now let's open it and put it there, and let's see if we have any changes or not. Let's see, I have an error over here. I'm missing semicolon. Now let's go ahead and restart it. Yes, so you see it went up a little bit. Okay, now we'll do the same restart and test on iPhone 12. So I'll come over here and select iPhone 12, and I'll do how to restart, so which is this one over here. Okay, so there are no other changes because it's perfectly fit, and just now we saw we had changes over here because it's a smaller device. Okay, all right, so far so good. And now here let's take care of another issue that I think we should, because we want to be as perfect as possible. So that should be, let's see. Okay, so this width and height 45. Okay, now over here it's okay, this iPhone 12, but on iPhone 8, if you see, come over here, this and this one exactly looks the same. Okay, so it should be smaller. We already took care of the border, but the size is same, so based on device it should be smaller, right? So but we already have the height, so what we could do, we could do dimensions dot height 45. Now do see this height should be the same amount here, so we can just copy this one and put it. And now I want to restart. As I restart it, you will see we have changes. Okay, yes, it became much smaller. Okay, now by saying that one, that it raised another issue. Now the icon, the search button, is too big, so we want to make it smaller as well. So let's see, search icon button should be, okay, so the search icon I think should be somewhere over here. Okay, this one, right? So this is the search icon. Well, now in Flutter, the default icon size is 24, and we can prove that. We just write here 24. Okay, and if we restart our phone and save it, we'll see nothing changes. But if it's a 20, it changes. Okay, it becomes smaller. And if we go to iPhone 12 over here, and let's see, so this is our iPhone 12. Now if I restart over here, it becomes smaller. So it is true that it's 24. Okay, so now, well, definitely we'll use this 24 as our parameter over here for finding factors. So here we'd write icon size. Okay, and for this one we'll just create a new variable we call static double icon size, well, 24 in this case, and we'll use screen height by So 844 divided by 24, so we get 35.17. So here we'd write 35.17. Okay, all right. Now we'll come to our main foot page over here, and because we want it dynamic, so here we'd write dimensions dot icon size 24. Okay, now we are on iPhone 12 over here. Okay, so let's see what else we have. We have an issue. Okay, here we need to mention the size parameter name. Let's save it, but for it definitely no change. But if we go to iPhone 12, iPhone 8 over here, now let's restart it. We'll see, yeah, it becomes smaller, where they look very proportional. Okay, and it's beautiful, right? Okay, now saying that one, at the same time we can take care of this and this icon. Now here it does look pretty okay, but here it doesn't look okay because it almost touching the bottom, right, which is what we don't want. Okay, now we can, because now we have this icon size, so we can go ahead and take care of that. Now these three icons, we know that they are coming from this file, so here I'll just go ahead and apply this parameters. So dimensions dot icon size 24. Now let's see, we are on iPhone 8, so we are on iPhone 8. So what I'll do, I'll go ahead and save it, and it become automatically smaller, and now they look beautifully similar. Okay, hopefully it makes sense. And I'm on iPhone 12 right now, but no change. Well, we have come a long way, because even though it's been 2.5 hours already, but we learned a lot. We learned how to make a page view builder, how to do the scrolling and zooming in and zooming out, and we also learned how to use the dot indicator. We learned how to use the stack widget on container widget, and also within container widget we learned how to use two different containers. All right, and as well as we learned how to make our app responsive based on different screen. Okay, and along the way we built some widgets, icon and text widget, small text widget, and big text widget. Okay, so eventually in the long run, for building this app, it will save us a lot of time. Anyway, next we'll see how to build this section and as well as this list over here. Okay, well, to do that we need to come over here, and let's see, we have this food page body. We would come over here, and then let's collapse them, organize them a little bit. Okay, and we are here. Okay, all right. So basically what we have here right now for our simulator over here, so this is this slider section, right? So slider section, and these are the dots. All right, now over here we'll have popular text. By this I mean this one, this section. Okay, all right, so over here that's what we want to do. Well, to do that, first definitely we need to create a spacing over here, as you can see. So that's what we'll do. Now here we'll do sized box, and we need to create height, right? Okay, in the sized box, so we'll do dimensions dot height 30. We already have it. Okay, that's the beautiful thing about it. We already work on those. Well, that's the beautiful thing about working on these small tiny details, which helps you a lot of time down the road. Anyway, so now here we want to put them in a container first. Okay, well, we are going to do container because we want to apply a margin over here, and using container we can do that. All right, so here we'll have margin. Okay, and margin will have edge inserts. Well, only now we want to apply only left margin, which in our case dimensions dot width and 30. Okay, because margin is applied here for the left section, left side horizontally, so we want to work with the width. Now within it we'll have child, and we will have a row. Now we have a row because we want to put these three things: popular, this small dot, and food pairing together. Okay, all right. So that would be in one line. So definitely now for this popular text, all we could do it very quickly because we already have the reusable text. So you would do big text, we do big text. Now here all we need to do, pass the text. All right, yeah. So now if we want to see the result, let's see it over here. So I'll just put it here. Okay, and let's see which one has been selected. This is iPhone 12. So now let's go to iPhone 8. Okay, all right. So that's what it looks like over here. Okay, all right. And okay, so the next one is we need to put this dot over here. Well, for the dot, we also need to create a bit of distance. You see over here and over here. So on both sides we have distance. So we do sized box, and we would do width in this case, and dimensions dot with 10. All right, and I'll just copy this one because we need 2 times, before the dot and after the dot. Well, now we are going to go ahead and draw the dot. So for the dot itself, we'll use a container. Okay, all right. And why I'm going to use a container, I will tell you. So here we can apply margin. Well, we'll apply margin later. Now let's see. First we have a child over here. We'll once again apply big text. Now it takes a text parameter, and within it we'll put this dot. Okay, and then we'll have color. So we do colors dot black. Let's see, 26. I would use this one. Okay, now let me save this thing, and let's see this thing in our simulator. So it's there, it's very tiny. All right, okay, now we will have our another text which is called food pairing. Okay, so that's what we want to have. So what we want to do here, we want to create another container, and here we'll have a child, and within the child we'll have small text because this text belongs to small text. Big text, we use this widget, the one we already have, big text. For this kind of light gray text, we use our small text widget. Okay, that's what we'll be using. So we'll call small text over here. Now here we'll use text as a parameter, and we need to pass food pairing, this word. So we'll do food pairing. All right, okay, and now we'll go ahead and save it and see the result. Okay, so this is what we have, and now you see originally in the original design, food pairing should be below, a little down from the top line, but here they're using the top line. So that's one of the problems that we are encountering over here. Okay, now one thing we could do though, we could put all of them at the bottom. Okay, because we are inside a row. So that's what we'll do. So here we will use a property which is called a cross-axis alignment. So cross-axis alignment end. So with this, everything would come down to the bottom line. Okay, so let's go ahead and check it. Well, let me save this thing. Okay, now it came down. All right, now over here for the dot, we want it to be a little bit up. Okay, if you see here, it's a little bit up, not exactly on the bottom line. Okay, these two texts are on the bottom line, but this text, this dot is not. So for that one, because we use this dot inside a text over here. Okay, so sorry, inside big text and container. Now because since this big text is inside container, we'll be able to apply margin to it. Okay, so that's what we would do. Now here pretty much we'll use constant margin. All right, and we would do bottom bottom 3. So we'll push it up a little bit. Okay. Yeah. So, well, actually it came down a little bit somehow, but it reached the purpose. Okay. All right. So that's how it works. Now over here, for this food pairing also, we want to apply another margin over here. We want to go it a little up. Okay. So over here, maybe we'll do 2. All right. Okay. Now this is what it looks like here. Now let's go ahead and check it on our another simulator, the one we are working over here. So we'll come over here and refresh it, and yes, this is what we wanted, and this is exactly the same as the original design. Okay. All right. Okay, so with this section over here, well, we are done with this, and now we'll go ahead and work on this one. Well, okay, so this would be a list. So list of images as well as their title and things like that. Okay, so we're going to use list view over here to display this list. Okay, well, for that one, let's see, we'll come over here. So this is the container that showed popular tags and things like that. Now over here would show list of food and images like that. Okay. All right. Well, now first thing, because we want to use list view builder, so that's what we need to go ahead and call. So we do list view dot builder. Like as I said earlier, every builder in Flutter that takes a function, okay, in their item builder, and first parameter is context and second one is index. Well, the index is number of items you want in this list view or in this list. Okay. All right. So for now, we'll set it to 10, and we could do it using item count. So we do it like 10. Okay. And now, of course, it wants you to return a function. So, or return a widget actually, or a function that returns widget. It works either way. So over here, we'll return a container. Okay. All right, now the error should be gone because we are returning, so we need to use semicolon over here. So while this is the context, well, this context is not really this context though. It could be a bit different, but anyway, you can just pass a name over here. And now this is the index. So this index would be connected to this one, so it will start from 0, right? So while we want to build things like this over here, definitely first thing we need to do, while we see that we have over here a bit of space, so we can apply margin to it, right? So you do margin, and here edge sets, insets only. Okay. All right, now here we want margin for the left and right side, and we already worked for those things, so we do left and dimensions dot width 20, and we want to use the 20 pixels, and right is the same, and here dimensions dot width 20 as well. Okay. Well, after that, we want to return something called a row, because we want to put this section and this section in a row. So this is a big row, and first child is this image, and second child would be this information over here. But within the second child, we'll have a column layout, and within column, we'll have first child, second child, and third child. But third child, inside of it, will have a row layout, which is pretty much like this. Okay. All right. So anyway, now here we'll go ahead and declare a child, and now within child we'll have row, and we know row takes children. So here we are now, and after that we want to draw this, right? Well, definitely that's drawing an image, and image with border. So in that case, we have to use a container. So I'll go ahead and declare a container over here, and within container I will use decoration, and we do box decoration, and here we'll have border radius. Okay, and the border radius dot circular, and now we already have a radius for that, responsive radius, so we do radius 20. Okay, all right. And well, we can also use a color over here if you want. So color is white, and this is useful when, because in future we'll load them from network. If the image is not loaded yet, so it'll show you white, or like say white with color like this. Okay, all right, so that's better. Now we want to show the image, so here we would do image, and we would do decoration image, and inside of it it takes another image property, and here we would do asset image. Okay, all right, and now within asset image here we'll do our image path, which is in assets folder, and within image folder and food 0.1.0.png. So that's the image we want to draw. Okay, now at this moment what I will do, I'll go ahead and restore it on, well, say iPhone 8. Okay, I will save it and we'll see what happens. Okay, now we do have some issues over here regarding the size, like the vertical viewport was given unbound height. Well, this vertical viewport unbounded height, there are a few ways to solve this, but we have to understand something. Well, in general, when you have list view builder, it expects size from its parent container. Now for this list view builder, the parent controller container is the column, right? But column doesn't have any size, so I can cut it over here, and I could do container. Okay, and I can give it a bit of height, say 700, and then I can just put it here as a child list view builder. Okay, now let's go ahead and save it, and it looks like part of the problem has been solved. Okay, and over here now I have these two containers, this one and this one. Well, the second one over here, which I expect to be the size of my image, like as you see over here. So let's go ahead and apply to it, and let's see what happens. So we do width 120 and height 120. Okay, let's go ahead and save it, and looks like we still have this error, but images are showing up. Okay, yeah, now it is scrollable. Okay, yeah, so part of the problem has been solved. So what we learned over here, if you have a list view builder, then you need the parent container of list view builder should have a certain height. Okay, all right, you can do as high as possible, even 900, 1000, it doesn't really matter. Okay, well, of course at the end it might come out as empty, but anyway, so this container is responsible for showing this image, and which we gave it width and height. Okay, well, now we still have this overflow over here. That's because it is being scrollable, but it doesn't know how long it should be scrollable. Okay, now here there are a few parameters we can set up over here. We could do shrink wrap to true. Okay, let's see. All right, and we still have this one. Okay, and we'll set up other parameters like physics. Okay, let's see what happens. And always scrollable physics. Let's go ahead and say it. Okay, looks like our solution is not working, but we do need to set up this too. Okay, and but the main problem is actually coming from over here, where I have this food page body. This is the section which is calling this whole main page over here, apart from this header. Okay, so to solve this issue over here, what we need to do, we need to come over here and we need to wrap it around a single child scrollable widget. Okay, and then the problem would be solved. I'll put it there. Now, because this scaffold which has a column, this column header and this body section, right? Okay, now we want this whole section to be scrollable, okay? Not just this one, all of it. Okay, so that's why we wrap it around single child scrollable. But you could ask that why you don't wrap this section around single child scrollable. Well, I'll tell you later why not. Okay, anyway, now let's go ahead and save it, and we see the problem has been solved and it is scrollable now. Okay, all right, now here the whole page is scrollable. Okay, right now, this is the beautiful thing about it. So the whole page is scrollable. You see, I can scroll. Okay, but now there's this problem. Well, I can scroll up, but if the header is, I mean, the top section is gone, I can't really scroll down. So we have this issue now. Well, now how to solve this one? Now this problem is solved from here. So I don't want it to be scrollable on its own. I want it to be part of the page. Let me refresh it. I want this to be part of the page and be scrollable, okay? Not just this section, okay? Now if we just make this section scrollable, okay, it's okay, but this part is too small, okay? So not very user friendly. That's what you would say, right? So you want to make the whole page scrollable. I'm sorry. Okay, you want to make the whole page scrollable, and that's what we are going to do. So you want to stop this section to be scrollable on its own. You want it to be scrollable with the whole page. So here, never will apply the property, which is called never, let's see, what is it? Never scrollable physics. Okay, this one. Now let's restart, or we didn't. Yeah, we did. Now you see the whole page is scrollable. Actually, that's what we want. All right, and if we don't have this one, we still might have error. Let's see. Let's run it from the beginning. Okay, yeah, okay, then we don't need this parameter though. We needed it earlier, I think, with always scrollable physics, but with never scrollable physics, we don't need this thing. So it's working as we expected. Okay, so but if we just make this section scrollable, so this is not a user-friendly page, so that's why we didn't wrap this page view builder around this single child scrollable. Okay, all right. Anyway, so now we'll come over here and let's take care of some tiny issues. Over here we have radius 20, but it doesn't look like radius 20 because we are missing another property. We want to do the fit property over here, so we'll do box fit dot cover. Okay, all right, now it looks like 20. Okay, all right, and over here each of this container, they have left and right padding, and we can left and right margin. Actually, we can also apply another margin over here, which is bottom, and we would do dimensions height 10. Let's see. Yeah, it looks much better now. Okay, yeah, great. So well, here we are good with this scrollable section. Well, so this is the first container, so that shows image in the row, right? Image section. All right, so now here we want to show our text section, our text container. Okay, oh, by the way, we should go ahead and check it on our mobile device over here, which is iPhone 12. So let's go ahead and restart it, and iPhone 12 is over here. Yeah, okay, all right, but we already encounter another problem. If you see, this image's size and this image, they're same. Now that's because over here, okay, we'll take care of it soon, because we need to make this section dynamic, just like we did before over here, set up parameters. Okay, all right, anyway, so now first we'll go ahead and draw the text over here. Okay, well, now for that one, we need another container, and within the container, let's see what do we need. Well, definitely here you see we have a bit of padding over here, right? Yeah, and that's one thing. And you see the container itself has curve over here, or radius. So That's why we would need box decoration. Okay, all right, so we'll go ahead and do it very quickly. So we do decoration and the box decoration and border radius. We do border radius dot circular and dimensions dot radius 20. Okay, and we also need to use color over here. So we can use white color as the background color. So we do color and do colors dot white. Okay, and if you go ahead and save it, definitely you will not see anything. Let's see, in our case iPhone 12, we don't have anything. That's because the container doesn't have any width or height, so we'll just use some dummy data. So 100 and width say 200. Okay, now let's see. Yes, looks like it's already coming out. Okay, now we can see it though over here. Now there are a few problems with this. First thing, this radius over here, we don't want any border radius over here, right? So we need to separate this thing. So we can't really use this property over here. So we do only. Okay, and then I'm sorry, border radius only. Okay, so it takes here some properties. So we'd use top right, and here we'd use radius dot circular, and now here we'll have dimensions and the radius 20. Okay, top right and bottom right. That's what it will do. Circular dimensions dot radius 20. Okay, now you see over here this border radius has been gone. We just left with this section. Okay, all right. Okay, but now there's another problem though. While I don't want to make this width hard-coded, okay, so I want to make it dynamic, which means that it should recite itself based on the container size. Okay, you can't really hard code this width. You can do the height, that's okay, because you don't know exactly where you should stop. Okay, so that's why we want to take it out. But if you take it out, let's see, yeah, it's gone. Okay, so now this is the problem. But now here we can make it natural, which means that I want this container to take all the available space possible. Okay, all right, now that's why we'll wrap it around expanded widget. Okay, now let's go ahead and save it. Now it took all the available space. Now it didn't take this space because we have over here we have this left margin, as you can see. So that's a 20 pixel, and on the right that was 20. So this is the sorry, right margin over here, this one. So this is the 20 pixels. Okay, all right, so if you put a container inside expanded widget, so expanded widget will force the container to take all the available space. Now if we go ahead and check it on iPhone 8, we'll see the same thing. So here we pretty much see the same thing. Okay, all right, so that's working. Okay, now it's time to take care of this column over here, this column section. Okay, all right, now the column itself should be within another widget. I would say that's a padding widget, because here we want to apply a bit of padding. Okay, so first here I'll have child. Let's see, we have to insert the container for that. Okay, so here we'll have child, and I'll use padding. Okay, and within it we'll have padding. Okay, all right, so we'll use add inserts only. Let's see, only. Okay, now here we just want to apply padding to the left. Okay, so we do dimensions dot width 10. Okay, all right. Now here we can use child, and we'll use column and the children. Okay, all right, so far so good. Now definitely we could, for this one, a nutritious fruit meal, whatever it is, let me check on it. Meal in China. Okay, well, that's what I would write over here. So anyway, so here I would reuse our big text widget, which is this one. I'll just simply go ahead and call it big text widget, and over here we need to apply a parameter which is called text, and here I'll write nutritious fruit meal in China. Okay, all right, now I'll go ahead and save it. Now I'll open up my simulator. This is iPhone 8. All right, looks like it's taking all the space. And if we go to iPhone 12, let's refresh it. Which is this one. Okay, so here we have this ... automatically. We have this ... That's because I think previously we have used overflow. Okay, so if the certain text is longer than the container, then we use ... But we can also use fade in. It doesn't really matter. Let me change it to fade. Refresh it. Yeah, so it just faded in. Okay, but I don't like it, so we'll use ellipsis. Now would come over here. Okay, well, so now would go ahead and do this next section. This one. All right, yeah. But now here you see original design, it's cutting off from here. It's not really going too much to the end. That's because we can apply another right padding to it. Okay, and we do dimensions dot with 10. Okay, now I'll save it and I'll watch it on iPhone 12. Now it's looking better. Okay, all right, great. Next, we want to take care of this thing with Chinese characteristics. That's what it says. Now here, I'll do small text for this one. Small text. And here with Chinese characteristics. Yeah, I think that's it. And then what we'll do, we'll go ahead and use this one, but I think previously we have used it somewhere in this same page, so we can just go ahead and copy that. So let me search for it. So I think the word is called normal. Okay, so over here, so this section, what we could do, we could just go ahead and copy that. So we'll copy the whole section and just know where we were. Okay, we are here. All right, so I copied that one and I'll just put it right there. Okay, now I'll save it and run it. Now I will try to view it on iPhone 12. So let's see. So this is what we have here, right? And it looks pretty messed up. Well, but don't worry, we'll take care of this thing. Well, the first thing first, here we want to start everything from this left side. Okay, so we can use this column property over here. So you do cross-axis alignment, and we'll use this property. Okay, yes, it's already looking better. Now we want to center everything, so we'll use here main axis alignment, which is the vertical one, and vertically we want to center all of them. Okay, then we do main axis alignment dot center. Okay, now these are all pretty much centered, but they're still congested. Okay, now that part should be taken care easily. We can just use sized box for that. Okay, now here we'll use width, I think height, and here dimensions, the height 10. We can use this one. Okay, so I'll just copy this one and put it right below it. Okay, now I'll save it, and it's already looking great, isn't it? Okay, and now we'll check the same on iPhone 8. Let's see. So this is iPhone 8. So my iPhone 8 simulator is here. Let's save it, run it. Yes, it's already looking great. All right. Now the other problem that we still didn't solve is the image size issue. Okay. Now image size over here, two sections. We have this image size and this container size. Now if you see that this container looks really good over here, but this container white section doesn't really look that good. It has too much space at the top, right? But it doesn't have. It's perfect. Anyway, so for this one, this height is 100, right? It's hard coded, and over here width and height for this image is also hard coded. So what we could do, we could come over here and we'll declare over here, say list view size. Okay, now here first we'll declare a variable static double list view img. Okay, well in our case they're all going to be square size. Okay, so I'll just use the square size, so I'll use only one. Okay, so that's why list view img size. I think that makes more sense. Now here in this case I'm going to go ahead with screen width. Okay, all right, so you can go with screen height, it doesn't really matter. Okay, because iPhone 8 has smaller screen width, a smaller screen height than iPhone 12. Anyway, so here I have this container image size over here 120. So 390 divided by 120, that's 3.25. So our factor is 3.25. Remember, on iPhone 8, iPhone 12, the screen width is 390. Okay, all right, you can go ahead with height, it doesn't really matter. Now over here we'll use static double, and for this list view text container. Okay, list view text con size. Okay, we do screen width. Now screen width is 390, so we want to divide it by 100, so that should be 3.9. Okay, we'll come over here and we'll just replace them. Okay, so over here we would call dimensions dot list view img size. We'll put it here the same, list view img size, and here put it, but we need to do list view text container size. Okay, now let's go ahead and save it. See the result, and it looks exactly same as this one, yet very proportional, not too big. Now this is our iPhone 12 over here. Okay, now I'll go ahead and run it on iPhone 12, make sure that things as we expected are pretty okay. All right, wow, we are halfway through our project's UI part. Okay, everything is working. Okay, well, one problem that this container, earlier I gave it height 900. I can remove that, but if I remove that I'll have problem. Okay, it's gone, and here in that case I can just completely remove this container. I don't need this, and this one. Okay, now let's go ahead and save it, and we still have problem because if you remove the container you need shrink wrap. Okay, now it's back. Do remember that 900 I used earlier for debugging. Okay, anyway, so I removed that one, and with this we are done with our home page. Okay, well, that's been long hours with the home page, but we learned a lot of things. Well, now we'll go ahead and build this page. Well, here we have these pages, and you can click any of them and you go to a new page. As you go to a new page, you have this related information as well, like this name, image, and things like that. Okay, so this is what we're going to build. Okay, so before we go ahead and build, you see that we will have a background image. Okay, and over here we have this white overlay. So the background image, white overlay, and this icons over here. Well, due to these issues, we have to use stack widget for this screen, the screen we are going to go ahead and build. Okay, so if we use stack widget, we can put one item onto other items, or one image or text onto other items or images. Okay, so this would be built using stack widget. All right, and now would come to our project folder over here. Well, now I think it's time to refactor our project structure a little bit. Now here in the lib folder, I'll create a new folder and I'll call it screens. Okay, all right, or I think I would go with pages. That's what I like. Okay, all right, now I'll drag and drop home directory inside page directory, and on Android Studio it will ask you if we are going to refactor this everything. With this, if I click yes, it will also do the correction for the library import. Okay, that's all. If you're using VS Code, it should have things like this as well, but if it doesn't have, then you need to work on it. All right, so here, because we changed the path, so we need to re-import it, and we need to go at the top over here. Let's see. Okay, so the old one, I can just go ahead and remove that. Okay, all right, and with this we are good. Now if you open up our pages folder, now we have home folder, and within it we have this food page body and main food page. Okay, now for this one we'll create another folder, and here we'll call it food. Okay, now within food we'll create a new directory and we'll call it popular food detail dart. Okay, now this would be a stateless dart class, so we do st and we'll choose stateless. Now here we would do popular food detail. Okay, all right, and I think we need to import some of the libraries from here. Okay, instead of returning a container, here we'll return scaffold. Well, if you just return a container, in general the screen is black. We can prove it, so we'll come over here, and instead of main food page, we'll call here popular food detail, this class, and we'll save it and save it one more time. And now if we come to our iPhone 12 over here, we say it's black, right? Anyway, so we don't want to return a black container, we want to return a scaffold. Scaffold will give us white background color like this. If you save it, you'll see. Now here we'll return body, and within body we'll have stack, and within stack we'll have children, and children takes positioned widget, we know that, and they are used for positioning items or widgets on the screen onto each other. Okay, so over here now if we take a look, so we want to draw this background image first. Okay, now first thing we have to mention the container position, so that's what we'll do first. Left 0 and right 0, so it will start from here and end up over here. Now here we also want to define its width and height, so it is double.max finite. So with this it will take all the available width, and then we'll have height, and we'll do 350 for now, and then we'll do decoration to show the image, and we'll use box decoration, and it has image property which has decoration image, and then image as well, and then asset image. So now within asset image we need to mention the image path, so our image is food01.png, All right, now we'll go ahead and save it, and let's take a look. So here we are on iPhone 8, which looks so here we are on iPhone 12. Now we'll come over here and restart it. Now we see this is iPhone 8. Of course, they look a bit weird. Like here it's not covered completely, but here, because it's small device, is covered. But we can force them to be covered anywhere on any device. So here we'll use a property which is called fit, which has a property called boxfit.cover, this one. Okay. Now as soon as I save it and save it for iPhone 12, you see it's gone. It stays the same for iPhone 8. Okay, now another problem is that this height issue, it should have smaller height because it's a smaller device, so we need to change over here. For this one over here, I need to create a new variable. So popular food over here. Now here we'll declare a new variable and we'll call it static double popular food IMG size, like that. Okay, and we do screen height and divide it by 350, so we get 2.41. So this is our factor. Now what we'll do, come over here and we do dimensions dot over here popular and this one. Okay, now let's save it and look at it, and let's come to iPhone 8. Restart it. Yes, now it looks much smaller and better. Okay, all right. Now here's the thing. So we are done with this first section though. Now we'll go ahead and see how to draw these icons. Now definitely we'll draw the icons here once again as a position widget. Okay, so here we'll have child. Now if you see from this design, we know that they have to be in a row, right? So here we'll have a row widget, and then we have to specify left and right. So we do left 20 and right 20, but we want it to be dynamic, so we do dimensions dot width 20, which we already have it, and here it's the same, so width 20. All right, now here within this row it will take children, but one thing, these icons should be reusable because these icons we'll be using in a lot of other places. So that's why we'll go ahead and create a new icon, a reusable icon class. So here we'll call it app icon.dart. Okay, now this would be a stateless class and we'll call it app icon. Now let's go ahead and import some of the dependencies, the packages. Well, now let's think about it. This icon, what should be usable, reusable, and what are the parameters that we should pass? Definitely we'll have this background color, the icon and icon color, the background size, and icon size, hopefully. So over here, first we'll go ahead and start with icon data, and here I will call it icon, and then we'll declare another variable. We'll call it color, and it would be background color. And then we'll have another variable for color. It should be icon color, and once again we'll have another variable. We'll call it double, and it will be size. Okay, all right, now over here we'll come over here. Well, only required parameter is icon in this case. Let us remove this one. Okay, now others are all optional. Background color, this dot icon color, and this dot size. Now the default size is 40 in our case. Okay, or actually we can use 45. So in our case that is dimensions so in our case it's 40. Now the icon color itself, okay, so we need to pass a const color because it's a default color. So here we do OX FF756D54. So that's the icon color. And for background color, we do the same. Const color OX FF FC F4E4. Okay, so these are the colors. All right. Okay, now we don't mention this in our app colors because we learned that we can't really use dynamic digit or numbers here. It has to be constant color as a default value. Okay, so that's why we can't import here anything from app colors. We learned it before. Anyway, so now I'll come over here. Now first thing first, so here we'll have width. So width is size, and then we'll have height. Height is size 2. And now over here we'll have decoration. We'll do box decoration, and then border radius dot circular, and it will be size by 2. So whatever the size we pass, so divided by 2, then that would make it a circle, right? And then we'll have color, and the color should be background color. Okay, now after this we'll go ahead and try to draw our icon. Now icon should be a child over here inside the container. Now we call this icon constructor, and all we need to do, pass this icon parameter, which we already have it over here, and then we have to pass the color. Now that is icon color, and then the size. Well, for now size is 16. All right, so with this we are done building our reusable app icon. So all we need to do, come over here and call it. So we do app icon. Now here all it needs just an icon. Others are all optional. So we do icons dot arrow back iOS, this one. So we'll save it, and if I go to iPhone 8, so which is this one, I see it over here. But now here is this top issue problem, so we can take care of that. So you do top. Now we can do top 45. It will come down, but I think we also have a variable which is height 45, so we can use that one. So it's done based on device height, right? Okay, now definitely we can reuse this one more time. Now here this time the icon is different. It should be shopping icon. Okay, all right, let's go ahead and draw it. So we save there, but now these two are together and we don't want them to be together, so we can separate them. So we would do main axis alignment dot space between. So because this is a row, this is the main axis, space between, put them too far apart. Okay, all right, now it's already looking better. Now it does look like not at the center, but this is the default status of this icon. Okay, it's pretty centered. Okay, so yeah, now if we go ahead and check our iPhone 12 over here, so which is this one, and it's already looking great, but now here we do have a bit of problem. Now the size should be more suitable, and for that one we'll use the same approach that we have used throughout our app. So now here, so we'll define a new icon size. So this icon size is 16, so we get a factor of 52.75. so here we do 52.75. all right, so this is the icon size, and now we'll come over here, and instead of 16 we would do dimensions dot icon size 16. Okay, now let's save it. We are here, and now let's check it on iPhone 8. So here we are, iPhone 8. Okay, now on iPhone 8 it's a little smaller, and iPhone 12 it's a little bigger. Okay, that's perfect. Okay, now we are done with that section. Now we'll go ahead and draw this one, this white background. Okay, Well, for drawing this white background, first we need to come over here, and over here we'll have another positioned widget. So let's go ahead and create a positioned widget, and now here we'll have here child, and child as a container. Well, every time we use container, there's one big reason that we can apply padding and margin. Okay, well, now here actually this part is a little over above this image. Okay, so that's one thing we need to take care. But apart from that, it starts from 0, and right side is also at 0. Okay, so you do left 0 and right 0. Okay, all right. And now here for the top part, what we'll do, we'll get this dimensions first. Dot let's see, popular food size image, and we'll start it from there at first, and then we see what we could do. And for over here, child, you can apply a bit of padding so that inside the container we create some empty space here. So you do edge inserts and only. Now here left. Now we are always using dimensions 20, so that's what we would do with 20, and right with dimensions dot with 20, and the top is the same. Now that's the dimensions dot height 20. Okay, well, now other thing we see that we need this border. Okay, so that's why we use decoration and the box decoration, and here border radius dot circular, and here we would use dimensions dot radius 20, and here we'll have color, and we'll use colors dot white. Okay, well, so far so good, and now we'll go ahead and restart our app. So now we are on iPhone 8, so we'll go ahead and see how it looks like on iPhone 8. So iPhone 8 should be somewhere here. Yes, well, it's there, but we still don't see it, like the curved and things like that. That's because it started right at that spot. Okay, and well, if you say decrease the height a little bit, the top section, you see it goes up. All right, yeah, otherwise it starts below. Now of course we don't have any content, so it's not visible. Okay, but it started right there. Yeah, so that's one thing, because we don't have content, so we don't see anything. Well, the first thing first, we need to get some content for this, and of course the content is coming according to this design. But for this design, actually we have done this work in our other Dart file, and I think that was for our home section over here, main food page. So here we have this I think the file name is food page body over here, and now here we have this section, I believe that's inside this, and over here this column section. Okay, so this is the section that we could go ahead and copy and put it there. So I'll copy this one, and then we'll come over here, Okay, and inside this container, right after decoration, we'll put it as a child. Okay, and we'll put it there. We'll open it, and we need to import some of the libraries. Okay, and let's see over here as well. Okay, well, all the errors are gone. Now let's go ahead and save it and see the result. And here, this is iPhone 8. Okay, now while we do have this white color, that's because we have white background, which is coming over here. But now, because we want to achieve this result just like this, so right now we are starting right after this height, but we want to go up a little bit. So now we do say -20. Now as you go up, you see your border is obvious. Okay, so that's what I was talking about. Well, of course, it's not taking this complete height, but we can force it because we are inside this positioned widget. So over here we could do bottom, and we could do bottom 0. All right, yeah, now it took the complete height. Okay, so within it, actually we can set a different color over here. Instead of white, let's see, we do red. Now you can see that it took the complete color, right? Okay, all right, but now over here, instead of being circular in every direction, we need to be just in 2 directions. So we do only. Now here we would do top right, border radius dot circular dimensions dot radius 20. Let's see. Okay, that is just radius. Okay, and then we'll have top left and radius dot circular over here dimensions dot radius 20. Okay, now if we go ahead and change the color, you'd see now it's perfect, these 2 sizes, these 2 edges. Okay, so that means it's working. But anyway, we'll fall back to white color. Okay, well, now seeing this section, after this, actually we could do one thing. We can just go ahead and create this section as reusable. Okay, so well, this section we are using over here, and as well as I think we used it over here, so we can make it as a reusable section. So here we'll create a new Dart class, and we'll name it column, app column dot Dart. Okay, and here first we'll create a stateless class, and we'll call it app column. Okay, all right, now we need to import some of the libraries. We'll do that. Now we'll come over here and we'll cut this one, and then within this app column file we'll just put it there. And of course we need the dependencies here. Now we'd come over here and simply call app column. Now, well, we save it and we'll see it's working. Now, the same would go over here, our food page body. So here we'll call app column and we're good. Okay, so now this way it became more simpler and readable. Now, one thing though, like this text has to be dynamic, so we need to pass it down. At least the name we can change dynamically based on whatever you pass, based on that one. So that's why here we'll create a variable and we'll call it final string text. And over here we do required this dot text. And instead of doing hard-coded one, here we do text, whatever we pass down. And for now, everything else could stay the same. So, well, if we made changes over here, now we need to come over here and make changes, otherwise we'll get error. So here we do Chinese side, save it, and over here it's the same. Okay, we do Chinese side. Okay, and we need the property which is called text. Let's save it, and everything's working pretty fine. Now there's one issue though. If you see over here, this is the title text. Now this title text is a little bigger and bigger font, okay? But now here, if we see our app column, now within app column we have this big text. The big text is using actually pretty much fixed size over here, because if we don't pass anything, then we use font size 20, right? Yeah. But actually for this one we want to pass a text, but we also want to pass a text that is dynamic. Okay, so that one we want to pass. So for this reason we'll come over here and we'll find our dimensions file, and over here we'll create a new text font size, okay, which is this one, font size. So here I'll go ahead and just simply copy that, and I'll create font size 26. For font size 26, we are using screen height, so the factor is 32.46. Okay, now over here, let's come to this widget. Now for the big text, from here actually we can pass a font size or size down. Okay, so what we do dimensions dot font 26. Okay, now we'll look at our phone, which is iPhone 8. Now it looks a little bigger, and we'll run it on iPhone 12. Right now iPhone 12, I didn't refresh anything, so this is iPhone 12. Let's refresh it, and we see it's a little bigger over here. So hopefully it looks much better. Okay, so do remember that size is an optional parameter which we have seen early, like over here. So whatever you pass, if you pass that one, that would be used. Okay, otherwise we use the default one, which is 20. Anyway, so this section has been done pretty well. Now we need to go ahead and work on this one and this one. Well, of course, working on this one would be a breeze, pretty easy. So what we'll do, we'll come over here and over here. Now the problem is, so inside this container we have this child, but it's taking this app column. Now app column is wrapped inside column, so we can't really put introduce directly over here. What we need to do, we need to cut this one and create another column over here and put here it as a child. Okay, and then we want to put this introduce. Okay, now for this one, what I'll do, I'll just call big text. Okay, and over here I would write introduce. Okay, and I'll go ahead and save it. So now let's go ahead and check on our device. So yes, it's okay. But now here we can change some of the properties. So here what we'll do, we'll use cross-axis alignment property and cross-axis alignment dot start. So it started from the beginning. Now over here between these two, we want to create a certain distance, and we'll use sized box, and here we'll use height and dimensions dot height 20. Now we'll go ahead and draw this bottom bar or this bottom section. Well, to do that, actually we can use our stack widget, which we already have one over here. I'm sorry, not stack, a scaffold. So we should use our scaffold widget. Now we know that scaffold has a property body and bottom navigation bar. So that's what we're going to use, bottom navigation bar, and we'll wrap everything inside a container. That's because we are going to apply this top margin, bottom margin, and left and right padding or margin like that. Okay, and first thing that it will have a height, so that's what we'll define. So you do 120, and after that we want to apply padding to our container. Okay, and padding should be just because to put everything in the middle. Okay, yeah, so here we do edge insets dot only. Okay, and now here top, for top we'll use dimensions dot height. Let's see, what do we have? So we have 30, and for bottom we'll use the same one, dimensions dot height 30, and for left we'll use 20, so we do dimensions dot width 20, and for right we'll use the same, dimensions dot width 20. All right, okay, and now we can also use a color, but to be able to use a color we need to use decoration, because you see we have border. Okay, so now we'll go ahead and use decoration. You do box decoration, and here we'll use border radius. Now border radius dot only, because not every sections, just top sections will apply border. So here we do top left radius dot circular. Now here dimensions dot radius 20, but actually we want to use 40, so we multiply it by 2, and top right, here's the same thing, radius. Okay, here I have an error. Circular and dimensions dot radius multiplied by 2. Now we can use the color, so we'll use color over here inside this decoration. Now we use app colors dot button background color. Well, this is a color that we have in our app colors file. Now we'll save it. We'll come over here and we'll look at our iPhone 12 Pro, which is over here, and we see that this is our border and it's already showing up pretty much over there. Okay, all right, but we do see a bit of issue that we have this edges over here and the color is a bit different. Now that's because our background might have a different color. For scaffold might have a different background color, but we can override it, so we can set it to white. Now you see it's more clear. Okay, all right, so that problem has gone. Okay, well, now if we see over here, this 2 should be in a row. Okay, so inside this container we want to have a child, so that's what we'll do, and then we'll have a row section. All right, and now within row, this is our first child and this is our second child, but of course first child also is a container. As you can see, it has this border, so we have to apply a container. Okay, so we do children, and within it we'd call container widget. Okay, all right, now container widget over here, we could apply color to it. Well, in that case we need to use decoration and box decoration first, and border radius dot circular. Now here we would use dimensions dot radius 20. That's what we want to use, and then we'll use color for it, and we'll do colors dot white. Okay, all right, now here we want to use another row, because we have this minus, plus, and minus, minus, 0, and plus. Okay, so now here in the child section we would use another row, and here it would be children. Okay, now here we'll use icon, so icons dot, first one is remove. Okay, all right, now we can use color for this. We'd use app colors dot sign colors. Okay, so we have this color in our app colors file, and then we'll use over here, this is as a big text. Okay, text for now it's 0, and then we'll use another icon, and icons dot add, that's what we'll use, and the color is the same, and app colors dot sign color. Okay, now we'll go ahead and save it and see the result. So we should be on iPhone 12, so let's check it out. So here we are. Well, this is not what we expected, but we can do it much better. Now here we insert this container. So for this container, actually we can apply padding. Okay, so that's what we'll do. So we do padding, add inserts only, and let's see, well, definitely we could do top, and now dimensions height set 20. Okay, and bottom same, we do dimensions dot height 20, and left dimensions dot width 20. The right is the same, dimensions dot width 20. Okay, now let's go ahead and save it and see. Yes, now it looks much better. Well, of course over here we can create a bit of distance. So here we do sized box, and here we do width, and we do have dimensions dot width 10. Do we have width 10? Well, we have width 10, but we don't want to apply 10, we want to apply 5. Okay, so divided by 2. And let's come over here, we'll do size box, the same thing. So width dimensions dot width by 2. All right, and now let's save it, and it's looking much better. Okay, hopefully it makes sense that how it works. Okay, so that's the first container, and which is showing this one, and which is exactly same as this one. Okay, let's go ahead and compare. Yes, they're exactly the same. All right, now over here we'll go ahead and draw the other section, which is this one. So for that one, once again we would use container widget, and here, well, we'll have color definitely, but to be able to apply color we need to use decoration. We do box decoration and border radius. So radius 20, and then color we do app colors dot main color. Okay, all right, and we also want to use a child over here, and for now the child is a big text, and here say $10, and we would say add to cart, like that. And we need this text property, otherwise we'll get error. Let's go ahead and save it and see the result. And here, of course, this is not what we want. First thing, we can change the color, so we'd use colors.white, because we know that in big text we can send the color. All right, now here, same as this one, we need to apply this padding, so we can just go ahead and copy this one, and we'll put it there, and it looks much better. Well, now they're too close to each other, these two containers. Okay, so when we do that we can push it to the left and the right side. So what do we do here? We use the main axis alignment property, and we do main axis alignment dot space between. Okay, perfect. It looks perfectly fine. So with this we are almost done here, and next we have to check this on iPhone 8. Okay, so these are iPhone 8. Yes, it's iPhone 8, and we'll restart it. Let's go ahead and see. Well, this section is quite okay over here, but now this height is not that proportionate. Okay, so we want to take care of that one. Now once again, this height was coming from here, which is 120. So we would go to our dimensions file over here. Here I will create a new section. Now I'll call it bottom height, and here create a new variable, static double bottom height bar, and then we'll do screen height. And now here we have to get the factor. So 844 divided by 120, so 703. So our factor is 7.03. Okay, so we'll come over here and just replace that one. Dimensions bottom height bar. Let's save it. Yes, it looks much better. Okay, and let's see what else. I think that's it. So far it looks good. Next we'll see how to put the text over here. Okay, well, to draw the text over here, first we understand the text component over here. Okay, so this is our text component, and we can collapse it, we can scroll through it, and we can uncollapse it. So here it doesn't look that simple. It's just not a text, it's a scrollable collapsible text. Okay, so that's what we want to do. Well, now first over here, so we'll have a text, we'll pass a text to a text widget. That means we are going to have to build a text widget. Okay, and after building the text widget, we'll pass a text to the text widget, and that text widget would be responsible for counting how long is this text. And if it's too long, then we'll hide some of it, and if it's not too long, then we'll just show it completely. Okay, so what we'll do, we'll set up a restriction that how many text should be visible at the first time. Okay, so we'll have a certain length or height. Actually, we'll take the screen height, and when it's more than that certain length, say for example 200, if the height is more than 200, then we'll just hide the text, okay, the rest of the text. So here we are going to use screen height, certain height, and the text length. These two things we are going to compare. If text length is more than the screen height, then part of the text would be hidden, and then once we click on that, that would be opened. So saying that, we'll have two conditions. Either the text is too long or too short. If it's too short, we'll just show it. If it's too long, first we'll show the half, and then we'll show the rest. Okay, to show the rest, we'll have a button in a row. Okay, so here we have this show more, and here we have this button, so it's clickable. And here you see it's also changed its direction. Okay, so saying that one, this kind of text would be also in a column format. Okay, in the column, the first section would be the text section, and the next child would be this button section, but the button itself should be in a row as well. Okay, so this two, because you see in the button we'll have our text and the icon as well. Okay, so first thing we need to do, we need to go ahead and build our text widget. Well, to do that, I'll come over here, and within this widget over here I will create a new file, and I'll call it expandable text widget. Okay, like that. And here we'll create a Dart file. I'll close this one, and here because we are going to click on a button, so it is clickable, right? So the UI is redrawable on this page. So that's why we're gonna create a stateful class, okay, instead of a stateless class. Because if we create a stateful class, we can use our setState function. Okay, setState function just works in stateful class. Anyway, so here we'll call it the class name expandable text widget. Okay, all right, so let's go ahead and import some of the libraries. Okay, all right, so now over here we want to pass a text from this class over here. Okay, actually right there. So right now we have these three sections over here. Do you remember that? So the first one is background image, right? And the second one over here is showing these two icons, right? So icon widget over here, and here we have this pretty much like introduction about the food, introduction of food, like that. Okay, so here we'll do expandable text widget. Okay, that's what we'll do over here. So right over here we'll call it. So once we call it, we'll pass text to it. Okay, we'll pass a long text. So we'll come over here. So we want to pass a text. To do that, we need to first declare a variable. So we do final string text over here, and now this would be a required one. Okay, so let's go ahead and add this keyword. Okay, we are good. Well, After that, we need to come over here, and over here we'll create two new variables, and we'll define them as late. So the first one is string type, and that would be the first half of the text, and we'll create another late string variable, so we'll call it second half. Okay, all right. Now we are going to use late because we are going to initialize them later. Okay, so whatever the text we get, based on that we'll initialize this to text, so that's why you mark it late. If you don't mark it late, you're going to have to initialize them immediately. Okay, all right. Well, now after that we'll also have a variable, a boolean, so here we'll call it bool. Now its name is hidden text. So generally we'll set it as a true, because first time when we have a long text, part of the text would be hidden, and we'll use a boolean as a true for that. Okay, so at the same time we also need to initialize over here, initialize certain conditions. Okay, well, for that one we'll initialize another variable, and we'll call it text height. Okay, we'll do double text height, and right here we'll initialize it. So over here we do dimensions. Okay, dimensions dot say screen height, and we'll use a factor 5.63. okay, so it's more like over here a little more than 100. It's a little more than 100, so this will return a little more than 100. So this is the height we are going to use. So if the total text length is more than around like 200 or something like that, then we'll hide the rest of the text. So this is called text height. Now regarding this solution, actually there are many different ways you can do it, but the one I'm going to use is the simplest one. Otherwise the coding would be really long and too much logic is there. So this is the simplest approach I'm using the text number of letters I have with the text height. This is not, I wouldn't say this is the best solution, but it works. Okay, anyway, so this is the variable that I've created, and then I want to create one state method, init state method. So we do override, and here we'll have void init state. Okay, and now here we have to do super dot init state. Okay, all right, now here we'll do some conditional check. Okay, now do remember this text would be passed from this class or any other class, and after that it would be initialized here, and then I take it in init state over here, and I can do some interesting things. Okay, so I can check the length of this text. That's what we're going to do. So here I'll set up a condition. I'll do widget dot text. Now here we'll take the length of it. So if the length is more than this length, which is text widget, that means that whatever the text was given, it would surpass this height. Okay, all right. In that case, we'll split the text in two sections, first half and second half. Why? The first half will be shown on the screen immediately, and second half would be hidden. So that's why we need to separate this text in two sections. Okay, now here we do first half. Okay, all right, now here we do widget dot text dot substring. So here we'll start from 0, and here text height to int. Okay, all right, so that's the first section, and let's go ahead for the second section. Over here once again widget dot text dot substring. Now here we'll start from text height to string to int, sorry, +1. Now here widget dot text dot length. Okay, well, now here we have too much information, and let me explain what is happening over here. So we check the length of the text, whether it's more than like this amount, which is around 100 or 200, it doesn't really matter. So now what I will do, from the whole text, I will try to take certain amount. So the length, the height amount of text. So it will start from 0. Say, for example, you have a text like, I love Flutter, Laravel, and Golang. Okay, now here we want to set a condition that if this text length is more than 30, in our case, if it's more than 30, so over here I will set the text height as 30. So this length is more than 30. Okay, it's like that. So that 30, first 30 I'll put over here, and then in that case I'll start from 0. So this would be 0. Say, for example, 30 is up to here. Okay, so I will take this amount. So substring means take the text and cut from it certain part. Okay, and over here we'll starting from 0 and ending at this. Now once again, this is the length coming from here, so it's based on calculation. Okay, so just an example, hopefully it makes sense. All right, I'll put it back. Now the second half, hopefully it will start from here. Okay, from the next one. So that's why we'll take +1 over here, and then we'll go to the complete length of the text. So the text may be, say, length of 50. So first 30 I'll put it in first half, and second 20 we'll put in second half. Okay, so hopefully it makes sense. Well, if the text is not that long, that means that it's short text. So what I will do, I'll go ahead and put it in first half. Okay, first half equal whatever the text was given, so widget.text. Okay, but now as I said that it's a late variable, so they have to be initialized before they are used. So now here I'm either way, first half is initialized, but for the second one we could do second half equal empty. Okay, so it's null, nothing. But if you keep like that, it is totally null, and at the runtime we'll have error. And with this one, it's just empty, not null. So once you declare a variable using late in Dart, you have to initialize it before you use it. Either it's empty or whatever it is, but it has to be initialized somehow. Okay, hopefully it makes sense. So now we are over here in the container. Okay, well, the first thing we'll do, we'll create a child over here, and we'll just pass the text. Okay, and how could we do that? Well, before we go ahead and use the text over here, we can do a conditional check. We'll do based on second half. Second half is empty. If it's empty, that means that the text is really not that long. Okay, yeah, so in that case we'll just go ahead and use the text. Okay, so here we'll pass the text in our small text widget, okay, which we already have. So here we do small text. Okay, this one, and here we'll use the text, whatever the text was given. So here we'll do first half. Okay, well, otherwise we'll do a different thing over here. Okay, for now I'll just put here container. Okay, so what is happening here? So if second half is empty, that means the text is not that long. So I'm using the first half because second half has nothing. So everything has put into the first half, right? Okay, so if the text is too small, I mean the length, so we use over here, come over here and use the text. Otherwise we'll fall back to this condition. Of course you can't use container is empty, right? So we can't use that one. So over here we'll use a column widget. Okay, remember, as I said earlier, if the text is too long, we have to use a column, and the column, the first section will show this text, and in the second section we'll show this button over here in a row. Okay, so that's what we're going to do now. So here we'll have children. Okay, all right. Now over here we need to do another conditional check inside this text. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll copy this one over here and I'll put it there. So here we need to use a conditional statement. Well, we'll show the text, okay, but based on what? Based on this boolean. Okay, well, we said that initially first time it would be true, right? Anyway, so here I would write hidden text. If it's true, then I will show this text over here and with this 3 dots. Okay, so here I'll write first half plus ... Okay, so here I'm connecting two texts together. Remember, first half will have a text and then we are adding these 3 dots using plus. So in Dart you can connect to string using plus. Okay, otherwise what I'll do, I will come over here and show first half plus second half. Okay, hopefully it makes sense. So what's happening once again? So we are going to use small text. If the text is too long, we fall back to this categories, not over here. But even if we are in the second condition, but as a default setup, we are just going to show the first half plus the 3 dots. Okay, because at that time, at first, hidden text is true, right? Okay, anyway, so that's what's gonna happen. And next we're gonna create a button over here right below this text, regardless it's the first text or first text plus second half. Okay, it doesn't really matter. So here we'll create a button, and for the button I'll use inkwell. Okay, now inkwell takes on tab property. For now I'll keep it empty, and within it I'll have a child, and inside the child I'll have a row. Okay, and then I'll have children as well. Okay, now the first one is a text over here, right? Okay, so here I'll just simply write small text. Okay, and I'll pass over here show more. Okay, all right, so that's one. And at the same time I think we can use also color over here. So we use app colors dot main color. Okay, all right, and then we're going to use this icon over here. Okay, all right, so we'll just go ahead and just simply call icons dot, I think this one, and then we can also specify color for it. So we'll use app colors dot main color. Okay, well, hopefully it makes sense. All right, okay, so now we'll go ahead and come to our popular for section over here, and we'll try to put it here. But earlier I think I made a mistake. It's not outside of this position widget. Actually it should be inside this position widget. Okay, from here, because we already have a column inside it, because everything over here belongs to this position widget. Okay, all right, so we'll put that section expandable text widget over here. So we'll write over here expandable text widget, and we'll pass a text to it. Text to it, and I'll copy it a few times. Okay, now I'll go ahead and restart our app. So I'm on iPhone 8 right now, so that's what it looks like. Okay, but of course it doesn't work like that. But what I could do, I could just remove part of it, and we'll see whether these buttons are visible or not. Okay, so it's a pretty long text over here, so I'll cut this one. I'll just save this one. In that case, let's see. Okay, one more time. We are on iPhone 8, and let's check the condition over here. So what is the condition? Is the second half empty Well, now let's restart our app and let's see. Okay, because this is inside init state, so first time it has been initiated, so unless you restart your app, it won't show like this. Okay, now I'll come over here and I'll put it back and I'll restart it. But of course, because this widget's text has been calculated inside init state, right? So we need to restart it. Now we'll see it's there. Anyway, so while hopefully we understand that how it's working. Now over here, we want to change this flag. Once we click on this, we want it to be expanded with the text. Okay, so we need to toggle this hidden text value. Okay, so over here we'll just do that. Okay, so here we do set state. This one, set state is used for triggering redraw based on certain variable value change. Okay, so here we do hidden text, and every time you toggle on it, we'll do the opposite. Okay, so earlier if it was true, then let's see. Okay, because remember first time it is true, so once you click on this button, which is this one over here, it will become false. While if it is false, then remember we'll fall back to this condition over here. If it is false, we'll show the second half, right? Okay, so I'll save it. Let's click on this. Yeah, now it looks like we do have a bit of overflow over here, and we'll take care of that soon, but don't worry. Now well, I think we can take care of that one first. So to do that, this widget over here, because we want to make it scrollable. Okay, so we need to wrap it around a certain widget, which is called single child scroll view. That's what we would do. So over here I'll write single child scroll view. Okay, now single child scroll view doesn't work alone inside a column. You need to wrap it around another widget. That's called expanded widget. Okay, so I'll wrap it around expanded widget. Expanded. Okay, so if you want to make a certain section of your column scrollable, you need expanded and single child scroll view together. Okay, so I'll save it, and we say it's already gone. Now let's open it. You can scroll it. Okay, without this tool, the scrollable is not possible now. So it's working, and you click on this, it'll collapse itself. Okay, so that's how it works. Now over here, there are a few other things that we could take care. Definitely the first thing, the icon itself. So we want to change the icon. All right, so well, now over here, the icon, I'll cut it and I'll do a conditional check. If hidden true, then this one, so which is the initial condition. Otherwise we want to arrow drop, I think, up. Let's see if we have an icon like this. No, we don't have. So we'll search for an icon over here. Arrow up. Let's see, upward. Yes, we do have drop up. Okay, all right. So as the state change, we want to change the icon direction as well. Okay, so you see it's already changed automatically. Now it changes over here as well. Okay, all right. Okay, now another issue that it's too close to it, so we want to create a bit of distance. Now over here, we would just simply go ahead and call this one size box 20. Okay, all right. Okay, it looks better. And a few other issues that over here we are facing right now. So this text is too small, so that's one thing we want to take care. While previously, I think let's see where we are right now. So this expandable text widget over here. Now inside we have the small text. Okay, now over here actually we can pass, let's see, if you hover over on it, as you can see, we can pass a certain size to it, right? So that's what we want to do. So the default size is 12. Now let's go ahead and check it. So default size is 12. Okay, so from here we can send a text size. So say for example we want to make it 18 pixel, right? So we can change it, and well, if we come over here, our dimensions file over here, which is this one. Now over here we do have a certain font size, so we do have 20 or we have 26, but looks like we can't use any of them. So if we're going to use a new one, so we have to create a new one over here. So what I'll do, I'll go ahead and create a new one over here, right over here. So we do static double font 16, and then we would have screen height. Now let's calculate the factor. So 844 divided by 16, and that is 52.7. Okay, so here we would do 52.75. okay, all right. Now we'll come over here. Let's see, we don't need this one, we can close this one as well. Okay, so over here we'll pass a text size. So we do size, and we do dimensions dot font 16. Let's see. Okay, all right, so it's a little bigger now. And over here we need to do the same thing. So here we do size, dimensions dot font 16. Okay, now we know that we can also specify the color. So we don't want this color for the text, we want a bit of different color. So let's see, so we'll start from here over here. So we'll use the color over here, and then we will use app colors dot let's see, text color. So let's go ahead with this one, or we have another one which is called paragraph color. Yes, this one. So this is what we wanted. Okay, all right, so we need to pass the same one to our small text over here. Okay, all right. And another issue we can also solve, this is a little densely over here. So we can also send height over here. So we do height 1.8. okay, now it looks much better and more readable. Okay, hopefully it makes sense. All right, so it's already working, and we have built a beautiful page over here. So we are done with 2 pages, and next we'll see how to build another page, which is coming from here. It would be more like this one. Okay, all right. So a lot of the item that we built before, like this ideas, a lot of them we can actually copy from the earlier pages. Okay, now this page would look like this. Okay, so a bit of scrollable. Okay, well, now here we'll see how to achieve this result, and this result is achieved using custom scroll view. And a custom scroll view has special effect like this one, or like certain part you scroll, or expandable header section like that. Okay, well, to do that we'll come over here, and within our food folder we'll create a new file, and we'll call it recommended food detail. Okay, and over here we'll create a stateless class, and we'll call it recommended food detail. Okay, all right, now we need to import the necessary libraries. Okay, well, now here we'll return scaffold, and within scaffold we'll have body. Within body we'll return custom scroll view. Okay, well, now custom scroll view, it takes slivers, so we'll go ahead and declare slivers. Okay, Now, what is slivers? Well, slivers are a special widget that has special effects. Okay, you can understand like this. Like this is a sliver over here because it has a special effect. As you can see, it disappears slowly, and it has a color, whatever color you want to define. And actually, this is also sliver here, this body section. Okay, because it can scroll through, but of course we can do much more. All right, yeah. So here we have two sliver component. One is this one and another is this one. So slivers property over here, it takes a list of slivers. Okay, so first sliver we are going to use, that's called sliver app bar. Okay, so sliver app bar. Okay, now sliver app bar has a property called flexible space. So that's one we're going to use. So flexible spacebar. Now why we are going to use this, because we want to have this background image. Okay, now we want to have this background image and slowly disappear it and show a certain color. That's what we want. Okay, so that's why we are going to use flexible spacebar. Now it has a property called background. Okay, background takes actually image. So here we do image.asset. Now here we need to mention the image path. So here we do our images all are in assets folder, inside that image folder, and inside it food 0.png. So this is the image we are going to use. So you can use whatever image you want, and make sure that you type in the image path correctly. So here we'd use our additional properties. One of the property is width. Now here we want the image to take the complete width, so max finite. And after that, what we'll do, we'll come to our main file over here. Instead of popular, we'll write here recommended. All right, yeah, and make sure that you import it. I think I might have a typo over here. Let's see, recommend. Well, I think it should be ed. I'm sorry. So I'll just copy this one, put it right there, and over here I'll put the same. Okay, all right. So anyway, so I'll come over here, and now I'll save it, and I'll run it on, say, iPhone 12 over here. So let's see, where is my iPhone 12? So this is my iPhone 12 over here, and definitely this is not what we expected. Okay, but at least we can say things. So we want it to take the complete space. Okay, the width. All right, but it's not, because it's missing a property called box fit. So box fit.cover, now it will force it to be as a container. All right, now, well, we saw early that we want to achieve this result, this height. Okay, now this is called expandable height, which could be expanded. Okay, yeah, so that's what we want to achieve. So here there is a property called expanded height, and for now I'll put it 300, and we'll come over here. We already see that it's expanded. Okay, so when it expands up to 350. So that's why it's called expanded height. Okay, and you can already see that you can squeeze it or scroll it. But if we are going to achieve this result, now we need to have some more slivers within this slivers list. Okay, and then they'll all scroll together. Okay, and this special effect. So we want to use another sliver, but that sliver will put inside the body section of the screen, inside the body of custom scroll view. And that kind of sliver, one of them is sliver to box adapter. So as you can see, this sliver, it adapts inside a box. Okay, or inside custom scroll view. Okay, so now here it takes a child, and now in our case the child could take any kind of text over here. And now for this text itself, what I'll do, I'll come over here and copy this long text. Okay, I'll copy it from here, and let's see, I'll put it there. I think I need to put inside this thing, and I'll put it a few times. So it is really a long text, as you can see from here. I'll go ahead and copy it, and I'll check it on my phone. Okay, now it's already there. As you can see, that's a scrollable. Okay, now with this we are already getting better. Now a few other things that we can take care. Now we want it to stack over here. Okay, so there is a property which is called pinned. Now over here I'll use it as a true. Okay, all right, now it can expand up to 300, and when it gets pinned we have this certain height. Okay, and at the same time we can use this another property which is called background color. And for background color I'll use a custom color. You can use any color you want. So app colors.yellow color. Okay, now it's yellow because I want to stick to my design. Now there's another thing that I want to achieve like this one over here, as you can see. Okay, so I want to achieve this kind of bar over here, regardless you want this with this background, I mean this border or not, but I want to achieve this result. Okay, now to do that we have to use another property which is called preferred size. Okay, inside bottom property. So bottom takes preferred size widget, so that's what we're going to use. Okay, now it has a property. Let's see another preferred size inside preferred size. So here actually pretty much you mention the size that you want. So you'd use size dot from height, and we'll use 20 over here. And I think it takes another child over here, and as a child for now I'll just pass a random text over here, and I'll call it sliver app bar. Okay, now I'll come to my phone over here, which is this one. Okay, now I'll save it and see the result. Okay, so it took some space over here. Okay, well, I mean it didn't really take space, it just showed up over here. Okay, now of course you can do 0. All right, now it's still there. Okay, we can do much more than this, because this is just text over here, right? But we want it to have a background color. So for that one, actually what I'll do, I'll use a container. Okay, now container I'll use, say, color. We do colors.white. Okay, all right, and it looks like it's gone. Okay, yeah. Now of course, because we don't have anything as a child over here, so we'll pass a text over here, and now I will say sliver app bar, because just now we didn't have any content, so it was gone. Now it showed up once again. Now here, let's see, we can use other property which is called width. So we'll use double dot max finite. So it will take the complete space over here, and it's already looking better. And as well as over here, inside the container, we can use another property which is called padding. And here we do edge insets only. Now here I'll do top 5 and say bottom 10. Okay, so it's looking already better. Okay, and over here we want to center this, so I'll wrap it around center widget, so it would be centered. So it's already centered. Okay, all right, and it's already looking great. Now of course I don't want to use this text over here. I want to use our custom text, which is big text. Okay, and here I'll have a different name over here. I'll say Chinese side, and that's it. Okay, yeah. Now for this one I can use a different font, different size. Okay, because I think it's too small. You can use whatever size you want. Okay, now here we would do dimensions font 26, because we know that in our dimensions file we have all the font size saved. Okay, all right, so it's already looking bigger. Okay, all right. Now for the container itself, we can also apply a bit of margin. So here we do margin. Okay, now for margin we would do edge insets only. Now here we'll have left, and for left we'll have dimensions dot width 20 and right dimensions dot width 20. Okay, all right. Oops, I'm sorry, this shouldn't be applied here by mistake. I'll cut that and I'll save it. Actually, I wanted to apply it over here. Now, to be able to apply it over here, we need to wrap things around a container. Okay, well, we'll do that. Let's see. Yes. Anyway, so now I'll come over here. So there is a bit of problem though. Now, as you see, it's not as big as before. So here, let's see, try 20. So it came down a little bit. Okay, and this is what we want to actually achieve. Okay, so that's the preferred size. So you can use extra size if you think you are not satisfied. Okay, so if you take it out, so it goes up 20 pixels. If you put it back, it comes down a lot of pixels, I guess. Anyway, so now the next thing we want to achieve is this result, these two icons. Okay, so that's what we want to achieve over here. Now for that one, we can use another property within Sliver app, which is called a title, and title takes actually widget, any kind of widget. So within it, we'll use our children. Now here I could go ahead and simply put any icons. So icons say whatever the icon you want, and that would definitely show up. Let's go ahead and check it. So it's iPhone 12, and as you can see, it's already there. Okay, yes. Now, of course, this is not the icon we want. We already have our custom icon, so that's what that one we'll use. Okay, app icon. Let's see this one. Okay, now here all we need to do, pass the icon name. So icons dot well, we do have this clear. Okay, this is what we'll use, and it'll show up over here, and it's a beautiful icon. And then we'll use another icon, so app icon. Here icons dot shopping. Let's see what shows up. So we'll use this one. Okay, all right. Okay, so these two icons are together, so we'll use a property of row, which is called main axis alignment. So we do main axis alignment dot space between. So we see that they go far to this end. All right, yeah. Okay, now there's this problem. You see it kind of cut off. Okay, now to get rid of this problem, we have to use another property, which is called toolbar height. Now we'll set it to 60. Okay, and it's got a little better. Okay, all right. Or we could use more of them actually. So use 80. Okay, yeah. So now it's better, but in my case, I'll just go ahead and stick with 70, and we'll see how it looks. Okay, all right. So it's already looking better. Okay, yeah. So we are almost very close to the result we wanted to achieve, which is this one. And we also have to achieve this result, right? Okay. Now this result is actually done within this container itself. Okay, now here you see this is a border, right? So all we could do, we could come over here, and here we do decoration and box decoration, and here we do border radius and border radius dot only. Now here we do top left, and we do radius dot circular, and we can just go ahead with 20, or the one we have saved in our file, we'll use that one, radius 20. Okay, now what I will do, I'll go ahead and copy that, and instead of top left, we'll use top right. Okay, all right, and let's see. And of course this is the color. So as we are using decoration, color has to be inside decoration. Now we'll go ahead and save it, and let's see how it looks like. Yes, it's already looking better. Okay. Now I think instead of top 5, well, yeah, it does look okay. All right. Okay, so the next thing we want to achieve is this thing over here, and we want to make it scrollable. Okay. All right. Well, to make it scrollable, definitely scrollable like I mean like this kind of scrollable, okay, or collapsible, I would say. So this is what we want to achieve. Okay, to do that, over here we'll have this text, we have this child, right? So over here we'll use column, and within column we'll use children, and within children we'll use a container. Okay, container, and within container I'll have child. Okay, now within child I'll use this one, expandable text widget, and it takes a text property. Now here I'll put the text that we had early, so I'll just copy it a few more times from one more time over here, and I'll put it here a few more times. It would be a long text. Okay, all right. Now if I save this, I will see this result over here. Okay, that I can already scroll and collapse this one. Okay, like if I come over here. All right. Okay, now another thing, why I use container, because we want to apply margin to it, or padding, right? So the container outside I can use a margin, so I would do margin over here. Okay, and edge, let me go ahead and do it right after it. So margin, now here we do edge insets dot only. Now here we'll use left, so dimensions dot width 20, right, dimensions dot width 20. Okay, all right, now let's save it, and it's already looking better. But now we have this background color issue, so we want to use scaffold background color over here, and we'll do colors dot white, and it looks much better now. Okay, all right, so this is the result we wanted to achieve, and here we are. Now we'll go ahead and achieve this result. Okay, well, to do that would still be in our recommended food detail file, and over here we already have this body. Now because we are using scaffold has another property which is called bottom navigation bar. That's what we'll use. Okay, and now over here we will use column. Now you have to understand why we use column, because here we have these two sections, this one and this one. Okay, so they are on the top of each other, and also inside the first child we'll use this row, and inside second child we'll also use row. Okay, all right, now we'll go ahead and over here write children property, and then we'll do row, and now within row I will have children. Okay, now for this icon and the background we already have app icon, which is this one. So what I'll do, I'll go ahead and just call it, so I would do app icon. Okay, now over here it takes icon name, so here I would pass icons dot remove. Okay, all right, and I'll just copy this one and put it there, and I'll use add. This is another icon. Okay, so I'll just go ahead and save it and try to run on my device, and this is what we see. Now it's happening because we are using column. Now first problem is this column is not wrapped around any parent container. Scaffold is not really a good container as a parent, so it's messing up, where if you wrap column against inside a container, it would take that space in the container, but definitely we don't have a container. But there is another property which is called main access size. We can use that one, main access size dot min. So it'll find the main access size, main access, which is this one, and use the minimum space. Okay, all right. Now here we see that. So at the same time, I think it puts in the bottom. Okay, all right. So now this problem has been solved. Now over here, these two items shouldn't be together. So here what we'll do, we'll use another property which is called main access alignment, this one, and main access alignment dot center. Okay, sorry, space between. Okay, so now it is pushed too far to this end. Now there's other problems as well. Here the background color we don't want this one, so we can set up a background color over here, and we'll use the background color we have in our app. So app colors dot main color. Okay, yes, and as well as the icon color, so we'd use color, and here we do colors dot white. Okay, all right, let's see, I think here it's called icon color. Okay, all right. So, well, for now, let's see, so that we know what's happening. I'll put it just like this. Okay, now that's okay, and let's save it. The icon is white, but now the icon is too small over here, so we don't want such a small icon. Now the icon is too small because for the icon itself there is a property which is called a size property. Okay, all right. So now the size itself just 16, so that's why it's looking too small, but we can use a bigger size. But here we see it's hard-coded, the size over here, so we can create another optional parameter over here, and we'll call it final icon size. Sorry, here final double icon size. Okay, all right. Now this would be an optional parameter, so here we do this icon size. Okay, all right. Now, so icon size over here, what we'll do here this 16. Okay, while it says that it has to be constant, do remember that that's why we put it here 40. So here we'll use 16. Okay, all right. Well, now there's another problem. So how do we change it? Okay, so either I'm going to use a 16 or I'm going to use whatever is given, right? So in that case, here I will just write icon size. Okay, so whatever you send from here, I'll use that one. If you don't send me anything new, then I'll use 16. Okay, so hopefully it makes sense. Well, so for that one, we need to, but we want here in this case actually use 24. So we want to pass 24 to it. So for that one, we need to come to our file where it says app dimensions or dimensions. I think this is over here. Now, here we have this size for icon, okay, which is 24. So we can just go ahead and simply use this one, okay. So once we are here, now we can add a new property, and the property name is icon size, and we'll pass from here dimensions dot icon size 24. Okay, now it looks better and bigger, and looks like we do have an error. Okay, well, because we have changed a lot of things over here, most probably for that one we had this earlier error, but now the error has gone, as you can see. Okay, so we are good. Now we'll come over here and we'll come back to our code over here. Okay, so it's working, right? So what I'll do, I'll go ahead and copy this one and remove this section over here, and all I would do just to change the icon name. Okay, so instead of remove, it is add. So let's save it, and we see there's the new icon. Now this section is doing great, but here the padding and margin issues that we need to take care. So we'll wrap it around a container. We are doing that because we can apply padding or margin if we have a container. Okay, so here we'll use a padding, and we do edge insets. Now we do left, right, top, and bottom, all of them. So over here, first we do left, and we have this file over here, dimensions.width. Now here we want to apply 2.5 times, so whatever it is. So actually I wanted to apply something like 50, but I don't have 50 width. So whatever I have here, I take that and multiply by 2.5, so that gets me 50. All right, hopefully it makes sense. Over here it's the same thing, but instead of left we'll use right. Now we'll see we already have changes over here, and as well as top and bottom. So for top we'll use dimensions dot height 10, and bottom is the same, dimensions dot height 10. Okay, so it's already looking great. All right. Okay, so that's all right. Now here we need to put in the middle, we need to actually put something, so which also means right over here. Okay, yeah. What do you need to put? As we saw early, that we have to have this section, right? So we need to find a space here actually, okay, in between them. Now here, let's see, we can use the text widget. Already we have one that is called big text, right, and show this text over here. Now here we do big text. Okay, all it does, it takes text. All right, now here, because I'm using $sign, so I need to have this slash, then I would do 12, okay, .88. all right, and well, here that has to be a different string, so that's why what I'll do, I'll go ahead and do like this, and plus 0. Now in future they would work independently, like this section would be dynamic, this section would be dynamic as well. Okay, all right, let's see what else we have. I think we need to use the $sign, otherwise it will say it's not necessary. Okay, all right, no, so we'll go ahead and save it, and let's see the result. So yeah, that's what we have over here. Okay, now the color is not really matching. Okay, so the color is not really matching, so you see the color is more dark over here, but we don't have. So I think for this text we can use color. I think we can pass color, so we do app colors dot main black color. Hopefully it should have changed, and also the font size. So let's use a bigger font size over here. So here we do size. Yes, we can put size. So we do dimensions dot font 26. Okay. Yes. Now come to our app over here. Okay. So now they look yeah, better and bigger. Okay. All right. So over here, I think we need to have some space because they're all congested, I guess. So here, 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 and here. So now let's check it on our simulator. All right. Okay, so that's great. And now we need to focus on this section over here. Okay, this bottom bar. And this bottom actually we want to put right below this container. Okay, now do remember previously we worked on our another page which is this one over here. Okay, now it did have a section like this. Okay, so we can go ahead and use that section. Let's see, I think that section was this one over here, and as well as, let's see, the whole container actually, I would say. So I'll go ahead and copy that one, and I'll come over here and I'll put it right below it, and we'll see how it looks like. Okay, now let's get my simulator. I'll put it there and I'll restart it. Yes, that's almost there. So it saved us from a lot of work. Now over here we need to make some changes. Let's see. Well, inside this container, we don't want like this. So definitely we need to change this one and pretty much everything over here. So we don't want this child as a row, okay? And rather than we want an icon, okay? Well, for the icon, we would come over here and we'll pass a child over here, and simply we'll just pass icon. Okay, all right. Let's see, and the icon should be, icon would take, let's see why it's showing an error. We don't need that one now though. Now here we'll use icons dot favorite, this one. Okay, and we'll use a color for this. We'll do app colors dot main color. Okay, and what else? I think that's it. Let's save it and see the result. Let's go ahead and check it. So this is our device, iPhone 12, and it's already there. It's already looking great. So if we of course we can change the size of it. We could do a different size. Let's see, size say 45. It will look bigger, but we don't want that. Like whatever the size is given there, 24, we use that one. Okay, so while with this we are done. So far we have built few pages. We have built the home page over here, and then we have page, this food main food page, popular page, and recommended page. Okay, all right. Well, next part of the tutorial we'll combine this few pages together and we'll do navigation, and after that we'll see how to use how to build API client repository, because we want to read data from our server, and that is very exciting. Thank you everyone. Well, in this section we'll learn how to build API client repositories and controllers and how they're connected in our app. So I'll walk you through the complete process, so stick to the end. So for this one, first I'll take a look at our basic app example, and then we'll understand that why we need our API client repositories and controller and how they should be connected. Okay, now for that purpose I already have a demo over here. Now I'll click on this, and this is a live app, and this app is actually on the server. Okay, now over here if I click on this, I can go to a new page. If I click on this, I go to a different page, and now here I can add things, and I can add up over here, and then I can add to cart. Okay, if I add to cart, there's a response over here. Then I can close this one once again, but if I go back this one, I can see my previous cart which has been saved early, and over here I can add more stuff if I want. Okay, then I can come over here, I'll be able to see my cart, and over here I can also reduce or get more. Okay, now even after that I can go back to my home page, and I can come over here. This is my personal center, and over here I have my address saved, and I can save a new address from here. Okay, and then I'll come over here and save it. Okay, all right, and then if I come over here, I will see that I don't have any cart history. Okay, like this, but this history is coming from our database. Okay, and this is the running order, and over here I don't have any information. Anyway, so I can go back to my home page, and if I come back again, I can scroll through them, and I can add more stuff, and then I can add it to the cart. After that, I will see that I have more information over here. Now I can go ahead and check out, click over here. Okay, and that's it. So I did that. Okay, now if I come over here, I'll see that I have a new order generated. Okay, sorry about that one. Okay, and this is my local history of my cart. Okay, so I can do much more information. Of course, over here I can log out, and then I can sign in once again, and that's what I would do. 13761849016. Now I can sign in. Now once I sign in, I see my information over here, the one I saved. Once again, I can go ahead and change my address if I want. All right, so you get the basic idea. So app like this, so this is a simple e-commerce app where you can make posts from the server, and Flutter framework gets it and process the data, and you can do whatever you like. So for app like this, you need to have your architecture ready to keep it up and running, because here we are doing actually a lot of things. Okay, now your architecture should be ready from the beginning, and it should be the right way, the correct way. So it's not a simple to-do app where you just go and do everything together. So you have to separate your logic, your UI, and dependencies. So that's why we need to learn how to work with API client, repositories. So for that one, I'll come over here, and I'll take a look at this basic structure, and here first I'll explain what are these things and how they're connected. Then we'll go ahead and build these things one by one. Okay, so anyway, so this is our basic Flutter app over here, and inside the app we have this main function. Now within main function, we are going to call a function that's called init, but of course this init function we have to create on our own. In general, I mean, it's not in the main function itself, we have to create it, right? So we'll go ahead and create it. Now the main purpose of this init function is loading dependencies. As you can see, I wrote over here. So we'll load dependencies. You might have a lot of dependencies, but here I just listed 3. Actually, you can do more. Now, one of the most important dependencies is API client. So init function would load the API client. Now here the name is API because you can understand that from here we are going to call some RESTful API. So app like this, the one I showed you, it should talk to the back end, submit data and receive data. So now this is a client side. So now it would go to the server from here, right? Make request or get data. So that's why we say this is a client. Okay, so server is this one that will serve our client. But anyway, it may sound very high level for beginners, but it's just nothing but a Dart file over here, in our case, Flutter app. Okay, and in this API client inside, we'll have get and post request body. Okay, the actual body of this get and post request would sit inside API client. So in app, in general, you just want to have your only one get request, get method and one post method, and using those two methods you'll talk with the server. Get for getting data and post for posting data. But your app could be complex, but how complex it is, it doesn't really matter. In general, you will have just only one get request and one get method and one post method. Okay, so hopefully it makes sense. Now so get and post request body are in API client. So now we need to call that body or the method. So the actual method is inside this API client. Now we need to call the method. Now in general, the methods are called from repository. But once again, repository just a Dart class over here because we are in Flutter app. Anyway, so we'll build a Dart class, and you can name it anything, it doesn't really matter, but the concept that we call this kind of Dart classes are repositories because it calls the get and post method. Remember, in API client we'll have get and post request method as well as their bodies, right? And from here inside the repository we just call them directly. Okay, hopefully it makes sense. So body is there, you call the body from repository. So the main purpose of repository is just calling the methods. What methods? Get or post requests, that's all. So that's the simplest way of understanding. And in real life, when you go coding, you will see repositories, the Dart classes are pretty simple, and in general they are very small. Okay, and API client is a little larger than repositories. Okay, now next one we'll talk about the controllers. Okay, so now controllers process the data. Now where is this data coming from? A lot of time repositories get data from API client. Remember, if we have data, if we use get request, so that means we are getting data from server. Now API clients get the data from server because it is the body, it talks to the server, and server sends some data, and but of course we call that get method from repository. Now in return, both API client and repository, they return data. Okay, that data is passed to controllers. Okay, yeah, so now controllers, they process the data, and whatever the data that we are going to process, and after processing we send it to the UI and we redraw the UI. So that's how it works. But anyway, now take another look. So if you are going to, for example, make a get request, so from UI you will collect some data from UI you will call controller because you want to get some data, sorry, not collect data. For a get request from UI you will call the controllers. Okay, now then controllers will call the repository, and repository will call the get method in API client, and then API client will talk to the server. Okay, and the opposite for post request, well, definitely for post request, by the way, I think I need to talk more a little bit about this one, about get. So for get, once again, from UI we come to controllers, and from controllers we go to repository to API client, and from API client we talk to the server, and server processes the get request and sends data back to API client because it's a get request, so we get data, and then that data is passed to repositories, and repository pass the data down to the controllers, and from controllers we put the data to the UI, and then the redraw happen. So this is the whole cycle of controllers, repositories, and API client for a get request. Okay, now the opposite, if you have a post request, so in general from UI we'll collect some data, and those data will be sent to controllers, and controllers would first process the data, then it will come to repository, and then it will find the related get or post request. In this case we'll find the post request, so we'll call the post request, and that post request sits inside the API client. Of course, at the same time we are passing the data along this process. Now API client would find the post request body or the method and sends the data to the server. Now after sending the data to the server would process the data and send a response back to us. Now once it sends a response, once again it comes first to API client, then to repository, then to controllers, and then to the UI. So this is the basic structure, that how it works. Okay, so hopefully it makes sense. So now we are clear what is API client, repositories, and controllers. Now we'll go ahead and take a look at firsthand how to build this thing actually. Now we are going to build init method, API client, repository, and controllers, and you can just follow along with me. And if you are following from any other tutorial just trying to understand this concept, you are still good to go. Just follow me, but I'll follow along with my project, the one I'm doing over here. But if you are not following this project, you can just simply make a simple Flutter app. I mean, just the beginner's app, the default one we make in Flutter app, just go ahead with that one and follow along with me and you're good to go. Okay, now this is where we left last time, but this time we are going to build API client repository and controllers. So for that reason we need to create some new folders. The first folder I'll call over here, I'll call it helper. Okay, all right, so this is a folder, and within helper I'll create a new file, and I'll call it dependencies. Okay, dependencies.dart. Okay, all right, that's all. Now over here we'll create a class. Well, we don't need to really create a class, we just create a method over here, and method type would be future, but it won't return anything, and the method is init, and then we'll just simply have this curly braces. Okay, all right, now because it is future, the return type, so we need to use async, and that's all. Okay, and this is the init method that I was talking earlier. Okay, it's as simple as that. Okay, now once we are done with this one, once we are done with this, next we need to go ahead and create a class for API client, and once we create the class for API client, we'll call that class inside init method, and then we can call the init method from our main function. Okay, so that's why now we'll go ahead and create a new folder. So here I'll create a new folder, and I'll call it data, and inside the data I'll create another new folder, and over here I'll call it API. Okay, and inside API I'll create a new class, and I'll call it API client.dart. Okay, and create a class, and we'll call it API client. And in our case, we're going to use Getx for managing our API client controllers and repositories. So that's why we need to extend get connect, and then we need to implement another interface which is called Getx service. Okay, all right. And after that, we need to create some data variables for initialization. The first one we do late string token, because in general when you talk to the server you should have a token, and that token should be initialized inside your API client. Okay, so that's why we have a token over here. Now here I'll create another variable that is also string type, and we'll call it app base URL. Now this is the URL of our app, the app that would talk to the server, so server URL. Okay, so that's what we'll have over here. Now of course we'll pass this from somewhere else, the one calls API client. From there we'll pass it to over here. Now we'll create the constructor for API client, and here we have a required variable or parameters, so required this dot app base URL, and after that we'll go ahead and create a constructor body over here. Now we'll use base URL equal app base URL. Now we'll also use another parameter which is called variable here. We need to initialize it. That's called timeout. Now we'll give it a duration seconds 30. Okay, all right. Now we may ask, what are these two things? Now if you hover over on it, you see they are coming from get connect and connect.dart. So this has to do with Getx package management system, these two variables. So Getx package management system should know what is your base URL, so you pass it to that one, and each time you make a request, so how long the request should try, and after that whether it should continue or not. So here you try a request or try to get data from the server for 30 seconds. Okay, keep sending the request, and after that if you fail you'll stop it. Okay, so this is the timeout time, and we'll create another variable over here, and that would be map type, and it would be late type as well. Now the variable itself is a late type. Now here we'll have string and string. Okay, and over here we'll we'll have a private variable. We'll call it main headers. Okay. Now, what is map? Map is for storing data locally or converting data to map. We can do that as well. Now, it has a key pair value, so that in our case, we are expecting string as a key and the value is also string, but this is just for this variable. Okay, so here we are going to create a map, and map will have key and pair value type. The key is string, the value is string as well, and soon we'll see actually what is headers. Okay, I'm going to do that. Now here I marked it as late, so that means that before I go ahead and try to use this one, I should initialize it. So I'll initialize it inside the this constructor, and here I'll call main headers. Okay, now once again, maps, they have curly braces. Okay, in general, in Dart file, something that wrapped around curly braces, most of the time that's a map, and on the other hand, lists are wrapped around this braces or brackets. Okay, so that's how you differentiate. So anyway, here we'll have a key and a value. So in our case, the key is content type, and here we'll write application JSON and char set UTF, that one, and authorization UTHORIZATION, authorization, and bearer token. So let's see, and we need this one. Okay, now headers, why we have this API client and this headers. Now once again, I said the API client is used to talk to the server. Now here we are going to talk to the server, but every time you talk to the server, you need to mention the header in your URL, and that's why we are going to initialize this one. Regardless it's a GET request or POST request, you should have your basic headers ready. So when you want to get a response from the server, you tell the server, hey look, this is a GET request, but I want you to send me JSON data. Okay, that's all. Okay, and this is also for the POST request as well. So if you send a data to the server, server knows from the header that, oh, the JSON, the data is coming from the client, which means our app, or from this API client, that is JSON format. Okay, so that's why you need to mention the content type over here, and this is the decoding or encoding section, that how it should decode and encode. A lot of time this is not that important, but it's better if you have it. Now here, if you make a lot of POST requests, in that case you should send a token from your device to the server. So that's why here we mention our token. Okay, and that's why we have this variable over here. Hopefully it makes sense. Now let's see. Yeah, and now this bearer thing. So a lot of time the token type is bearer, so you need to mention the type over here. Now this is used for authentication, and this kind of key is called authorization, because we want authorization from the server, and the token we send, that is bearer type. Okay, all right. So that's about our API client. Now we need to go ahead and create a class for our repositories. Okay, now in our case, once again, here we'll create a new class, and inside, and we'll call it we'll first create a new directory, and directory name is repository. Okay, all the repositories would live in this folder. Now here I will go ahead and create a new repository that would be a Dart class, and I will call it popular product repo. Okay, and Dart, you can name it anything you want, but in general, a lot of time at the end they put this word called repo. Okay, that means repository. That's all. Now we are here, And as I said earlier, repositories are pretty simple. Okay, now I'll create a class based on my repo name. So I'll call it popular product repo. Okay, all right. And here we'll extend Getx service. Now the package has been imported automatically. Now repos talk to the API client, and that has to do with internet connection. So that's why a lot of time when you load data from the internet, you should extend this Getx service. So just simply remember, when you load data from the internet, if you use a Getx package, you should your class should extend Getx service. Okay, yeah, that's all. Okay, now here we need to create a variable, and we'll call it final, and API, the type is final, and that variable would be API type client, and we'll call it API client. Okay, all right. Now over here we'll pass API client to product to our repositories, as we saw earlier over here. Okay, so they are connected somehow. Okay, so repository should have access to the API client, because if it has, then from inside repository we can call a method that is lived inside API client. Okay, so API repository should have an instance of API client. So that's why we are creating this one over here. Hopefully it makes sense. Okay, because if we have this one, now we can go ahead and call any kind of method that would live over here. Okay, so this is the instance. Now over here I'll go ahead and create an empty method, and method type would be future, and it would send me a response from the server. Okay, and I'll call it get popular, the method name popular product list. Okay, and over here I would need to mention here the type, that should be async type. Okay, because it returns future. Now here we need to have a return section, otherwise it's being cranky. Okay, now we'll take care of that one. Now I forgot one thing though. Over here we need to create the constructor. Okay, so we do popular product repo. Now this is a required one, so we do required this dot API client. So whenever you call first time this repo, you have to pass the API client. Okay, all right, hopefully it makes sense. Now here we need to return something. Okay, return what? Well, as I said earlier, from repository you would call a method inside API client, but we don't have the method yet, so we'll need to go ahead and create a method. Okay, well for now we'll just create a post method, and after creating the post method we'll call the post method from here. Okay, now we'll come to our API client over here. So here we'll go ahead and create a get request. Okay, I mean get method actually, not a request. So it would be future type, and over here we'll have response. By the way, if you wonder what is this response, actually this is the response would be from the Getx package. Okay, because instead of HTTP client, here we'll use Getx client for getting data from server, and Getx returns a response to you, but of course inside the response you have your data. So the type is response over here. Now here we'll call get data. Okay, now get data should have the URI. Okay, because you need to specify the URI, the URL for your server, I mean for the request, the endpoint. Okay, so here the type is URI. Okay, all right, and after that you should have well, we can have a lot more thing over here. I think for now I'll just keep it simple. Okay, and then I'll have this curly braces, and after that we have to return something. As you see here, the type is future response, right? Okay, now here first definitely we have to use try class, this one. Okay, so inside the try we'll call something from the server. Okay, and if it fails, we'll catch the error in our catch clause. Okay, all right. Now over here we'll return a response. Okay, all right. Now here, well, there are a lot of things that we need to take care right now. Well, the first thing, we want to create a get method over here, or get request. So that would be await, and then we'll call get, and within get we'll send URI. Okay, yeah, that's as simple as that one. Okay, now let's see, it's asking you to add async modifier. Okay, all right. Now, so it will get the data, and of course first it will wait for the data, and once it returns the data, we'll save it in an object which is called response. Okay, all right. So, and after that we'll just simply return the response. Okay, yeah, that's as simple as that one. Okay, but if there, sorry, response. Okay, now if there are problem over here, now we are going to return something interesting. So here, let's see, this is a response. Now as you see here, it takes status code and status text, some of them. Okay, so we'll go ahead and use 2 of them right now. So if it fails, we'll send a status code equal 1 and then status text. Okay, now the text would be coming from our error, so you do e.toString. Okay, hopefully it makes sense. Now with this we are ready. So this is a very simple request for getting data from our server, and of course in our case we are using get method from Getx. I'm not using HTTP client. Okay, but of course Getx inside it uses HTTP. Okay, so anyway, all it does is it's trying to get the data. It wait for the data. When data is returned, it save the data in a response type object, and then we return. But if it fails, then we will return the fail and the error message, things like that. Hopefully it makes sense. Now we are here, over here inside this. Okay, as you said that it should return something. Now what it should return, well, before it returns, it needs to call the API from the API client, right? So here we can just simply go ahead and call it. So here we'll go return await API client dot get data. Okay, that's all. Okay, now here we'll pass a URL, endpoint URL. Okay, URL. That's as simple as that one. Okay, so now we are talking what we saw early. Now we are realizing this one. As I said early, so repository would call a method from the API client. So repository is just simply responsible for calling it, and that's what it does over here. Okay, of course this is not a correct URL. We have to build that URL somehow. Say for example http://www.thebeststack.com API product list. Okay, it should be something like that, but we have to create this one. Okay, all right, so that's what we learned. And at the same time we learned that once you get the data for get request, first repository calls the data from the API returns the data to the repository, and then the repository would send the data back to the controller. Okay, so now we have to go ahead and create a controller, and once we have the controller, we can get this data, because here you see it returns your response. Okay, so inside the controller we'll get that response and process it. So for this one, I'll go ahead and create a new folder inside it, and I'll call it controllers. And inside this controller, I'll create a new file, and I'll call it popular product controller .dart. Okay, that's as simple as that one. Now here I'll create a class and I'll call it popular product controller. Okay, now here it will extend Getx controllers. Okay, no service. Services, Getx services in general, they're in repos. Okay, or inside API client. Sorry, over here. I think we can close that one and this one as well. So anyway, so here we have this popular controller product, popular product controller. Now here we need to create a variable. That's what we'll do, and we'll call it popular product repo. And now here we would say popular product repo. Okay, hopefully it makes sense. Now here, before I go ahead and initialize it, so I need to pass the repo to it, just like the repo over here. Before you go ahead and initialize the repo, you need to pass the API client. Okay, so they're all dependent to each other. So now here, popular product, when we go ahead and initialize it, I need to have an instance of this repo, because if I have an instance inside this controller of this repo, then I can call this function. Okay, so that's why I need to go ahead and create this instance. But anyway, now here I'll create the constructor over here. Okay, now here required this dot popular product repo. Okay, this is something that you have to provide. Okay, all right, and after that here I'll create a list for now. Okay, and the list type I would create as a dynamic. And here I'll have a list inside of it, and the list name is popular product list. Okay, and we are initialize it to null. Okay, all right. Now why we are doing this then? Because as I said earlier, from here I'll call this repo, and now repo would return the data. So it would return data over here, and then I'll save the data to this list. Okay, hopefully it makes sense. Now here I would go ahead and create a method, and the method return type is future void, and I'll call the method name get popular product list. Okay, all right, and that's it. And over here I think I need to create this, have this async modifier, because the return type is future. Now I'll come over here. So now I have this instance of repo over here, so I can just simply go ahead and use that one and call a method inside of it. Now we know that inside there is a method, so the method name is get popular product list. I think, is it this one? Let me check it. Get popular product list. Yes, so this is the one. So from here I call this one, and this one will go ahead and find the data, find this method inside API client. All right, now API client would return a response, so repo will have the response over here. Now repo will return the response to me. Okay, and I can catch it over here. Okay, I can save it. So anyway, so I'll first save the response as a response over here, response. Now why I'm writing here response, sorry, now why I'm writing here response, because remember repo returns a response, so over here the variable should be saved in a response object. And now here it's yelling at me because over here I need to put await. Now the error should be gone. Why we are putting await? Because over here that returns a future type. Okay, so we need to wait until we get the data. Okay, now once the data is ready, then well, so somehow it would return a response, either the correct response or a failed response. Either way, we need to check it. So we would do response.status code if it's 200. Now in general, most of the API client, HTTP client, they return a status code of 200 if it is successful. Okay, most of them, they return this one. So in our case, Getx also returns status code 200 if the response is successful. That means if the response goes from here to here and then to here and then this one, not this one. When it returns from here, the status code is just, you see, it's different. Okay, yeah. So otherwise, when it returns from here, it will return to us 200. Okay, so anyway, we'll come over here. So if it returns the correct response, we'll save the data in this list. Before we go ahead, once again, I'll initialize it to null because you may call it many times, this method. So if you don't initialize it to null, your data could be repeated. So first we will initialize it to null, okay, and then I'll call popular product list dot add all. Okay, now over here you need to put your data. All right, yeah, that's as simple as that one. But now putting the data over here is not that easy. You have to have something. A lot of time we need to go ahead and build a model. Okay, and the model would get the response. Do remember, because from the server we get a response, and the response is part of the data. Within response we'll have part of the data, and our data is JSON type. So here inside we'll have JSON type data, but we need to convert that JSON type data to a model. Okay, so we need to go ahead and create a model, but we don't have that model yet. Okay, so we can't really go ahead and use it, but it gets you the idea. Okay, so for now I'll keep it empty, but of course it will show you an error. Okay, now once you have this one over here, most of the time you just want to update, because if you call this method, so that means the data has been updated and our UI would know. So this update is more like set state. Okay, this one. All right, now if it fails over here, okay, then you'd want to return something different. Okay, and that is the idea of how you connect your controllers, repositories, and API client. Okay, now if this is successful, okay, now this list you can access anywhere in your UI. Okay, well, but to do that you just simply need to one thing. Over here you need to do like this: list dynamic popular product list get. I think get should be here. And here popular product list. Okay, now why you don't want to call this one directly from UI? Because this is a private variable which has underscore. In Flutter, in Dart, if you have underscore, that marked as a private variable. So once the data has been saved here, and then you can just call this one from your UI, and this is a simple list. So inside the list your data would be, say, for like this, A, B, whatever the data you have, like this. So you can just go ahead and read them. Okay, now before we want to see what actually happens, we need to go ahead and build a model. Otherwise this is not just gonna work. Okay, but you get the idea. So the most basic idea that how it works. Okay, so you have this init method. Inside this you will have API, repository, get, post, and controllers, things like that. Okay, but now here's another thing is missing from the puzzle, that our init method. Okay, so now we'd go ahead and put data or the dependencies inside our init method. Okay, so for now I'll comment it out because otherwise I'll have an error. Now here I'll come over here, and this is our init method. Okay, now here you need to load the dependencies. Okay, all right, for Flutter Getx, you need to just simply do get.lazyPut, and then you just call your dependencies from here. Okay, now in our case the dependency is API client, the first one. In general, in dependencies you want to load API client first. Okay, now here I think we need to import the library. Yes, now remember it has a constructor and it takes data. So in our case it takes app base URL. Okay, now here we need to pass a base URL. It could be anything like http www.debasstag.com. Okay, all right, let's see over here. I think we can import the whole package. Now let's go ahead and import the library, and the error should be gone. So as I said earlier, you need to load API client, and that's what we did over here. Okay, so remember API client takes a constructor over here, and we are passing the base URL to it, and then it will save it to Getx inside internally. Okay, so that's the first dependencies that we loaded. Now in general, after loading API client, you want to load the repositories. So here that's what we do. You do get lazyPut. Now here we need to call our repositories. So our repositories name over here is a popular product. So I'll go ahead and copy that. Now here I'll just use this one, and now inside of this one you should pass API client. Do remember that here it takes API client, right? So we already initialized API client over here. So now we could go ahead and pass API client to it. Okay, API client. Yeah, and now here we'll do get.find, and we need to import the packages. All right, okay, now here, so we created an instance of API client. Now of course it's not here directly, but because we are inside Getx package, so once you write API client get.find, Getx will find it for you. But of course this name has to be same as the name you mentioned over here. If your name is a bit different over here, or whatever the name you use over here, you have to use exactly the same name. Okay, now these two names are all same, so now Getx can find the related class for it. Okay, so in our case this is the API client class. Hopefully it makes sense. All right, so this is for repo, right, or repositories, repos, and this is our API client. Okay, and next here we'll have our controllers. Okay, yeah, now the same way we have to go ahead and load our controllers. So in our case I'll just copy this one. Now instead of popular product repo, I'll call the class name is popular product controller, so this one, and I'll come over here, I'll replace this one. Now over here first we need to import the package, and now we see that this controller takes product repo, right? So we need to pass the repo to it, and we already initialized over here the repo. So and the variable we created, that's popular product repo, we'll copy this one and I'll just replace this. Okay, and it's gone. So this is how you correctly load your repositories in a function. Okay, first API client, then all the repos and all the controllers. So you might have a lot of repos, so all the repos try to load together, and then you might have a lot of controllers, and all the controllers you load together here one by one after another. Hopefully it makes sense. Well, then we'll have to come to our main file over here, main.dart class. Now as I said earlier, this init is called from main. Okay, so this is what we'll do. Now here we have to import our dependencies package, so which is inside the init method, and so let's go ahead and import it. So here we do import. Now here the package, well, I think that's inside a helper folder, and the class name was dependencies, the file name, I'm sorry, this one, and we'll import as dep. Okay, will it make sense? You can name it anything you want. Now here, before you start to load your main app, or before you start to run the app, try to load your dependencies here, and that's the general convention. So here we need to do await, and we would do dep.init. Okay, and this is how your dependencies are loaded, okay, before the app starts to run. Okay, but to make sure that dependencies are loaded and you wait, so here inside Flutter we use another function that's called widgets flutter binding dot ensure initialized. So with this method over here, it will initialize that, it will make sure that your dependencies are loaded correctly and wait until they are loaded. Okay, yeah. So now with this, we're pretty much done about this section, but only thing here it's missing is this model. As I said, if we don't go ahead and create a model, we can't really get, I mean, we can get data from server, but we won't be able to show the data in the UI. Now, another thing we also need to solve over here, like if we come to our repo, all right, now this one is hard-coded. This has to be dynamic, okay? Or this link has to be saved somewhere else. So that's what we'll go ahead and do next. And then we need to go to our endpoint, which is server side, and we have to have a method called list, okay? That list would return the data. So two things to do. Well, the first thing we'll do next is go ahead and build a model. And once that has been done, we'll go ahead and create this endpoint in the server, and then we'll be able to show the data inside our controllers, and then from UI we'll just simply call this method or this field over here. Earlier at this tutorial, I told you guys that later on we are going to heavily focus on Dart, and actually later down the road most of the coding would be about Dart, not about Flutter. Anyway, so before we go ahead and build our models, we have to clear some concepts about JSON and models and how they are connected, and we'll also take a look at what is nested JSON and how we can build a model. Okay, so we'll focus how to work with this. Well, to work with this, you have to come over here, and this is a basic example of nested JSON over here. Of course, just a diagram, and I'll walk you through very quickly. Now here in general, nested JSONs or any kind of JSON, first it will have curly braces, and inside curly braces it will have a key and value, this kind of section or part. Like here I have these two curly braces, and so that makes it JSON. And now inside JSON we have a key and we have a value. Okay, and here I have another key, but inside this key, well, I have over here another JSON. You can understand it like this section. Okay, so that's another JSON. So JSON inside JSON, that's called nested JSON. That also means that outside you have curly braces, and inside you have another curly braces, and within the inner curly braces you have more key pair values. So we know that first condition for format to be JSON, it has to have a key and value. So we have over here, so that's the first JSON, and inside it we also have another key and values wrapped around the curly braces. So that makes it the other JSON or the nested JSON. Okay, so in general, nested JSON would look like this: outside curly braces, and internally it will also have curly braces. Okay, so that's the most basic idea. All right, so that's all about theory. Now we'll come over here, and over here you can just type it in dartpad.deb, and it will take you this kind of page. And over here we'll clear some ideas. Now over here definitely we have seen what is called nested JSON, but before we go further, we have to clarify another idea, which is called map, and later on we'll see how map and JSONs are connected, and we'll see how map, JSONs, and models are connected. Okay, so they are all connected. So over here we'll clarify part of the idea about map. So I'll go ahead and declare a map variable, and I'll call it bar, and I'll call it my map. Okay, all right. Now in Dart, if we declare a variable and variable's body section, if it has curly braces, that makes it a map. Okay, now just like JSON we saw over here, key value, map also has a key value format. Okay, so that's what we're going to do here. We'll do the basic one first. I would do name, and I would say Dastagir, that's my name though. And now here I would write age, here I would write 34, and here I would do city, I would do Shanghai. Okay, all right, so that's what made it a basic map. Okay, so anything wrapped around curly braces, and inside that you have this key and value, just like JSON, that makes it a map. Of course, in Dart there are other different ways to declare map. Now for those understanding, you have to come over here. This is another article that I created. There are a few different ways that you can create map. Like this is the first way, just now we did. There's the second way, where you can have first create a map instance using this constructor, and you create the keys and put the value directly. And there's the other way, third way. Okay, now over here you mention the type of the key and the value. So in our case here, we are saying our keys, they all should be string, and the values are dynamic. So that means they could be string, or they would be integer, or any other type. Okay, so that's what makes it dynamic. I will come over here, and basically in this section would be sticking to this format of map. But here actually just what we saw, and over here the basic idea is same, because over here we have these things are called keys, and they are all string. Now the value, it's string or integer, as you can see over here. All right, so over here we see this is how we declare a map and create values for them in a pair within using keys. Okay, now we'll see how to access them. Okay, now over here, and generally you'd go and you do like my map, and if you over here, if you write your keys name like name, so name is my key over here for the first one, and I'll just hit run, and we'll see it prints values. Okay, all right, so hopefully it makes sense. So that's how you access the items inside a map using the keys. Okay, well, there are other different ways, but here we'll just stick to this one. Okay, all right, so that's the most basic map. Okay, but just now we saw map looks more like JSON, what we saw over here. Okay, yeah, within curly braces, key and value in this format, right? So you could say they are relatives or cousins. All right, now we'll see what is a nested map. Okay, or nested map, or the same over here, what is nested JSON. Okay, now while over here I already have this one. Okay, now I'll create another field, and over here I would call, say, address. Okay, now after that I'll put it like this. I'll put this brackets over here. Okay, now for address I'll create one map inside of it. All right, now here I'll say country, and here I would do, say, China. Okay, and here I would do city, and here I would write, say, Shanghai. All right, now here I'll copy this one and put a comma over here, and I'll put it one more time again. Now here I'll write, say, Bangladesh, and city Dhaka. Okay, so here over here this is a map, right? But while this section has a key pair value, right? Okay, but what is this? Now here in Dart, whenever you see something is wrapped around this kind of braces, that's called a list. So what do we have here? So here we have list of maps. So this is a list of maps. We have 2 maps. You can have more maps. Okay, that's what we saw earlier. If we go back to our JSON file, remember here it's a JSON format, but the most amazing part about this JSON and map, they are pretty similar. Okay, yeah, I would say a lot of time 99% similar. Okay, yeah. So when if you understand what is JSON, then get your head around map becomes pretty easy. Okay, so now here I have this key, and well, in this case this is also key, but this key contains a list and the list contains a map. Okay, so here I have list of maps. Okay, now for this one, pretty much how do you want to access this one? But here just now we saw we could do my map, and here I can print name. All right, now I can run it and I will see this one, my name over here printed. But of course if you try to do this one, my map, and let's see address, let's see the result. Okay, so it does print whatever inside of this. Okay, yeah. Now there is another way to access this thing, not like this. Say I just want to have a particular value from it, like the country for the first map. Okay, I want to just get the country or the city name, whatever you want. I think I have a typo over here though. All right, anyway, so we can do that, but how we do that? Now here I'll type over here. Now I know that I can access this one, right? So here what I'll do, I'll create a new variable and I'll call it address list, and here we'll save this list which is coming from our map. We'll save that in a new variable and I will call it address map. Okay, all right, so let's see. Oh, that is my map, not my map. All right, okay, so now I took this list. Now this list definitely coming from here, and that's the maps key. So I took the maps key, one of the keys, and interestingly this key contains a list, right? So now this is a list. So if this is a list, I can access it. Okay, access the inner variables or inner items. Okay, not variables, the inner items. And how I would do that? Well, here I would do address list as list. You need to cast it to list, and then we'd use for each. Okay, and it takes elements, and each of the elements we'll call it V, or we can call it E. This is the convention. Okay, now here we can do a print. So here we do E country, and now we'll print it over here. Let's see, and let's see how things go. Right, so the first country is China, the second country is Bangladesh. Okay, so when you convert it to a list, and each time it will take one of them, and after taking that it will try to take the key, whatever the key you mention over here, and from that one it will print the values. So over here we could do city and we'll see different results, right? Okay, so we have Shanghai, Dhaka. So now we know what is nested map, and so which is pretty similar to our nested JSON. Well, now once again I'm going back to this one again and again, because in general you in your app, in your Flutter app, you'll have your JSON, this kind of JSON actually coming from the server, and once you take it from the server, it pretty much look like this. Okay, so actually once you take it from the server, I would call it map instead of JSON, even though the convention, they say it's all JSON, but the format it gives you, most of the server side, when you return data for RESTful API, the data is pretty much JSON response, and most of them, they have this kind of format. And we'll see that the RESTful API we are going to build and use, that also returns this kind of JSON, and which is pretty similar to map. And if it is similar to map, we can do this lot of things because it becomes a map. All right. Okay, so that's the basic idea about map and nested map and nested JSON. Well, now how to go ahead and build a model for this one? That's what we'll see now. Okay, now we'll go ahead and build a model. Now, why you should build a model? Well, once you build a model, there are tons of benefits, okay? Well, you really don't want to work on your Flutter project or app using map and access them like this, like earlier we did. Okay, say for example, my map name like this. Okay, you don't want to do that because as your project gets bigger, it will be hard to maintain, especially the naming thing. If you want to change, that's very difficult because you have to name in a lot of places. But once you do build a model, you just change in one place, and that makes your life easy. Okay, and there are lots of other benefits, and this is also a good practice. So I strongly suggest whenever you have JSON file or map in your Flutter app, and if you're going to do some build a class or make some operation on them, so try to build a model based on your map, and it will make your life a lot easier. And the building model class idea is same throughout other framework or languages. Okay, so once you master how to build a model based on a map, you'll see when you try to learn another language, it becomes pretty easy. Okay, the idea is always same, just like we saw how JSON and map, they are similar, right? So the ideas are all transferable. Okay, anyway, so to build a model, first we'll create a class over here, and the class name I'll declare person. Now why I'm doing that? Because here in this map I have person's information. Okay, that's why, but you can name it anything you want. Now here first I'll go ahead and type string name, int age, and string city. Well, for now I'm not going to put this one, we'll do it later. For now I'm going to cut it, take it out. Well, now here you see this is a small class where I have this members, and the members names are same as the keys in my map, right? So in general, when you build a model, and you should have fields, and those fields, they should relate to your JSON file or map keys names. Okay, so these are the keys names. That's why you should do that. Now this is a small map, and for this small map we build a small class which is a model, right? Of course we still have constructor, so we'd go ahead and do constructor over here. We do person this dot name, and this dot age, and this dot city. Okay, all right, so now it makes now it's pretty much complete class over here based on this map. So we also say that this is a model. Okay, now for such a simple map we have a simple model. Okay, so all the fields from here are here. Now take a look, we have this one. So what does it tell us? Now it tells us that this is another map, right? Well, they're repeating but the format is same. So inside this value, inside this key there is another map. Okay, so that means here we have to go ahead and declare a map, not string or int. We have to more like something that's based on this map, actually, not really declare a map, based on this map. Now earlier we saw that we get this for this, right? Now that also means that for this section we build a model. Okay, so here inside for this section we have to build another model. Now we'll have two models. So that tells us that it's a list of models over here, right? So that means for this section I have to create a model, and for the related field inside this model I have to create a list. In that list I'll put this models. Okay, because it's a list of maps, from each map we make a model. So here from list of maps we create list of models. Okay, so the ideas are pretty similar. Okay, all right, now over here what I'll do, I'll go ahead and copy this one first, and I'll put it here, and I'll call it address. Okay, yeah. Now here just think this address as a separate map. Now it is two field, country and city. Okay, so here I would do country, and well, we already have city, so we'll just put it there. Okay, now here all we need to remove this one, and here we need to write country. Okay, remember they should be similar. All right, now here instead of person we would write address. Okay, so now I have a large map, and for that map we have a model, but of course this model is not complete. Inside that map we have another map, and for that map we build another model. Now because this is a big map, it has another map, so inside this model we'll create a list of models. Okay, that's what we're going to do. So that's why here we'll write list address, and here we would call address. Okay, hopefully it makes sense. Now once you do like this, over here you also have to make some changes. Here you do this dot address, and yeah, we are good to go. That's it. So that's how you make models from nested map or from nested JSON. You make a model where they're nested models. So this is a model. Instead of this I have another model, and that is nested model. Okay, all right, now before we go ahead and finish this section, we have to learn another important concept. A lot of time it'll inside your in this class you'll have another method that's called from JSON method. This is the convention, but I think you can call it anything you like. Okay, now it takes parameters. So the parameter type is map, and we know that map is pretty much more like string and dynamic type. So most of the time when you go ahead and build a model, and inside this model means class, right? So inside this class you will have a method, and that method is called JSON. Okay, so what actually you do based on this method, actually you create object. Okay, once you create object, if you know, say I create an object from person, so object name is person. Now I'll be able to use person to access the fields it has, like for example age or name, like that. Of course here we can't, there are other steps to do. Anyway, so this method takes a parameter, and that parameter is a map. Okay, and the map is string and dynamic. Earlier we learned that map could be string, the key could be string, and the value could be dynamic. Okay, that's what we learned early, and this is what we are doing now. Anyway, so here we are. So what it means that somewhere in my app I'll call this function or call this method, and then I have to give it to a map. So I have to give it to a map like this. Okay, all right, and once I give the map to it, the values would be stored in JSON over here. So I can use this variable to retrieve those values and initialize them over here in this field. Okay, and based on that we can create an object. Okay, hopefully it makes sense. So that's why here would come over here, and here we would do JSON. Now JSON should have name as a field inside of it, and then here you do age, and JSON once again, and age. Remember what we're trying, so this one will have access to the map you give to your from JSON method. Okay, so as I said earlier, you'll send something like this to it over here. So that means these fields you have to use over here to assign the value to these fields and create object. So here we are now, and here we have this city. Now we do JSON city. Now, well, next part is quite interesting. Now here you see we have a list, right? And this list takes a model. So how to work with this one? But we know that this is a list. Okay, now here it says it could be null, so we can go ahead and do a check if it's null or not. If it's null, we'll not do anything. If it's not null, what we'll do, we'll go ahead and work on this. So if it's not null like this, Okay, so here I do address. Now here we do address, and we'll write this statement. That means create a list. Okay, create a list, and that is empty address. Okay, well, so here we are creating a list, but because you see over here that means empty, and we assign it to this one. Of course this is this one. Okay, but at the same time this means empty list, right? And the type is address. Okay, because the list has a type, it could have type, we know that. Okay, so that's why we are initializing this empty list to this one. Okay, hopefully it makes sense. Now this is a list over here, so this is a list. Okay, all right. Now we know that our address, this section, is also a list, because remember this one points to this section, and at the beginning of this section earlier we learned that this is a list of maps. Okay, so this is a list. Now here what we could do, we could use this one. I'm sorry, here we could use this one. Okay, and then each list has a method which is called for each. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. So here we do for each, or maybe it might have an error. That's the null safety thing. So what we could do, we could come over here and we do this one as list. Okay, just like earlier we saw, and then we can access for each method. Okay, now if we do that, you can access them one by one using any variable you want, and then we'll put the curly braces, and then we are here. Okay, so what's happening here? So this one, even though it's a list, but we force it to be a pure list, or the list actually dirt likes. Okay, so we are casting it, making sure, because after all this is coming from map or JSON file. Okay, it was not purely list, so I cast it to a purely list. Okay, now after that, this E, because it's a loop, this loop would run over here 2 times. So first E would refer to this one, second E would refer to this one. Okay, now remember this is a map. We learned that for map we can create a model, and we already did this one. Okay, so right now, as I said earlier, we'll pass this value and create an object. Okay, now of course to be able to use this one over here, we need to create another method over here, and the method is once again pretty much like this one. Okay, all right, so what I'll do, I'll go ahead and copy this one and I'll put it over here. I'll just simply change the name person to address. Now over here we don't need this section, because we don't have, for this section we don't have any nested map or JSON. Okay, now I'll remove this and we are good to go. And over here we need to write country. So what do we have here? So over here we can just simply pass a map, and based on that map we can create an object, right? So this is a method. That also means that we can call this method from somewhere else, from some other classes. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. Now do remember this section actually pretty much the same as this one, only difference is this has a nested list, which it doesn't have. This has a nested list because this has a nested map. All right, anyway, so now we'll come over here. Now what we could do, we'll call this method. Okay, so here we'll do address add. Remember this is the list, empty list, so we can put things inside it, and we are going to create objects and put that object inside this list. Okay, so here we'll do address dot from JSON. Okay, now all we need to do, we need to pass this one. Okay, so pass E. All right, and that's all. Let's see, we have an error. So here you can say that it's not null. Yeah, I'll talk about the error a little later. Now let's take a look at this one. So over here, I'm looping through this address, this list over here, and each time I loop through, I have access to this one. This is a map. Now I'm passing this map to this method, and it processes the information, and it gets me an object, and I put that object in this list. Okay, and object type is list, because we said that, sorry, the object type is address. Okay, so we are putting them all in a list. Okay, so hopefully it makes sense. Now we can go ahead and create an object based on this model. Okay, we'll go back and see how to create objects based on these models. Okay, well, so here first I'll go ahead and create a new variable. I'll call it var, and I'll call it obj, and here I would call person.from JSON. Okay, now remember earlier we saw that we should pass a map to JSON. Okay, and we already have a JSON over here. And what is our JSON? So our JSON is my map. Okay, or map. All right, yeah, that's all it takes. So now we just created an object using our class or model, and we supplied it to a map or a JSON like this. Okay, now interestingly, I could do a lot of interesting stuff with that. I could do obj.name. Okay, and it will print the name for me over here. It did. And I could do age. All right, it will print the age for me. I could also do address. Okay, and of course here it will print this one, because over here we are creating object and calling this method. So in this list, this is the list which I'm calling over here, which relates to this one. So now it stores, because of this one, inside this list over here, it stores instance once it's create objects. Okay, of course we can access that. Now for that one to be accessed, here we need to do obj.map. Okay, map. Well, sorry, not really like that. So let's create a new variable first, and we'll call it my address, and here we do obj.address. So I'm just taking this chunk over here. Now I want to access each of the element within it, and for that one I would do my address dot map. Let's see. Okay, now here I can create an instance. I can access each of them. So this E would refer to each of them. That's a null checker. Make sure that it's not null. Okay, all right. Now here I could do print E dot. As you see, these fields are already there because it's an object. It's not a JSON anymore. Okay, so once you have object and you use the dot operator, you see the fields immediately. Okay, hopefully it makes sense. All right, let's see. Okay, now we need to convert it to list, because map is not a list. So now we'll see over here. Let's see now, E country. Are we making any mistakes over here? Oh, sorry, I tagged it wrong over here. I need to tag it country, so it couldn't find it. Anyway, so now we'll come over here and we'll see the country's names are there. Okay, also that's how you build a class or a model based on your map or JSON. Okay, and that's how you create nested models or objects based on your nested map. Okay, hopefully it makes sense. Now, well, as you see over here, I had this one, and based on this I had to create this model and this model. Okay, well, there's a lot of writing actually in Flutter app. When you're going to develop even a small app, you will have a lot of models, and for each model you have to write them manually, but which is painful. Fortunately, there is a tool you can use that one. Now here I'll recommend this tool. Over here you could use this tool. I think it's very useful. All you need to do, you need to take your map and give to it. Do remember, even though it says JSON, but we know that we learned early that this is nothing but a JSON. Okay, so just take it and put it put it over here, not really over here, and then you can name it anything. I'll call it person. All right, and just generate Dart for you. You see, this is a model over here it created for us. Okay, and it also created the inner model, which is address. Okay, so it's a beautiful thing, and it's a very handy tool. But I would suggest first go ahead and do a few times on your own by typing, because then you'll have much better understanding what is map, what is JSON, and what is class, and how to initialize stuff inside of them. Okay, and then you can use this one. Okay, well, that's a lot of talk and a lot of understanding. Hopefully you got it. Okay, well, next we'll see how we can use our JSON file from the server and create models, and after that we'll use that one in our app over here. Okay, do remember that here we are waiting to use a model, and from that model we will create objects and save inside this one. Okay, all right. Now, of course, over here, as I said that for our app we also have an endpoint. Okay, so this is our endpoint, so popular, this one. So what I'll do, I'll go ahead and copy this one. I think actually it's copied over here already, same URL, and it's a get request. Now this is a Postman tool that you should use. It's very convenient for post request, get request, put, delete, a lot of others. Now over here, when you make a post or get request, it gets you a response. Most of the time the response is JSON type. Okay, now we can just hit it one more time, and we'll see that this is the data we got back from our server, and this data is exactly the same format as this one we saw earlier. Okay, now of course over here it's a lot of data, but you get to see that it has this curly braces, then some fields inside of it, and then this braces, and a lot of other information within it. Okay, just like this one over here, curly braces, this I think third curly braces and second curly braces. Okay, now we saw that we write them manually, we create our class manually, but this time we don't want to, because we already have the JSON file over here, or the map, regardless how you understand it. So all we could do, we could take this one and copy it, and we'll come over here to this one, and I'll put it there, right there. Okay, and then I'll create new well, I'll name it something new, because we are going to display our products in our Flutter app. So I'll call it over here product, that's all. Okay, now it will create a new model for us, and which it already did. Okay, here we are. Now imagine there's all of these things you're going to create on your own, to write manually. You might create mistakes. Okay, you might have mistakes, so I strongly suggest you use it, but first you have to familiar with this JSON file and model and practice that more, and then come back over here. Okay, all right, so I'll copy this one, and now I'll go back to our Flutter project over here, and within it I'll create a new folder inside lib directory, and now over here I'll call it models. Okay, now in this directory we'll have our first model. Okay, so I'll call it products model, or actually I'll call it popular products model, or products. Actually they're going to use the same one, so popular products and recommended products, they'll all use the same product model. Now over here, I'll put everything over here, and for that one, I'll copy it. I'll come over here and copy them. After that, I'll put it over here. Okay, and well, here's another method, toJSON. We don't need it now. We'll remove that. In future, if you need that, we'll generate another one before later on. And now I'll also delete this one as well. And okay, now this is exactly same as the person and address, like that. Okay, so this is more like the person that we created early. Sorry, yeah, we created early, and this one is exactly same as the address class we created early, but of course this time it has more information, not like that one, just 2 fields. Okay, all right. So now what I'll do, I'll go through it quickly and I'll explain a bit of the stuff and change it. Okay, well, first thing over here, you see the names, they're not quite correct, so I'll go ahead and change the name. Now over here, instead of products, I'll call it product model. Okay, because I changed the name, and I have to also name in this constructor and for this class as well. And now over here, I'll also need to change this one, and over here it's the same, and over here it's the same, and I can remove the new keyword, it's not necessary, and we would make some changes, but in general this would be the private fields. And for private fields, actually we use underscore. Okay, so I'll go ahead and tag underscore for each of them. Now here I'll say this would be initialized later rather than it could be null. So now I'm telling the compiler that this list would be initialized later. Okay, and now over here we also need to make some changes. Well, here instead of this, I'll type here required. Okay, and now I'll remove the content over here, I'll put it there, remove over here, put it there, and remove over here. All right, now here I need to change the type to private, because I want all of my fields to be private unless otherwise I specify them. Okay, now the errors are gone, especially this one. Okay, now you can ask why I'm doing like this. Well, that's because I want to create some public fields. Now these are all privates. Okay, now I want to create a new field, and okay, I also need to make it private over here as well. Okay, so I need to change it over here as well and change it here as well. Okay, and now over here I would do this dot total size equal total size. Of course we don't need this underscore, so I'll pass these 3 values from the map over here, and that the corresponding values like this one will be assigned to this one. Okay, so that's how we are going to work, because in Dart you can initialize a constructor many different ways. Just now earlier we didn't have this one, so that was one type of initialization, but because I'm going to create public fields, so I would separate public fields and private fields using different name. Anyway, so now here I would do type ID equal type ID, this dot offset equal offset. Now here this dot products equal products. Okay, all right, so what I'll do, I'll go ahead and create object, and as I create object, over here the values would be passed. Okay, do remember that. While over here it also creates object, but as it does, actually it's connected to this one over here. Okay, so they're internally connected because this is the constructor. When we create object, first we have to pass value to our constructor, and then from there would be able to use this one and this one as well. Okay, now here I'm going to create a private public field, and I'll call it list product model, and here the public field name is products, and here we have to use a property, a keyword actually called get, that belongs to Dart. Now here I want to get all this list over here, the objects that's saved in this list, and I can get it through this one, and this is a field. So if you're coming from other programming language, you will see there is getter and setter. So this is the getter, but only difference is they don't take any method, they just take a field. Okay, so most of the time you want to use arrow function like that. Okay, right, you can write like a method, but this is a convention. So if you have a getter or if you have a public variable that would be accessed from outside of this class, then before that variable you can use get. Okay, so now outside of this class, if I call products, that means I'll get all the list over here from here. Okay, so with this this is the first change we made, and we'll go through it quickly. Now here I also have from JSON, just like we did practice earlier. Now here, once we pass the map, so the map would assign the corresponding value to them. Okay, now as it goes through the values one by one, it will hit products, this one over here. Okay, now products has a list of maps. Okay, as we saw earlier over here. So product has a list of maps. So over here we are first initializing this products list, which is this one, to empty array, empty list. Okay, and then whatever we have over here, we loop through them using for each function, and we add it to the list. Remember, this is a list, this is a list, but it's a private list, belongs to this class. Now we use a product model. Okay, from JSON we pass each element, we pass each of them like this within this curly braces, I guess. Sorry, it's a bit annoying, up to here like this. We pass each of them, and then over here this one gets called, and as it gets called, it creates and returns an object actually. Okay, so that object is returned over here, and then it's saved in this list. Okay, now it loops through all the list which has inside this braces. Okay, in our case we have 6 elements because you see total size is 6, so we have 6 map inside of them. All right, so this loop runs 6 times. Okay, and then everything is saved over here, and after that we can access the list of objects using this one from outside of this class. Okay, now we're done with building the model. Okay, and the model classes, things like that. So now we'll come to our controller, and over here we would add this one. Okay, now remember, first we need to call this one. I'm sorry, we need to call this one. So as we call this one, we pass a map to it. Okay, now here we have to pass a map, but we have this response object. Do remember that response object has a body. So I'll copy this one, I'll put it over here. Okay, so response object has a body, you see. Yeah, but of course we can't just simply pass the body to this add all iterable, which keeps a lot of list inside of it. we can't do that. We have to convert it to a list of objects using this model method, this one. Okay, so here we'll call products. Let's see, products from JSON, and we'll pass this one. Okay, now it takes a list of objects. So remember, over here we have over here we can access to this one using this one over here, so we can just call this one. So here we do products. Now it will return a list of objects. Okay, and that's how it works. And with this, actually, basically we are done with our first successful method for getting the product list from the server. Okay, all right, so over here we are getting every information using Postman, but now we'll see how we get this information inside our app. Okay, well, now I'll go ahead and first launch a simulator, which I already have, and I will come over here and I'll make sure that everything is okay. Now we do have a bit of warning. Let's see. Okay, now for now, actually we'll skip this warning and we'll just go ahead and see whether it works or not, because it's just a warning. Okay, all right, so now we need to make sure that this method gets called and information gets updated over here. That means the information from the server gets saved over here. Okay, now how to do that? Remember, we are in Flutter Getx, so this is a controller method. So our controllers, they're all get initialized over here, like popular product repo and popular product controller. Using this one, they all get initialized, I mean the controller. So we need to find this controller, and after finding the controller, we can call this method. Now for the test purpose, I will come over here in the main method, and over here I'll try to call it. Okay, so here I would call get dot find, and over here I would do product popular product, actually popular product controller, and then we'll get it, we can access the method. Okay, all right, so in Flutter Getx, if you want to find a controller in general, you will use this section, and the controller, if it has any field or method you want to access that one, you just call them. Okay, now first we'll go ahead and run it, make sure that it got initialized and created. Yes, it did. Over here it says that product repo and product controller, but well, we don't see any information here. Now, well, we'll make sure that it gets initialized, so we'll try to come over here inside of this. Over here we'll do print got products. Okay, all right, now we'll refresh it and we'll see. So we'll call it one more time. Okay, now it looks like it didn't work. Okay, so it didn't go inside this method, right? Why? We can go ahead and look at our API client over here. Now it takes when it first gets initialized, it gets base URL, right? Now actually we are passing the base URL from here. Okay, that part is correct. Now if we see the get method over here, get method takes URI. Now let's see, where is this get method get called? Get data. Well, it's get called from here. But now here, actually, because we are using Getx, and this get data internally calls, let's see, calls this get function. But this get function is coming from Getx. Now this get function itself doesn't want the complete URI. Remember, it doesn't want the complete URI. It just wants the endpoint. Okay, that's all it wants. Because remember, when we initialize this API client first time, we are already passing the base URL. So over here, all we need to do, we need to pass the endpoint. So in our case, let's see, base URL is this one. So all we need to do, we need to pass this section. Okay, so I'll cut this one over here. Okay, and I'll come to this. Let's see. So actually I'll remove that one. I'll keep this one, and let me see our API client and dependencies. So I think we can put a slash over here. Okay, or we can put a slash, or we already have a slash, so actually we don't need to put slash anywhere. So now base URL has been given at the initialization, and when we call get data, we are just passing the endpoint. So this is the endpoint over here. So in the get method itself over here, it will first find the base URL and then this URI. They will connect and then they will get the data. Now let's restart one more time. Okay, and this time we see that we are able to print this one. That also means that it has data inside. Okay, that there should be data. Okay, all right, now what we could do, we would come over here and we'll just simply do a print over here, print popular product list. Okay, all right, yes. So here it looks like it's printing the product model and the related information. Okay, so that means that we are successfully able to get the data, and after getting the data, we are able to save inside this and we are able to print on it. So wow, that's a very good advance. Well, now we need to go ahead and dissect this product model, which I mean by we need to retrieve them. Well, it's already in the app, but we need to find a place where we really go ahead and use them. Definitely we are going to use them in our popular product page, because popular food page, because earlier we have built this two UI for popular product and recommended product, but here now we are getting the product information for popular product, right? So we need to show this information on the popular product UI page as well as the images, right? Okay, now before we go ahead and do that, we need to restructure some of the things and reorganize. Well, now for example over here, this base URL, okay, shouldn't be actually here, so we want to save it somewhere else and just use it over here, directly call it. Okay, so this is a constant for our app, so base URL is always a constant. Now over here, if we come to popular product repo, now this is also a constant, but this is a constant for popular product, right? And if we come to our API client over here, we do see that we should have a token, but for now we are passing an empty token. So all of these things we should organize and we should put them in a separate file. And for that one, we'll create a new file. Okay, now over here within utils folder, we already have colors and dimensions. Now I'll create another new folder and another new file, and here I'll call it app constants dot. So here I'll put all the constants for our app, and we'll create a new class for this, and we'll call the class app constants. Okay, and that's as simple as that. Now over here we can define some variables. First one we'll do static const string. Now here we'll define a variable which is app name, and here app name is db food. That means the best food. Wow. If you are following along with me and in future you want to change the name of the app, you'll just name it here. But of course we need to save it somewhere. We need to use it somewhere. We'll do that. But in your case, you need to change the name over here to whatever name you want. And then here we'll have static const int app version. For now, it's just one. And then we'll do static const string base URL. So here we'll write here https mvs dot my domain name. I'm not using the best tag in this case. I'm taking it from my testing server. And this is the base URL, and then we'll have other two URLs for now, and we do const string. Now here popular product URI. Here this is the endpoint. Our endpoint is API v1 products, and over here it's popular. Okay, all right. Okay, and we'll create another endpoint, and I'll just copy this one, and here I'll call it recommended product URI, and over here I'll change it recommended. All right, so we do have these things. Let's see. Also, don't worry about that one, just some convention thing, but in general constants are in capital letters, but Android Studio might have a different convention. Well, now we need to go to those files and change them. Okay, now over here, instead of let me go ahead and change over here first. So over here you don't want to send this one, you want to send app constants.base URL. Okay, and we need to import the file library. Okay, so that's how it works. All right, so you just have one get method, and every time you want to get a different same get method but different URI, you just pass it. So, and would come to what else? Let's see, dependencies. Over here we'll pass the base URI. So app constants.base. I think over here we shouldn't pass base URI. It should be popular product URI. Okay, because we are passing the base URI over here. All right. Okay, now if we I think we need to create another constant, and that's for token. So const string token. All right, so it would be a random token right now, so we'll just call it db token. In your case, you can have it anything you like, but later on we will generate token in the server. We'll get that one, and this would be replaced by that token. Now API client over here, so we'd come over here, and for now we'll just say send app constants token. Okay, but in future we still need to change it, but for now it's fine. Okay, all right, so with this now all the constants are pretty much saved here. So if you need to change something, you just change over here. You don't have to go through the other files. Okay, well, after this, now it's time to show the fetched data from network. It's time to show them on our main page. Okay, so we'll go to our main page, and While now main page the entry point should be in main.dart file, but definitely not this one. So I remember our main page is let's see where. Okay, food page body. This is where we show everything. So this is the page that we want to call first. So I'll copy this one over here. I'll close this, and then I'll come to main food page, and I'll put it there. Okay, all right, let's import the library. Okay, now what will happen when you first load the app, so it will call the method, and remember this method makes a get request to the server, and if it gets the data, then it saves the data inside this list. Okay, so when this call has been finished and data has been returned, it would save everything in this list over here. Okay, anyway, so I'll uncomment that for now. I'll keep this one anyway. So now data would be loaded, and if the data is loaded, we know that, well, either we can use this one or other ways to access this list and work with them. Okay, so we'll come over here. Now over here, let's see what do we have. So we have a container slider section and the dots, and another container and the list view builder for food. So I'll enlarge it. Now these are the common sections we have. Now because in the main app, let's see, where is our main.dart? Over here. So we already changed the home path, so if I restart, it will load us the home page. But now this happens when you certainly change the app status, because we have a lot of changes from recommended food to food page body. So we need to restart it manually, and then the error should be gone. Okay, let's see why this is happening. So we'll come over here, and okay, we are not supposed to call it directly. We are supposed to call it through main food page. Okay, not food page body. So that's why, because it doesn't have any scaffold. We remember that we learned early. Okay, so instead of food page body, we'll call this Dart file, which is called main food page. Okay, so this is over here, and this is the class name. So we'll open our main.dart. We'll come over here and we'll just simply replace it and restore it. And before that, we need to import it. Okay, now this is our home page, and this is what we are talking about. Okay, for now we are fetching data from server, and we want to show the data over here. And main food page, we'll click on it, and let's enlarge this. It is this few sections over here, this one, and this calls food page body. Okay, and food page body is actually showing all of this, as we saw early. And first part is this container, which is showing this one, right? So this is where we want to show the popular product. Now, well, so this let me find our controller, and let me close this, some of them, maybe API client, app constant, and let's see. Right now we need to work with popular product controller over here. So once again, they are saved over here, right? Now we need to find this controller in our UI, and then we need to get to this one. If we can, then we'll be able to access the data, right? So for this reason, we'll come over here, and to get the data immediately that has been passed from server, we need to wrap this container around get builder. Okay, now I'll go ahead and cut this one, Command X, and then I would do get builder, and within get builder we need to mention our controller type. Our controller is popular product controller. Okay, and within it takes a parameter which is called builder, and within builder you can create an instance. Okay, well, instance of this controller, and you can call it anything you like. We'll call it popular products. Okay, and then we'll do return. Okay, we need to put a comma here. Now here we'll do return, and the one we copied early. Okay, now because it's a return statement, so we need to put semicolon. Now this should be coming from our Getx package, so here we would import it, get package. Okay, all right, now the error should be gone. So now this get builder connects popular product controller with the UI. So whatever happens, or any kind of data, if it is updated, and we would know for this UI using this get builder. Okay, so if you want to get updated data and you want to redraw UI, then you should wrap your UI using get builder and the related controller. Okay, and of course most of the time you also want to create an instance of this controller. Now we'll come over here. Well, as we did that, there now we can go ahead and change some of the things. All right, now the first thing we do over here, we want to change the length. Well, we know that it returns certain items. For example, if we come to our postman, and we know that it returns total 6. Okay, anyway, so I want to know the number of items it's returned. Now here we learn that popular products is an instance of this controller, so I can put over here, and after that I can access any kind of public field inside this controller, inside this one. So do remember, popular product list, this is a public field, which is this one, right? Now we'll come over here and we'll do length. Okay, now this should be the length. Okay, now the same logic goes for our dots indicator. Why? Because the number of dots should match the number of items we have over here, and for this reason what I will do, I'll cut it and then I'll wrap it around get builder. Okay, so we do get builder, and over here we would mention the controller type, which is popular product controller, and over here at the same, just like earlier, here we'll mention the popular, we'll instantiate an object from this products, popular products. Okay, and then we do return like that, just like this, and then we do return, and we put whatever we cut early, and now we have to put this semicolon and as well as this one. Okay, all right, now I don't think we need this new word, keyword new, that's why it was yelling it. Now let's see, replaced. Okay, we can ignore that one first. Now here the same thing, so here popular products dot popular product list dot length. Okay, all right, now let's go ahead and restart it. Let's see what happens. Okay, all right, we do have 6, right? Yeah, and hopefully we'll have 6 sliders. 1 2 3 4 5 6. It means we successfully loaded data from server, and as well as count them and show them on the server app side. But now there's an error, as you see over here. It was saying that dot count should be greater than 0. Now the problem is because it takes time to load. Okay, yeah, so because it takes time to load, So by the time the UI is drawing, the data doesn't return anything, okay? So that's why it is creating problem over here. Now we can solve this one. So over here, if it's less than or equal 0, okay? If it's less than or equal 0, then we use 1. Otherwise, we use whatever the length was given, okay? Sorry, copy and paste. Of course, I think this, no, this one. Okay, and let's see, replace it is empty. Okay, that's a good suggestion. If there is nothing, that means empty. Well, if it's empty, then we'll use 1. Otherwise, we'll use whatever it is there, okay? Well, that also means that when data has been loaded, this part would be updated, and we'll see update over here as well. So now let's go ahead and restart it. And as you see, there was 1 first, and then it's gone, and it showed 6 items over here. Now we don't have that error. This is the warning. We'll take care of that warning later, because we want to get excited. It's been almost 7 hours, and this is the first time we see we're getting data from server. And thank you guys for sticking with me. But anyway, so now it means that our app and our controllers, everything is working. Now it's time to change the data, right? Now here's the thing. Well, here we need to pass an object from this product list, and then based on that object we'll be able to access the image name, item, and things like that, okay? So we need to make some changes. Well, we'll make changes in 2 places. Over here we need to pass a product item, and we'll catch it over here, and once we do that, we'll be able to access the value of that object over here, especially this image icon over here. We need to change the images. Well, to do that, first we need to pass image. We need to pass an object. Well, remember that earlier we learned that this list is a list of objects. This is the list. It contains objects over here. We learned this one, right? So once we created a model, and from model we created object, we saved object, products object over here, right? So this is a list of objects. Now this is a list. That also means that we can access them by index, okay? Index means by 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, like that. So that's why we would come over here and create, we'll pass a new argument over here, and we'll pass it like this: popular products, and our index. So what is our index? Well, in this case the index is position, so we'll put the index here. When index is 0, this is 0. All right, and we need to add an required positional argument over here, okay? And now it's gone. All right, now I wouldn't really call it popular product list. I'll call it popular product, okay? So here I'm sending a certain object from the list, and I'm catching that object over here. Now object type is product list, product model. If you come over here, our object type is this one, right? Not this one. Do remember we have 2 classes over here. So this class contains this one over here. Anyway, so now we'll come over here. So now I have the object, and as I have the object, earlier we learned that in our Dartpad online tool that we can use dot operator to access the object and its parameters and things like that. So the first thing we'll change over here, instead of asset image, here we'll use network image. Okay, all right, so we do network image. Now over here definitely we need to change the path. Now how do you change the path over here? Now for changing the path, we need to access our object first. So what is our object name? Our object name is popular product. We can do dot. Now here you see Android Studio is smart enough to know the object's name, so we could do just img. Now what is this img? Let's see. Okay, now here, well, we are saying that it won't be null. This is called bang operator, and it tells the compiler this is not going to be null. All right, otherwise compiler really doesn't know about what kind of value is coming over here, whether it's null or not. After all, this is coming from network, right? Anyway, so now if we see over here, what is img? Img is this one. Okay. So of course, if you just try to write this information over here, our Flutter will have no idea that what is this link, okay? Because it doesn't contain any base URL. So we need to put the base URL over here, okay? And here, what I would do, I'll write here app constants dot base URL, well, plus, but it still not work. Why? Because, well, I know, because the backend, the images saved in under pub uploads folder. Okay, so I need to add that one. We'll see our backend very soon, but let's see data on the front end first, that how it looks like. Okay, now the images with this, it will have a complete path. All right, now what we'll do, we'll go ahead and load it, and we'll see whether the static images has been changed or not. Okay, all right, so we'll go ahead and load them. Beautiful. You see our images are loading. They're loading slowly, but these are all new images. They all came from server. Congratulations. Thanks for sticking with me, and you have done a great job so far. Stuck with me over here and learned a lot of things, and we did a lot of work. Now images are all different, so what we could do next, we can go ahead and change the name as well over here, right? So we need to find where it is. So over here, this is hard-coded one. So over here we would do product list, popular product dot name. Okay, now let's save it. Well, I think we need to tell the compiler that the name is not empty. See, the name changed immediately. Perfect. So now we are talking to the server. Beautiful, isn't it? Okay, so far so good. Well, before we go ahead and do something else, we need to work on the loading icon, okay? Because first time it may load slowly. Well, now my server is fast, so that's why. But if your server is slow, it may load slowly. So you want to load the load icon. Next, we'll see how to load the load icon. To work with this loading icon to work, we need to first come to our controller, and let's find our controller. Hopefully this is this one over here. Not really. Okay, so I'll open up the folder, and here I have this popular product controller, and over here we need to set up a boolean. Okay, so here we'll set up a boolean, and we'll say it as bool is loaded. Okay, well, and we'll set it to false. Okay, all right. Of course, this is a private variable, and now we will create a public variable based on that, and that would be also bool, and we'll call it is loaded. Okay, now here we want to create a getter for this. So when you use get, so you can access this one from outside of this scope, and here we want to get is loaded. Okay, all right. So now we need to keep track of this one. and whatever changes we make to this one, would be available to this one, and then we'll be able to use this one outside, and then we can set up our loading icon. Okay, all right. So over here, if we have status code of 200, all right, yeah, so over here we could do loaded. So here we would do, I think over here, all right, is loaded equal true. Okay, all right. So otherwise the default value would be false. All right, so this is where we are. Okay, now of course we can do even much more advanced thing, but there would be a lot of coding, but for now we'll stick to this one. And after that we need to come to our, let's see, over here, food page body. Okay, and over here we have this section, container, list view builder, and get builder. Okay, all right. So over here for the first one, we do have this get view builder. Now we'll, inside this one actually we have a container, right? So this is the container is showing this section. So first I'll cut this one, and then I'll check over here. I would do popular products, and do remember just now we created is loaded field. If is loaded true, then I'll do something, otherwise I'll do something else. So here is the part that you want to do something here. This part is, if it's false, you'll do over here something different. Okay, so here I'll show the container if loaded is true. Okay, all right, looks like I cut it but it didn't work, so I'll go back, I'll cut it from here. Okay, and then I'll check one more time, popular product is loaded. If it's true, then we'll show this one, whatever I got from there. Okay, otherwise I'll show an empty container for now. Okay, okay, now let's see. So we need this one. Okay, now with this statement is complete. Okay, so once again, this is called ternary operator. It takes a condition, and this condition is a true, then this part executes. If it is false, then this part executes. Okay, but we just don't want a container like this, so we could draw something like called circular progress indicator. Okay, so this one, and of course here you could have I think that's okay too. So we do app colors dot main color. Okay, all right, now let's go ahead and try to run it and see the result. Okay, yeah, you see, so that was loading, right? One more time we'll check this out. Yeah, so you saw that loading icon. Okay, well, and over here I think we are great. We don't need to change anything over here. This section is doing great. All right, while next one would go ahead and load our products over here, which is well, this should be recommended. So instead of popular, I think I would go ahead and change the word, so this should be recommended products. Okay, anyway, so this section is over here. Let me find the tag control F. I would do popular. Let me find it, how many places I can find it. Okay, over here. So here I would do recommended. All right, let's save it. Yes, it changed. Okay, now over here there's a container that shows this word. Now this is the list view builder, and inside the list view builder we have this section which should be a recommended food. Now for recommended food, we are going to go ahead and create a new controller. So over here we'll create recommended product controller dot dart. Now for this section, we also need to create a repo because each controller should have its own repo. Okay, so now here I'll go ahead and create a repo. We would say recommended product repo.dart. Well, now here I'll open this one and this one as well, and for now I'll close. Well, they're all closed. I think model section we can close. Now this is the popular product controller. All you could do, you can just go ahead and copy all of this, and I'll come over here and I'll put it. Now we need to make some changes. So instead of popular, over here we would do recommended. Okay, all right, so I'll copy this one and I'll put it as usual over here. That should be recommended product repo. We have to create that one. So the first part is being changed everywhere. Okay, here, now here we also need the changes. So of course it's a small letter R. Recommended product list. So just go ahead and change all of them. This way we don't need to rewrite the whole code. And same over here. I think it should be small letter. Let me change them now, otherwise we'll get error. So the error will be gone once we create this repo and things like that. Okay, well, this controller is pretty ready. Now we're here, we are going to use the same product model and other information stays the same. And here we'll have a different method. So here we'll call it recommended, get recommended product list. Okay, all right, and over here we also need to change because our repo should have a method like this, get recommended. All right, now it'll throw us an error. It would, well, it didn't do it yet, but we'll go ahead and create one. Now if we come over here, we need to copy everything from this repo. So we'll put it over here, and instead of popular, we are calling it recommended. Okay, all right, now I'll copy this one, put it over here as well, and over here the method name should be recommended. All right, and everything else stays the same. Now here, instead of popular, we need to use recommended. We already have a URI for this one because early we create this app constants class. Now product repo, we'll close this one, we don't need that. Recommended controller, let's see, we need to import the package, and the errors, they are all gone. Okay, all right, so these two controllers, they do look same, but soon they'll be very different. Okay, so we have these two repos there ready, and of course this is the product controller. Well, now we need to load them as dependencies in our project file. So the dependencies are loaded over here. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and load them. So first I'll copy this one, and I'll just put it right there, and I'll make a slight change in the name. Here we do recommended. Okay, all right, and so this is recommended product repo and a popular product controller, and here we need to pass recommended. All right, now we'll go ahead and import the libraries. Looks like it didn't get recognized. Let's see, recommended product repo. Okay, I have a typo over here. Now we can go ahead and import it, and over here is the same. All right, let's go ahead and import it. Okay, they are all loaded, right? We are ready to load things. So now over here we'll see if we have error or not. Okay, over here is the problem, because it was supposed to be popular product controller. I just changed the name. So anyway, I'll copy this one, and the first one is popular product, popular, okay, product controller, and over here it should be popular. Okay, now we'll go ahead and restore the app, and everything should work perfectly. Okay, now just like earlier we worked with recommended product controller, like it loads the data and puts the data in a list. So for get recommended product it would be the same, but now here one thing though, here we have a different endpoint, right? So let's select it, and on Mac I would do Command B. So I'll come over here. So this is the recommended. I think I have a typo. Okay, now it's fine. But one thing we'd do, would go ahead and check this one if it works on Postman or not. So I'm booting up my Postman, and after that I will go ahead and test the API on the Postman first. Now, a lot of you don't have the access to the API yet. Just follow along with me. Soon I'll open up the backend for you, and you'll have better idea what's going on. So over here, previously we did this practice for popular product. Now here we do for recommended. Okay, so this would be a get request, so we just change the endpoint, everything else stays the same. Now I'll put a hit send button, and looks like yes, we have total size of 5. Okay, so of course this is getting different information than the popular. Why? Because with popular we had total size of 6 and type ID 2, but here we see type ID 3 and total size of 5. So here what I will do, I will just do popular one more time. We'll see that our information is quite different. Okay, so that means our endpoint is working. Well, if your endpoint is working on Postman, in general that should work in your app as well. Okay, so now I'll come to this section over here, and this is the list view builder, right? So just like this one over here, we'll go ahead and wrap this around get view builder. Okay, that's what we'll do. So here we do get builder, and over here we need to mention the type of the controller. In our case this is recommended product controller. Okay, recommended product controller, this one. Okay, now here we'll create an instance of it, so we'll call it recommended product. Now here we'll hit return button, and inside we should have our list view builder. Okay, but before we go ahead and put our list view builder, just like this, we should have this loading icon, right? So because remember we didn't really change anything in this controller, so exactly we'll do the same process. So here we do recommended product is loaded. If it's true, then we'll show our list view builder. Otherwise we would do circular progress indicator, and here we would do color. So color is app colors dot main color. Okay, yeah, all right. And because it's a return statement, so we need to use semicolon. Okay, now we'll go ahead and boot up our app from the scratch, and we'll see how it works. As you see, it's still loading over here. It's loading. Well, now if the loading is taking too long over here, there might be the problem that this section recommended product list over here, we do have some problems. Okay, now let's see what it prints. Okay, get product recommended. I'll put a log over here, and I'll copy this one and put it over here. I would write here could not get. So most probably we have some problem over there. Okay, All right, it's nothing to do with the problem over here. The problem is over here in our main function, because I'm not loading them at all, but you have to I'm not calling them to load it for loading. Okay, so over here, remember, in main function we are calling this method to load all the data. Okay, when they're loaded ready, then over here we can show them, right? But here I didn't call the method. Remember, we have a similar method in recommended product controller. So here all we need to do, go ahead and change recommended product controller, and okay, and over here it should be recommended product list. Let's see, now we'll go ahead and run it. Okay, and let's see, yes, well, of course it loaded, but we didn't update this pages. Okay, you see the icon has gone. Now here we would come over here to this food page body. Now here there are places that we can change this icon and images. Okay, now here definitely this is the asset image that we need to change, but earlier we did the same for our this section over here. Now we can just simply go ahead and copy them. 对. So we'll go ahead and copy them, and I'll just simply put it over here. Okay, but of course here we don't have popular product, so in our case the instance is a recommended product. 睡觉. So here our instance is recommended product, so we'll copy this one and put it over here. Okay, all right, and let's see, a recommended product over here. Now of course let me enlarge the screen and let me explain what's happening here. Now let's see, recommended product is over here. Now this one, now here we just create an instance of our controller. Okay, now using the controller I can have access to the list. So let's go ahead and find the list. So what is the list? This is the list, right? Okay, now here we need to access it by index. Okay, so what is our index? Now here our index is coming from here. This is the index of list view builder, right? So this is where it's coming from. So we need to put here index. So here we do index, and now from that index we get a particular product model, right? And from that model now we can go ahead and access IMG. Okay, it makes sense. Now here's another thing that we need to change, the length. Okay, so it shouldn't be hard-coded anymore, so I'll put it over here, and then we'll do get recommended product list dot length. Okay, so maybe we have 5 products, so our index would go from 0 to 4, and because list view is more like a for loop, so each of the object we can access over here and their related information. Okay, all right, so that's almost done. Now we need to come over here in app constants, and we will create a new constants. That's because here we don't want to hard code it like this, because we already put it in 2 places, so we want to declare it over here. So here we would do static const string upload URL. Okay, now over here we would do just uploads. Okay, and you're good to go. So what I would do, I would come over here, and instead of being hard-coded, I would do app constants, but instead of base we would do upload URL. Okay, all right, and I think we have another place that where we can change it. That should be at the down bottom over here, the same one. So do app constants dot upload URL. Okay, all right. Now we'll go ahead and restart our app, and we'll see hopefully here new images. Okay, let's see. And it looks like we do have an issue. Okay, we are missing over here a slash. Okay, so that's why it can't read the image path. Well, for that one, I'll come over here in app constants. Inside this one, I'll put a slash. Okay, now I'll go ahead and restart app. Hopefully we'll see the images. Okay, let's see. Yes, these are the images we are talking about. Okay, these are all new images that got from server. Okay, perfect. Now we have to make another change. Now the name, right? So we want to take care of the name over here. Let's see. So we need to come to the section over here. As you see, so this section is pretty hard coded. All right, and over here we do this one. We do recommended product dot recommended list. We'll go inside the index. Now here we do name, I think. Okay, now let's save it. Okay, it wants you to put the bang operator to tell it that it's not null. Of course, you put it only when you are sure it's not null. Okay, now let's restart. As you see, we have different names over here, and that's beautiful. We have done a great job so far. And next thing we need to take care is this warning. Okay, so next we'll see how to go ahead and take care of this warning. Well, now we'll go ahead and analyze this problem over here. Well, it says that operand of null aware operation has which excludes null, while this means that this can't be null. This is the meaning. Okay, this is a null aware operator, and where is this coming from? So I'll click on this, and this is actually pointing to this one. It's telling you line 22 and the ninth word, so ninth letter. So this is the one it's talking about. Okay, now here once again, it's operand of null aware operation has a type. Okay, so it already has a type, and which excludes null. Now when we use this one, it means that this certain instance or variable cannot be null. Okay, well here we don't need this one because we already initialized it to be an empty array or empty list, I would say. So it's empty. Empty doesn't mean null. None means it's not pointing anywhere in the memory. But here it cannot be null because it's already empty. Okay, so here we already said it is already empty, so we don't need this one. This is only, once again, if you're not sure whether it's being initialized in your app or not, but you are pretty sure that it's coming from somewhere else, and from there it won't be null. In that situation, you use this bang operator. So we'll just simply remove the bang operator over here and restart our app, and hopefully we'll see the error is gone. Okay, yes, great. Well, with this we are pretty good, and so far we came a long way. Now in next section we'll see how to tap on them and go to a new page, and for that one we'll build our route class, a route class that would help you to maintain your project, and you'd learn when you do a much bigger project how to organize your routes. Well, before we go ahead and work on the routes class, first understand how the basic routing works on Flutter Getx. Well, so for this one, let's understand one thing. So once I click on this one, I want to go to the popular food detail section, and once I click this one, I want to go to the recommended food detail section. That's what we want to do, but right now they are not clickable at all. Okay, well, we could do this thing easily. And first what we do would come over here and find our food page body, which is this one we already have, and for now I'll close others. We don't need them now, Okay, so I'll close this one, app constants controller. Okay, and dependencies, I will keep popular for detail, and we also need to get recommended for detail. All right, not the repo, we want the UI. Okay, all right, so now from here, once we click, we need to go somewhere. All right, well, now let's find where we can make it clickable. So this is the main food page and food page body, which is this one over here. Okay, well, let me enlarge the UI, the screen over here. Now this is the get builder for recommended food, and this is the get builder for our popular food. Now over here, this is the page builder, right? And inside the page builder over here, actually I can make it clickable. Okay, so because this page view dot builder, it takes this amount of screen. Okay, so this is the place where we can make it clickable. Okay, and then we'll go to somewhere else. All right, so what I'll do, I'll on Mac, because I'm on Android Studio, I would hit Option, Enter. So it'll ask me to wrap around a widget, and that's what I will do. Now over here, I'll call it gesture detector. Okay, and within it, inside, I'll use on tab button. Okay, now over here, wherever I click, I want to go to a new page. Okay, well, in Flutter Getx, for basic routing, you generally do get dot to somewhere. Okay, or get dot named, that's okay too. All right, so you can use any of them. So here, if you see, it takes a page dynamically. All right, so here we'll call a certain page. From here, we'll go to popular food details. So we'll do popular food detail, this one. Okay, we'll just simply call this one. Yes. Okay, now I'll restart our app, and let's make sure no errors. Yes, no errors. Now I'll click on them. Yes, it took me a new page. Okay, all right, that's what we expected, and that's what happened, but we can't go back. Well, for going back, actually first we need to go back. Okay, well, so I'll come over here, and I know that over here we have this button, so we can use this button, right? So just like earlier, we have to make this button clickable. Okay, so this button is defined over here, and the first icon, this one. Okay, so just like earlier, we wrap it around gesture detector. Okay, and over here I'll write gesture detector. Okay, and it takes on tap event, so I'll put here on tap. Okay, so here simply we could do, let's see, get dot to the home page. Okay, now what is our home page? Home page is I think main food let's see, main food page. I think this is our home page. Okay, so simply we'll do this one. So I'll restore it, and I'll click on this. Okay, it takes me to the home page, and let's see, if I click on this, it takes me this one. Of course, the information here is still static, right? And the same over here, but over here if we click, nothing happens because we didn't register any on tap event. We just did for these things. Okay, now this is simple, and it's okay for app like to-do list, but here we are not building a to-do list app. We are actually trying to build a real world app. Well, now with this approach, the problem is you manually type in your page's name, but we want them to be more dynamic, okay? And that's why we'll organize all of our routes in a new file, okay? And we'll use a different approach, but we'll still use Getx package, but more professional and scalable approach to help with our routes, okay? Because we want to do many things when we go to a new route. For example, working on the data, process some data, and check on the data, okay? And we get the two, that could be a problem. And another thing is that you want to keep your route logic in a separate file. That's the best way to go. And from UI, you just call a certain route, okay? Now, we'll go ahead and instead of lib folder, we'll create a new folder and we'll call it routes, okay? Now over here, I'll create a new file and we'll call it route helper.dart, okay? Now over here, we'll create a new class and we'll call it route helper, okay? And over here, we'll have members and functions. And they all be static members and classes or functions, things like that, okay? So this is where we will keep all of our route logic. All right. Now to this one, first I will declare a new route and it'll be string type. And over here, we'll call it initial, okay? Now that refers to our home page. Okay, so this is where we want to go. All right, now in fact, right now, we can go ahead and use this initial route. And to use that one, we need to make some changes inside our get material app. Okay, so over here, I think I'll remove this one for now. We are not using any kind of blue swatch. Okay, now over here, we'll have a section which is called initial route, okay? Now we'll just call route helper.initial, okay? So with this, we'll come to this file over here, okay? And get this one. Now let's restart our app and make sure that it's working. Yes, it's working because it loaded our home page, right? Okay, well, so we already started to work. Now, get material app has another property which is called, let's see where I can find it. There's a lot of information. A list, okay, which is called get pages. Now, get pages, actually, it takes pages over here, as you can see. It refers to pages like recommended food detail, popular food detail, like that, okay? And we'll use that one, okay? Now, as I saw earlier, that it takes a list of pages, okay? List of pages. So we need to create a list and apply it over here, okay? Well, for this one, we'll come over here. And here, I would do a static variable. I'll create a list over here. It would be list. And it would be type get page, okay? So get page is our type. Now here I'll just simply call it routes, and here I'll create a list over here, okay? Yes. All right, and as we create routes, now inside we saw early that over here, this one, it takes a list of pages, okay? Once again, let's see it over here, okay? Well, now for that one, we need to create or call a function over here actually, which is called get page, okay? This one, and it takes name and your page, okay? So, well, this is a function that you call, or I would say more like a constructor. As you see, it has a new over here. So it takes name of the routes and where to go, all right? So we can use this one over here. For this one, first we already have over here, as you see, initial route as a slash this one. So here I think we can do this one, slash over here, okay, and over here we can mention the name. Okay, now what is the name? In our case, the name is main food page. All right, yes. Now with this, all we need to do, let's see, oh, it's a list, so you need to put a separated comma. Now with this, all you need to do, come here and then use the property which is called get pages. Now here you do route helper dot routes, because it returns a list, and this one expects a list. Okay, now we'll go ahead and restart it. Okay, and it still works, but of course it takes a list of routes, but our initial route has been defined using this one. Now if you cancel it, comment out, let's see what happens. Okay, well, looks like it still works. Well, that's because it goes to the list over here and find it, and it works like that. Okay, that's as simple as that, and you can navigate to different pages, right? Okay, but now here the problem is right now, well, this is transition is a problem, as you can see, but we'll take care of that later. If you have a lot of pages, it won't work like that. Okay, because right now it just finds only one and gets over there. Okay, that's what it does. Anyway, we'll put back our initial routes. Okay, now we have the route earlier. We want to go to a different page. Once we click on that one, we have to define a route for that one. Okay, well, how to do that one? So first we'll create a static variable once again. Now we'll do static const string. We'll here call it popular food, and here we do popular food. Well, in general, a route's name string, if you have two words, they should have slash. Okay, all right, so now over here we would do get page and name over here. Now here we would do popular food page, this one. Okay, and then we'll call the page, and our page is, the related page should be popular food detail, this one. Okay, we would come over here. Okay, now let's see. Oh, I'm missing the argument here, which is called page. Okay, now error should be gone. Now the problem is, how do I go ahead and call this one? I can't really, okay, because this is a string. Okay, so what I would do, I would go ahead and use this one and put over here. Okay, now this refers to that one over there. Okay, all right, so now from my file, from the places where I'm trying to tap over there, I can just call this one. Okay, this one would find over here this one, and then it would trigger this one. Okay, let's go ahead and test it. So just now we are on main food page, and sorry, food page body. So instead of using this one, we'll use get dot say 2, that's fine, and here we'll use route helper and popular food. Okay, now let's go ahead and save it and see the result. And we'll click on this, and data is still loading. Okay, now we have a problem. Well, now because we are not really using name, it says that unexpected string use to named instead. So let's go ahead and use that one. Okay, now let's go ahead and restart it. Okay, and let's click on this, and it works. Okay, now you can once again go back. This works. So it looks like this does work. how it works? Well, let's go ahead and prove it. So because this is an arrow function, right? Well, instead of writing it like this, actually I can do an anonymous function over here and return this one, and then I can print a log over here. So I would say popular food get cold. Okay, now over here I'll restore it, and remember I'll click on this and I see it works. So I call this one, it comes over here, and of course there's a route registered for it, and then it goes over here. Okay, all right, so that's working okay. But now it keeps things simple, but it also has a bit of problem. Okay, let me tell you. Now if I want to pass parameter and I want to process the parameter, working like this is a bit difficult. Okay, now where to pass parameter, that's the problem. Okay, so what we'll do, we'll come over here and create a function, and we'll call it static, and over here we would have a type which is string, and the function name is get popular food. Okay, and it would be a function that returns a string over here. So the string has a variable inside. The variable is popular food. Now this returns a string, so we have the type over here, string, and this variable refers to this one. Okay, now over here this one doesn't change, and that's okay. Now with this approach there is a beautiful thing, because now instead of calling this one directly, I'll call this one, but as you see it's a function, so when I call it I can pass parameter inside it. Okay, argument, so I'll receive them here as a parameter. As I do that, now over here I can receive those parameters, I can process them, and I can do conditional check, and based on that one I can either go to this route or a different kind of route. This is the best approach for working with routes. Okay, now to prove that this works as well, we'll go ahead and use this one instead of this one. Okay, do remember when you call this one, it will find this variable in this class over here, and we already have, and it will say, oh, it has a route defined, so it will set the route over here, and then if you pass any parameters inside, that parameter you can grab over here, and I'll show you how to grab the parameters and work on them. Okay, all right, now once again we'll come to our food page body. Now this time instead of popular food, we'll call the function get popular food. Okay, so now we are calling functions. Okay, now let's go ahead and restart it, and you click on them and it still works. Okay, well, soon we need to pass parameters. That's because when I go into a new page, I need to show a new picture, right, and a new information, but right now everything is static. Okay, and before I go ahead and do that, let me change part of the route helper class over here. Now over here you see, if you hover over on it, it has a transition property. Okay, now we'll go ahead and use those property. Now here right below it, here I'll use the property which is called transition. I do transition, and I think it takes fade in. So let's restart it. You see the effect is quite different. Okay, that's what we love. All right, so every time you come to a new page, now here it looks beautiful because it's fade in. Now here there are other properties as well, you can use them, like zoom, circular reveal. I haven't used them. Left to right. Okay, I want to use this one. Let's go ahead and check what it is. Now I'll click over here well, it didn't really look very different. Anyway, so I'll stick to the old one, fade in, and we are good. Okay, now over here, this is what we did for popular food. We'll do the same for our initial route. So over here, we go ahead and declare static string get initial. Well, I think we'll just call it get initial, and over here I think we'll just have this one, and that's all. Okay, and over here, sorry, not this one, we'll have initial. Okay, this refers to this one and this refers to this string, and here we'll use initial. Okay, all right, so when you call this one, it would come over here, and at the same time it matches this one and this one over here. Let's see, is the spelling correct? Yeah, the spelling is correct. And no, we want to use a variable because we want to pass variables later. Okay, so don't worry, because we'll pass variable, so that's why it's being it's yelling at us. Anyway, so now here we'll go ahead and once again make sure that it works, and it does work. Okay, now we'll quickly go ahead and replicate this one, and we'll create one more for recommended food, and here we'll call recommended. I'll copy this one, I'll put it over here, and I'll do Command D over here, so copy it. Now here recommended, and here we'll write recommended as well. So this is recommended food, and now for recommended food we'll create a new get page. So here I'll just go ahead and paste this one. Okay, now here we do recommended food, and here recommended food. Okay, and I think we need to import the recommended. Let's see the class name where we are typing the correct class. So mmend recommended. Oh, looks like we have a typo over here. Actually, we don't need E over here. The same one over here. And within route helper class, we can just simply call it. Okay, so now let's go ahead and restart one more time, and click on this, it works. You can go back, click on this, it doesn't work. Well, that's because we didn't connect our route in food page body with this one. Okay, now earlier we did this one for recommended product controller, for recommended food. Now this one, sorry, earlier we did for popular food. Now here we'll do for recommended food. Okay, now here we do have this container, and this container wraps around everything, right? And let's see, now inside of this I have this another container, and this is the text container. So this is a list view builder. So yes, this is the perfect candidate, and we can wrap this around a widget, and it's called get gesture detector. And now here we'll use on tap. Now here we'll use get dot to named, and we'll call route helper dot get recommended food. Okay, now let's click on them. Now click on this. Yes, it works, but it looks like it messed up with our UI over here, and it doesn't work. It does work, but you have to click on this one. Okay, all right, so next we'll see how to go ahead and solve this problem first. To solve this problem, we have to come over here and look at this. And where is this coming from? Well, this is coming from the back menu. Well, now this is a page of recommended food detail, right? So we would come over here, and if you come over here, you will see that we have sliver wrapper, and if you hover over on it, you will see there is one boolean that's called automatically imply leading. So this is what causing problem. So all it does is create this button for you on your own, but we can turn it off. So we'll do it false. Okay, now let's restart it. Okay, and now we'll go over there, and it looks like it's working. We can do cancel on it, but of course we don't have this cancel button here yet. So here I'll wrap it around gesture detector, do gesture detector, and then it will have on tap event, and within on tap event we'll have our get route, and then over here we'll have child. As a child we'll put there. Now it will work, and we need to put a comma over here. Okay, now right over here we do get dot, things like that. Okay, but before we need to import the package, let's go ahead and do it. Okay, now we'll come over here and we do get the to named. Here we do route helper dot. Now of course we need to import this one as well. Here we do get dot helper dot. Now we want to go back to the initial page, which is our main page. All right, now let's save it, and we can go back to the main page. Okay, after this, now we'll go ahead and see how to pass parameters as we work with the route and call a route. Okay, well, now for that one, first we would come to our popular food over here, and over here we have let's see, what do we have? Actually, we would come to this one, not popular food, and over here we see that we have two sections. So popular product controller, this one. Over here I do have gesture detector wrapped around this page view builder. Actually, I would want to remove that, not really over here. It's not really a good place. What I would do, I would simply copy this one first, so because I want to use that, and then I'll remove over here, as well as remove this section. Okay, so it will put back to its original state. Okay, yes, it's here, and this is inside the container. So to work with this, actually I would come over here, build page over here. Now I'll come to this function, and this function also has a container. So over here, this container, okay, actually I want to wrap around. So for this one, I'll select it, and then I'll wrap it around a widget, and widget name is gesture detector. Okay, all right, and now over here I just copied on tap event. That one I'll put over here. Okay, now I'll save it anyway. Now after that I will come over here and make sure that it works. Okay, okay, now from here we want to pass down our parameter. Well, to do that we need to make some changes. Well, first we have to get certain ID, okay, and based on that ID we'll do things. Now remember, each list has an ID in the list itself, because lists are indexable, right? Okay, so we can access that one. Now do remember, when you pass over here, we pass an index and product model. Okay, well, for now we would just get the index, and we'll go to a new page. So over here, actually, I would just simply pass the index. Okay, that's all I would do. But now it'll say, let's add this positional parameter. Now, because do remember, this is a function. So this is the function over here. So here I need to do int. I would say page ID. Do remember, it's just page ID, not product ID. Product ID is quite different. Okay. Now after that, over here, so we are passing over here the page ID. Now, because this one in return calls this route, right? This route is over here, and this route then comes over here. So we can pass this information down to this one over here. Well, to do that, all we need to do here, we have, just like if you're coming from web programming route, you pass parameters like this, you do it, and then name of the parameter. Okay, so here I'll just name the parameter page ID, and after that I'll tag whatever was given. Okay, so this one. So now let's see page ID. Okay, now this page ID is this one because it's a variable. Now if you want to put a variable inside a string, you need to use $sign. So that's why here we are using $sign. Now this is the parameter we want to retrieve, and this would be a value. So this value is given over here to this variable, okay, or this parameter. Now this one we can catch down over here. Okay, yeah. All right, so now we'll catch it and pass to it. Okay, well, simply we could do things like this: var page ID equal, now whatever you got from there. So we are passing down a variable or a parameter. So how to get that one? To get that one, you do get dot parameters, this one, and inside whatever variable you want to catch, you write that one. Okay, and that's all. Okay, and after that you just pass the page ID over here, page ID. Okay, well, now here it will ask you go ahead and add another parameter to popular food detail, and that's what we need to do. Okay, so let me walk you through 1 second what's happening here. From here we are passing an index. Well, this is the index from the list index, and we are calling it page ID. So after that we come over here, and because it's a function, so I can get it over here because the function is actually over here, the function body, and within the body, well, whatever the value has been given from here, I grab it over here in this variable, and then I catch that variable over here using this special helper function, which is called get parameters. Okay, now this takes a string and we passed it, and then we send it to our screen or UI. Now of course it's asking you to go ahead and add this one. So what I will do, I will come over here, and at the top over here I'll create a variable, and it will be int type, and I'll call it page ID. All right, okay, now this page ID is required, you must send it, so I'll use required this dot page ID. All right, now let's see what else. I think we need to remove this one. Okay, now we are good. Now over here we have this page ID. Now what's the point of sending the page ID to this page? Well, now I have the index value, right? So this is the actual index that has been passed down from this place, right? So now we can grab it. If we can grab the index, we can grab the list, and then we use this index, certain index, and then we can get an object. So that was the point. Okay, now over here simply we can just get object. So here I'll create a variable and I'll call it var, and product, I'll just call it I'll just call it product. Okay, and here after that we need to get access to the list, the one we have in over here, this one. Okay, do remember, no, I don't want to open the repo, I want to open the controller. So do remember there is a list, right? So I want to get to access to this one because this gets access to this and this is coming from here, we already know that. So I want to have access to this one. So for that one, I think, okay, here first I need to find the controller. So you do get.find, and then you mention your controller name, the controller you want to find. So controller is popular food controller. It's been initialized, but because we have many controllers, and this is how you go and find a certain controller, and after that you can get certain property of it. So the property is this list that we want. Okay, now this is a list, so I can access it, the inner items. So here I'll just simply pass page ID. Okay, all right, that's it. Now if I did that, well, this gets me an instance from this list. Do remember this list has all the instance of product model. Okay, so now based on that index I have an access to the product model, certain product model. Okay, so here I'll come over here and well, I will do a few things over here. I would say print page ID is I would do page ID to string. Okay, and over here I would also do product name is, because this is a product instance, a model, right? So an object based on the model, so I can have access to its different properties. Like as you see, if I put a dot, I can already access it. So Android Studio is smart enough to let us know. But now here I think okay, let's convert it to string. Now I'll go ahead and restore everything from the scratch, and looks like we do have an error. Let's see, where is this error coming from? Route helper. Okay, here I need to pass it like this, page ID, and let's see, convert it to well, now we are passing it as a int, so we need to parse it to int, because I think here this might get us something different, more like string. So over here we would do parse dot int or int dot parse, this one. Okay, now we'll pass page ID over here. Let's see. Okay, now let's go ahead and restore it. Okay, so well, now if I click on this, I would expect the page ID and the product name. Well, this would be the product name, right? So this is what I would expect. So I'll click over here, and page ID is 0 and product name is nutritious meal in China. Okay, and this is what exactly we had over here. Now I will come over here and I will click this one, and then I would try to see the index as well as this name. So page ID is 2, and this is exactly that one we had earlier, right? Now if we have this one, that also means that we could come over here. I'll comment it out right now, we don't need this now. So we can go ahead and start to change these names. So this was hard coded, right? So here we do product dot name. Okay, All right, so we're telling compiler that it's not null, and that's one. What else? Now, remember, this is the long text, so we don't want the text hard-coded. So we'll come over here, remove it, and we'll put whatever we have gotten. So here we do have product.description. I think we also need the bang operator one more time, and as well as the image. Okay, now here we do have image. Let's go ahead and see the image should be over here because that's the background image. Now here we do have asset image, so we'll change it to network image. Okay, network image, and over here we'll just use the name. So first we do app constants dot base URL plus app constant dot popular URL plus product dot img. Okay, all right, and we'll restore everything, and hopefully it'll work this time. And we'll come over here and we see the name and the introduction. It's beautiful, right? And it's already working. Now if I click on this one, we see a different name and a different introduction. Okay, all right, and what else? I'll come over here. I would want to see this image and this text, and this is exactly what we wanted, right? So it's already working, and we have come a long way. It's pretty beautiful, isn't it? Okay, but of course we can optimize it more. Like the price over here is pretty much fixed over here, 10 RMB. So let me find 10 over here. 10. Well, if we do this one, not really. Let's see. Okay, this one. Now over here, first I think we need to have two strings. Okay, now this string would be a variable. Okay, over here. Well, to do that one, first we'll have $, and then we'll have double bracket, and within it we'll access product dot price. Okay, and we'll say it's not null, and let's see, remove the unnecessary operator. Yes, because we are already using this string, this double quotation, and this is a variable. While in Flutter, or in Dart actually, if you want to use a variable inside a string, you should use this one as well as, this brackets. Okay, now let's go ahead and restart it. Now we'll see if the price changes or not. Now the price is 12, earlier it was 10. Now click on this one, price is 2,153. That means it's already working. And we'll check this one over here, and we click this and we see the price is 18, so which means our price is working and everything else is working over here, and we're pretty satisfied. And another thing, you may ask why I have this curly braces and this $sign. Well, earlier we have seen that in route helper, if you have a variable and if the variable is inside a string, which means inside single quotation or double quotation, for that variable, in front of the variable we use this word which is called this $sign. Okay, and that's good enough. But if your variable is let's see, which is over here, part of an object, then you also need curly braces. Okay, now here this initial is not part of an object because this initial previously was just a string, or this word popular food is just a string, so it's not a part of object. But over here product, it's it's an object, right? So if you want to get a variable from an object, you should have this curly braces as well as this dollar sign. Okay, hopefully it makes sense. Well, now we'll go ahead and check on this one. Okay, because right now they're all showing the same thing, so we'll go ahead and work on this. Well, for that one, once again, we'll come to our main food page over here. Not this one, sorry. We will go to food page body, this one. Okay, now just like this over here, for popular food we had index, so we'll also use the same index for recommended food, so which is over here. Okay, now I think over here we can also make a little update. Here we do recommended food. All right, so we know what's going on over here. Now over here, once again, we'll pass the index. Okay, now it'll throw an error, so we'll go to this function. Now over here, we'll once again do page ID. So this index is over here, as a page ID. Okay, we're just naming it page ID. You can name it anything you want. Then we'll grab this parameter in the URL actually, and we'll call it page ID. After that, because it's a variable we are passing and using, so we also have this one. Now we have to find this one in the list. So remember, this is a list. Okay, so over here would come over here, and just like this, we'll just simply copy this one, and I'll put it here, and then I'll pass it down. And for that one, we'll just simply copy this one. Okay, all right. Now it will throw an error, so we'll come over here, and over here, just like popular food at the top, popular food, let's see where it is, this one. So at the top, we'll have this one, like that. We'll just do here final int page ID. Over here we'll use it as a required this dot page ID. Okay, all right. I think we're good, but earlier we didn't have final, so we couldn't use const. You can use a final if you want, and then you have to use const. Okay, then you're good to go. Now we are over here, and after that we'll find the controller and we'll put it in a variable name is product. You can name it anything you want. We'll do get dot find. Okay, and then we'll find the controller, but in that case the controller is recommended product controller. Okay, and then we'll find the list. The list name is recommended product list. Because this is a list, we have to pass the page ID. That's what we'll do. So this will get us the page number from the index. Okay, once we have this one, we get the related instance, and now we'll come down over here and we'll start to make changes. Well, the first change we'll do over here, image.network. Okay, and then we'll print the full path over here, and this is the full path. For this one, we need to import the library. Okay, and we'll just put a comma over here, comma at the end. Okay, all right, and we're good to go. And after that, we also need to change this text. So I'll copy this one first, and then I'll delete all of it because the text is too long. So I'll do here child, and then this is the widget that I want to use, and it has a text property, and text property wants to take a description. That's what it will do, and we are good to go. All right, and what else? I think we also need to change the price over here. So for the price itself, once again, Here I'll have the $sign and then the curly braces because we are using a property from an object, and we do product dot price. Okay, make sure that it's not null. And over here, actually, we can remove this one first. Okay, we don't need that. And as well as this one for now. Okay, these are all string. Okay, now I'll save it and restart it, and we'll see how it goes. Now let's start from this place over here. It says the image and text. This is what we have, and the price. Now we'll come over here, Chinese side, and we see we have a little bit of text, and this is the product price. Well, that's too much though. Now over here we see the product price, and this text is pretty much same, but this title has not been changed. So let's go ahead and change the title. Now I think the title is let's see where it is. We have the description, we have the shopping cart. So this is the sliver wrap. Now over here we have this one, and we do have bottom navigation bar. Okay, so that it's inside the sliver wrap, inside I think let's see, container over here. Okay, within preferred size. So over here I'll just simply do product dot name is a bang operator and tell it that it's not going to be null. Okay, now let's restart it. Now let me click on this one. Yes. Okay, but of course in this case we have very short text, and over here the text is short, and over here the text is I guess long, and it is as we expected before we worked. Okay, all right, perfect. So far everything is great. Okay, well, we are still not ready to go and check the backend because we have to learn and do a few other steps before we go ahead and check the backend. Okay, well, in next part of this tutorial we'll see how to work on this button and add things in the cart and show it over here. Okay, so that's what we want to do. Well, in this section we'll learn the basics of a shopping app or a shopping cart. Before we go ahead and learn this section, first take a look what we have covered previously. Well, previously we learned our app architecture, and we learned that from main method we'll call init method, and then we'll load the dependencies, and in general our dependencies are API client, repositories, and controllers, and that's how the whole app comes alive and it runs. Okay, and based on that, later on we learned how to build nested JSON, how to work with nested JSON, how to encode and decode nested JSON, and we also learned how to build a product model. We'll go ahead and take a look at the basics of a shopping cart or shopping app. Okay, so in general we'll have UI, and UI would interact with the product controller, and the product controller would interact with cart controller, and the cart controller would interact with local storage. How the interaction happens, here it goes. So in your UI you will have an instance of your product, so we'll have a product instance, and using that product instance, using a dot operator, we'll call the properties, fields, and methods from our product controller. Now if you need more information from a cart controller, so you can have an instance of cart controller inside product controller. Thus you'd be able to call the information from cart controller inside product controller. Okay, and then UI would get instance as well from cart controller or the properties, but not directly. It will happen through product controller. Okay, for example, product controller, from here the instance would call cart controller. From here we'll call some fields or properties of product controller, and then product controller will go ahead and call the related fields, methods of cart controller using an instance of cart controller inside the product controller. Now the same will happen for local storage from cart controller. Well, the cart controller will have an instance of local storage. So if I'm going to get some information from local storage, I will get inside cart controller using the local storage instance. Okay, so that's how the basic flow works. So in general, for a shopping app, you wouldn't really go ahead and call the methods or fields of cart controller directly inside UI. You do it through product controller. Okay, and if product controller wants to get some information from local storage, it won't directly interact with the local storage. It would happen through cart controller, and this way our logics are all separated, business logics, and your code becomes cleaner. Now, after learning this, we'll go ahead and build our shopping cart. Well, after having the basic understanding of product controller, cart controller, product model, and cart model, now we know how to go ahead and build our app. Well, first, we'll come to our product controller and we'll open it up over here. And this is our popular product controller. And over here, first we'll set up a method right below this method. So I'll collapse it. Now I'll come over here and I'll call it void. The type is return type is void, and I'll call the method name set quantity. Okay, well, in general it'll take bool is increment. Now, as we saw early in our basic understanding that we need to pass a boolean to it, so this method would in general would be responsible for increasing or decreasing items based on this button click. So now we'll either set it to true or false when we call this one. Okay, well, true means we are going to increase item based on this click. False means we are going to decrease item based on this click. Okay, so that's why we need to do a conditional check, and we'll do is increment. All right, if it's true, let's see, I'm missing an n. If it's true, then we'll increase something. Okay, otherwise we'll decrease. Okay, all right, and increase what? Of course, increase quantity, right? So you want to increase the quantity or decrease the quantity. Well, for this reason, first over here we need to set a variable, and we'll call it integer quantity. Well, in general, when we initialize it, we'll initialize it as 0. Now over here we are going to set this value. Okay, now here we could do quantity. All right, now we could do quantity equal whatever the quantity was given plus 1. Well, initially it's 0, right? And 0 plus 1 is 1. So when we call this method based on this tap event over here, so it would be called, and if the value has been passed true, then it would fall in this category. So initially quantity is 0, so 0 plus 1 is 1, and if you click on it next time, now 1 plus 1 equal 2. So if you have a third click on this, it will become 2 plus 1 equal 3. So the total quantity is 3. Well, so this is the basic idea, right? So now we'll go ahead and copy it and put it right here. Now this time, instead of doing plus, we'll do minus. Okay, yeah. All right, now with this, actually this is the most basic function of increasing or decreasing your quantity in the cart item. So for this reason, we will go ahead and use it in our UI. So we'll go ahead and find our popular food detail over here, and definitely here we have an UI. Okay, anyway, so I'll come back to our main page and I'll click on this one, and over here we have this let's see, this bottom container, and within it we have this icon. Okay, now this icon, this is the icon that we want to tap and increase. Well, first we'll go ahead and check it with icon, that add icon. Now for that one, we'll wrap it around widget. I'm sorry. So if you're on Mac, you'd select it and option enter, and then it will have this option for widget. Okay, now we'll select it to, we'll change it to gesture detector. Okay, now I'll hit enter. We'll go to a new line, and over here we'll have an on tap event. Okay, so here we'll do on tap. Okay, all right. Now from this on tap event, we want to call this method, the one we just created. Okay, all right. So now let's see this thing. Well, to be able to call a certain method from this controller, we need to create an instance of this. Okay, all right. Now generally we can just go ahead and use get builder around it, and then we can create the instance, and that's how we'll go ahead and do it. Okay, so we'll just come over here and wrap it around get builder. But for that one, first I will cut this one, and over here I'll call get builder. Okay, and it takes popular product controller, and then it takes a function, and so but it takes an object over here. So the object is this one actually, so we'll call it popular, sorry for the typo, popular product. Okay, now we'll hit enter, so we'll make a new line. All right, so that you can see. Now here we'll do return, and we'll put back what we had early. Now with this, we created an instance of this controller. Okay, so get builder actually takes well, I would say it's a function, and it's a type of product controller. Okay, anyway, so now over here we'll be able to use the instance and do certain things. So here we'll use product popular product, this one, and then we'll do dot, and then we have access to set quantity, I think this one. Okay, now for now we'll set it to true. Okay, well, this one actually we want to pass a boolean as a true. Okay, and now the error should be gone. Now once again, now if we go ahead and try to log it or print a result, well, definitely it will print over here. Okay, we'll say increment. Okay, all right. Now all we do, return it and put it over here. Now I can click on this and I see that it says increment. Okay, all right. Now for next, we really want to increase the result based on this, but right now we are not doing that. Okay, but we need to do that, and for this reason, well, how to do that over here? Actually, we need to increase this value, right? Yeah, so how can we do that? Well, for this one, actually we need to be able to access this one in our UI. Okay, but this is a private variable. Okay, so we'll go ahead and create a public getter for this one. So we'll come over here at the top, just like earlier. Here we'll do int get quantity, and it'll get quantity for us. Okay, all right. Now there's another way of writing this one. If you don't know, actually, if you get confused what is this, you can also do like this, return quantity. Okay, but this is not the usual way of doing. Most people would do like this. So we'll stick to this one. Okay, this is called arrow function. Arrow function just has one line to return. That's why it is called arrow function, or some people call it fat arrow. Okay, so in arrow function we just return one line, so you're returning whatever the value is this. So now over here, I'll actually close this one. We don't need this any of them for now. And over here, now this is the place, let's see, this is the place where we should get that value. Okay, now over here we can get access to this instance like this one. Okay, and we would be able to call it. So we do popular product dot quantity. Okay, all right, and I think we need to set it to string. Okay, now let's go ahead and save it. Okay, yeah, so we already have 3. Now if you do 4, let's see, I think I have removed this log over here, so I'll put it back here. Do increment. Okay, now let's restore it. Now we have 7. Now there is an increment, as you see, or you can set the value, print the value over here. So we do quantity. Let's see, we need to convert it to string. Okay, so now we have 10, we have 11, we have 12, like that. But here there is no increase. That's because even though it's being increased, but the status or the state is still inside this controller. We need to tell our UI to know about this, and for that one we can just simply trigger over here update. So updated a function built inside Getx state management package. So in general you just go ahead and call it, and then UI would know immediately that there is a new value. Okay, so redraw the UI. Now here you see, now it increases immediately. Hopefully it makes sense. Okay, so now with this we are able to already interact with our page and the controller like that. Now we'll go ahead and do the opposite. Now the opposite means we want to decrease. Okay, so for this one, once again, this section, actually I'll copy and I'll remove over here and put it there, and I think we need a comma, and instead of add we do remove. Okay, now here instead of true we do false. Now if it is false, it would belong to this section. Okay, all right, so now we print a log over here, and here print decrement. Okay, and here I would do plus quantity to string. Okay, so whatever the quantity is there, it will take it and do minus. Okay, now let's do minus. As you say, it's 17, 18, 19. So if I clicking, it's still there, and we can increase it as well. It's beautiful. So we are already able to make part of our cart actually, and over here now there's the problem, it gets minus, and this is not what you want. Okay, so before we go ahead and increase and decrease and return a value and save it to it, we need to do a check on it. Okay, well, for this reason we'll go ahead and create a new function, and now here we'll create a function, and the function name would be check quantity. It will check on the quantity, and the quantity would be coming from here. So we'll call this function from here, and we'll pass this value over here. So we'll receive here as a quantity. Okay, and now we want to return something. Okay, so we will check on the quantity. Either we'll check if it's less than 0 or more than certain quantity, or if it's the correct one. So whatever it is, we'll return. So first we'll check if it is less than 0 or not. Okay, so we'll do quantity less than 0. If it is less than 0, here we'll just return 0. Okay, now else if the quantity is more than certain numbers, 20, then we'll just return 20. Okay, this is a random number. Say for this item you just want to have maximum 20 orders from one person. Okay, you want to take, so that's why you write here 20, but it's based on your needs. You could do it anything, but actually this data should be coming from server, but that should increase the complexity, total computation complexity and code a lot. So for now we'll just set it to a random number, so you can change it based on your requirement. You could also take it from server as well, but in this tutorial I'm not going to cover that one, so I'll keep this one a little hard coded, but feel free to change the number based on your needs. Okay, so if it's less than 0, we return 0. If it's more than 20, we return 20. Else we'll just return whatever the number. So that's quantity. Okay, all right, quantity. Now here, one thing you have to know, this quantity is different from the quantity I declared over here. So this variable in global scope, this is in local scope. So just like any other programming language, local scope gets priority over global scope. So here, this quantity definitely is this one. Okay, so now this over here, all these conditions, they're returning something, right? So that's why I need to put here int. Okay, now as I do it, that's okay. Now all I need to do, just call this function from here. Okay, so I'll put it there, and I'll put a bracket around it. Okay, I'll copy this one and I'll put it here as well. Instead of plus, we'll do minus. Okay, all right, now we'll go ahead and save it. All right, and let's see, now we have 2 items, right? And try to decrease more and we'll see what happens. Okay, -1, 0. Now it doesn't decrease anymore. Okay, all right, because we are just returning 0 from here. Okay, because it checks this value over here. Oh, it's less than 0, so quantity is 0. It can't be minus. Now let's do 20. Okay, and we'll see if we can increase it more than 20 or not. No, we can't. As you see, if I click on this, it doesn't work anymore. All right, so that's the only number we get, highest number. But of course, this is what you see from the log, right? We need to also tell our user that you are doing certain wrong operations. Okay, well, we can do it easily. Well, over here, if it's really less than 0, before we return, actually we can send a message to user, and that's pretty easy with Getx. So all you need to do, call a function get.snack. Okay, because remember, this is a controller and this controller is Getx type. Okay, all it takes a title, and our title name is item count, and the message, you can't reuse more. Okay, yeah, that's the message. But we can do a little bit of check and style on this. So here we can set a background color. Okay, we do that, and here we do app colors dot. Well, now I think we need to import this file first, otherwise we can't access the static properties. Now here we do main color. So background color is the main color, and color text, for the text color we do colors dot white. Okay, all right, now let's see. Over here I'm missing a comma. Now the error should be gone. We also need to import this library over here. Okay, now this is for if less than 0. If it's more than 20, now here you can't add more. Okay, now we'll do the same thing. All right, Yeah, so now let's go ahead and save it and check the result. Well, after saving it, and let's try to add one more and we'll see what happens. You see, you can't add more. Okay, all right, and now let's decrease it and we'll see the result. You can't reduce more. Okay, so already message is working as well. Okay, well, now let's go ahead and add one more. Now we'll come over here. Now we'll go back and it stays there. That's okay. Now if I come over here, it's still here, but this item actually I didn't add. So whatever you open later on, it's still there. Okay, now that's because this section we are dealing with product controller, popular product controller, and there is one field which is quantity. Okay, so this field is global to this file over here. So whatever you open, it stays in the memory. Okay, it's not a local scope, it stays in the memory. So that's why whatever file you open, it is still there. Okay, definitely this is not what we want. Okay, you don't want to have 7. Actually you added 3, but it becomes 7, right? So that's a wrong way of dealing with this thing, and this is not what we want. Okay, but this logic is really great over here, no problem with this, but we need to add another function. So each time we open a new page or new screen or new food item, we need to initialize some data and check on the earlier values to avoid this, because over here these two functions, check quantity and set quantity, it's logically perfectly, they're doing good. Okay, now this is the architecture problem we are talking about. So over here we need to create a new function, and that function will be responsible for checking on the current things. Okay, all right, so for that function we'll create a function for that one, and it will have a void type. We want to return anything, we just check on the local variables and do some change, and that's all. Okay, now here I will call it init data. Okay, all right, so here the init product, it sounds better. Okay, now this will have a product model. Well, I think we'll have it later. Pretty much first, now all we need to do, we need to call it from somewhere, and then once we call it, we'll set the current quantity, this one, which is in global scope, we'll set it to 0. Okay, whenever we call this one, we'll set it to 0, and that's all we do for now. Okay, so every time we open a new page, we need to call this one. Okay, now we'll come over here in our popular product controller. So here we can just simply go ahead and call the function that we created. Okay, all right, so here I'll just remove this one, we don't need this anymore. Okay, and here I'll just simply call get.find. Okay, yeah, get.find popular product controller, this one. Okay, it'll find it, and then we'll just use init product. Okay, we'll call this one and it'll do the initialization. Now let's go ahead and save it, and now we come over here, we open this, we can add item to it and reduce item to it, and the other logics, they don't change, they still stay the same. Now we'll come over here, let's see, we go to a new page, now it sets to 0, but on the new page we can also do the same operation as we are doing earlier. Okay, so now but with this approach, the problem is it sets data to 0. Okay, now that's a problem, we need to overcome this problem. Well, for overcoming this problem, we need to do more stuff in this controller and in this method. Okay, so before we go to new page, if you like it, I mean, if you like the product, you added it and you'd add to this cart. Okay, once you add to this cart, you have to save the data. Okay, now save the data globally in one variable, okay? And later on, whatever you add, okay, that data would be increased. I mean, when you save the data globally, that data, say for example here you added 2 and you confirm this 3 items, here you added 3 items and you confirm over here, okay, let's add it. Okay, after adding it, it will show up here immediately that you added 2 items and it would save you added 3 items, sorry, and it would be saved globally over here in our app. And then when you come over here and try to work on a new product, and maybe I added 2 items and I confirm over here, previously we had a 3 plus 2, it would immediately change to 5. But at the same time, when I come back over here, because previously I added 3 items, I'll be able to see not the data is being erased, okay, but currently it's being erased over here, and we also need this one, so we need to introduce more variables to keep the track of the data, okay? All right, so here we'll create another new variable, okay, and we'll call it int over here in cart items. Okay, these are the items in the cart, and it would be initialized as 0 at the beginning, and then we can also get it. Okay, now over here we'll get it like this: int get in cart items. Okay, over here, and here we would do in cart items plus set quantity, or quantity, this one. Okay, so this would be responsible for the total items being added in our cart, okay, from different pages, including over here. But first we are focusing on just this one. Okay, all right, so yeah, that's what we want. So whatever we add, it would be added over here, and this would be responsible for globally keeping track of our products or items that being added in this list. Okay, now of course this function will play an important role over here. Okay, so each time we need the data, we'll also set the data over here, this one, in cart items equals 0. Well, you might say, then what's the difference? You're setting it against 0. Yes, we'll do that. Then we'll do a conditional check. If we'll see if previously there are data saved or not. If it's saved, then we'll take that data. Okay, so that fresh data will be coming from somewhere that has been saved. Okay, and we make sure that initially everything is 0, but because we'll have another variable where we set our, whatever we are saving, it would be saved there, and from there we'll take it and put it over here. And then if you add more stuff by clicking over here, then this and this would get together. Okay, so here we do like pseudocode get from storage. Okay, so we'll have a storage system, and you'll get from storage and set it in cart items. Okay, now then if you get certain, maybe you have to get certain numbers from the storage. You will have certain numbers because you saved it. Once you click on this button, we'll save everything to a storage. Okay, and get from storage. So we'll check and try to get items from storage. Okay, and then say for example storage, previously I added 3. Okay, after hitting on this button, now here it will have 3, but of course we have to check if this item already exists in our storage or not. If that exists, then we'll get the item. So here we'll have if exist. Okay, if exists somewhere, if it exists, then get the item. For example, say it is a 3. Okay, that's all. Okay, and if it doesn't, then just continue what you are doing. Okay, now at the end, when you call, now say for example in the storage we already have 3, so we got 3 over here, and then you are adding more. Okay, say for example 1 2 3, so this is already in the storage and you have 3, and then you want to add more when you come back to this page. Then over here first we'll get this 3, and then because we have quantity, this one, right, so this quantity would be added with this together, and then we'll get the total quantity over here. So this is the logic, okay? It may sound a little complex right now, but as we work on it more, and we'll eventually get through it, okay? All right. Well, now, as I said, we have to check if certain quantity has been saved and if certain product has been saved, okay? So here, first we need to save our product. Well, now we need to save a product in a controller. That would be a cart controller related to this icon over here, okay? So for that one, we need to go ahead and create an controller. So we need to go ahead and create a cart controller. But before we go ahead and create cart controller, first we need to create a repo for cart controller. Remember, every controller should have their own dedicated repo, okay? So, well, in general, as I said earlier, repos are dedicated to process data or repos are dedicated to get data or store data. That's all they do. All right, so here, anyway, we'll go ahead and create a new file and we'll call it cart repo, okay? Cart repo.dart. Now, for now, we'll call it a class as cart repo. And for now, this would be empty. It will have nothing, okay? And as we grow, we'll add more stuff to it. And then we'll come to the controllers over here. We'll create another file. We'll call it cart controller. .dart. So throughout our app, we'll have only one cart, okay? And that would be cart controller. And it will deal with everything else, okay, with all the product controller, either it's popular or recommended. Now here we'll create a class and we'll call it cart controller, and it will extend Getx controller. Now over here, because every controller takes the related repo, so here we need to call our repo cart repo. Okay, and we'll instantiate a variable or an object based on this. Okay, now we need to get it, the file. Okay, now error should be gone. Now let's see, and we need to put it in our constructor as well. So cart controller, and we do required this dot cart. Okay, cart repo, and with this we are pretty much done with this controller initialization. Now we need to do another thing, because all the controllers should be loaded in the dependencies, okay? So we need to load our dependencies, and our dependencies are over here, okay? So over here, I'll load the cart controller repo, okay? So here I'll do get.lazy put. With this, we load our dependencies. And here we'll call cart repo, okay? And cart repo in general, just for now, it would be empty, okay? It wouldn't take anything in the constructor, like as I showed you here. It's an empty class, there's nothing, okay? So we don't need to pass any parameter. Now, just like that, other controllers, you need to load it over here. Lazy put, and here we do cart controller. Now, of course, cart controller takes cart repo. So do get.find. With this, it would be able to find the cart repo for us. Okay. Now with this, our dependencies are ready to be loaded. Okay. Yeah. So now we'll load the app from the scratch. Make sure that everything is okay. Fine. Now here, I think I could remove this prints. We don't need them now. I think they were over here early. So I will just remove them. Okay. All right. Okay, we're great. And there's another one in recommended product controller. This one, we'll remove this one as well. But we'll keep this one. If things go wrong, we'll see that has been printed. So now, for now, recommended product, I'll close. Okay. Well, no, earlier I said that If we click on this, as the products they increase, we'll hit on this button, tap on this button, and then we'll save it to a global variable. Okay, well, now that global variable actually a global map. So we want to add item to a map, and that map would be coming from cart controller. Okay, now the cart controller here will create a map, because in the map, each time we click on this, everything would be saved in a map in key and pair value. Well, in general, the keys would be int, like the ID, and we'll understand it more as we work on it. And it'll take a model, okay, but we don't have the model yet, because remember, when you process data, in general, when you receive data from server, you have a model. When you send data to server, based on that model, you send data. Now here, we are saving a lot of information globally, not just this number. We have to save product name, product quantity, product price, and product ID. But now this is a little bit different than this would be a little bit different than product model, because in product model we don't have quantity and things like that, okay, especially the word quantity. Now in cart controller, we need to save information that how many quantities has been ordered, what's the total price, and what's the product ID, things like that. Okay, so that's why we will need to go ahead and create a new model, and we'll call it cart model. Okay, cart model, but of course this model doesn't exist yet, so it'll throw us an error. Okay, and we'll create a variable named items. Okay, and we'll create an empty map. Now here this cart model is throwing error because we don't have this model. Okay, I'll close this now for now, and over here I'll go ahead and copy part of the product model. Now our product model is over here, so we don't need to rewrite everything. So I'll just partly copy this class over here, and then I'll come to my project file over here, and here inside models folder I'll create a new file, and I'll call it cart model. Okay, cart model.dart. Now here I'll put back everything, but instead of product we'll call it cart. Okay, and here is the same. Let's see, yes, that's it. Now some of the properties we don't need. Cart model, actually we don't want to save any description, and we don't want to save any stars, we don't want to save any location, we don't want to save these things as well. Okay, and we also don't want to save this one, so we'll go ahead and remove them. So let's stay organized, remove them. Now over here, description section we don't need, stars section we don't need, and this part as well. Okay, so this would be our very simple product cart model, but here we also need to add some other stuff. So here we'll add quantity. So quantity would be int. Okay, and we'll call it quantity, and here we'll also have a bool over here, and we'll call it is exists. So it means whether it's exists in our cart or not. And then we'll have a string, a string to save our time. This time is like when it's been created. Okay, so we'll keep keep the track of that one. So that's why we have this time. Now quantity would be for how many items has been added. Okay, and exist will trigger it, we'll save the value if it has been added in our cart over here or not. So for that one we'll use this field over here. Now here we need to come over here and we'll do this, say quantity, I think, and this dot is exist. I think it should be exist, not exit, and then this time. Okay, all right, and over here we need to add the related field as we create object based on the JSON data. So here we would do quantity JSON quantity, and let's see, typo once again, and here, okay, let's see, QUAN, let's see, I'll just copy the QUANTITY, we are good, QUAN, okay, quantity. Now here we also should check this one is exist, so JSON is exist. Now over here, time, JSON time. Okay, let's see. Now, well, okay, these are all optional right now. Now we'll come to our cart controller, and all we need to do, import it. Okay, all right. Okay, so with this we are able to import we are able to create an items variable which is type method. Now in the cart itself we'll create a new method and we'll call it void add item. Okay, now this one would be called from here over here. When you click on this one, it would get called, but of course it wouldn't get called directly from UI, it would get called from product controller. So in product controller we'll create another function which would call add item, and from there we'll call this one, and it'll create it'll do the necessary process of data and save it. Okay, so first here we'll go ahead and create this method, and this method would take product model, okay, as a product, and it should also take the quantity, so you should pass the quantity because we want to save it. Okay, so here we'll call it quantity. All right, and after that over here, once this function has been called, we want to save it to this map. Okay, now to save it, we don't want to save the duplicate items. Okay, so that's why we need to check on them. Well, for that one, first we'll check over here items, this one, so we get this one, and then we'll put if absent. Okay, now here you see my map has a key that is int type, and it has a value that is an object type. Okay, so as I call items dot put if absent, well, now any kind of map, they have this function built in. Okay, so that's what being called over here. All it does is check whether this key, certain key has been inserted in this map or not. If it's not, it'll go ahead and insert that object, whatever you're passing, or item, based on this key. If it doesn't exist, it'll put it over here. If it exists, it won't. Okay, so that's what it does. Now this key and my key over here, they're same. Okay, but I have to make sure that whatever I give, they're unique, but it would also check internally, because that's why it's called put if absent. Okay, now here I need to put a unique key over here. Okay, now unique key would be coming from this product object. Remember, the product is coming from our backend, and the backend, every product has that ID. The ID is the ID field, and we can go ahead and check on this. So this is the ID, and this is a unique ID. Why? Because this is the primary key in our database. We'll check our database later, but for now you have to know that this ID is a primary key, so this can't be duplicated. So as you add more item in the backend, more products, there will be new IDs, and they would be all unique. Okay, so we know that the product ID is unique, and we also know that when you take data from server, we convert it to product model. So at the same time, we have saved this ID. Well, we can go ahead and check that we did it. So this is a product model. Remember, there's the ID field. So when you convert the data to a model object, we already saved it. Maybe you didn't notice it, but we created over here. We pass the ID over here and saved it in this field. Okay, so as the object created, the ID has been automatically saved inside it. Okay, so for that reason, now what we can do, we can get this object and we can access to the ID, the product.id. You see, it can find it automatically because product model has a field that is called ID. Okay, anyway, let's see. Now here we have this error because it says the argument int type cannot be assigned to the parameter type int. Okay, well, now in the product model I said that this is optional, as you see over here. Okay, all right, well, now here I'm saying that when you type like this, you're telling, hey, there would be a value and use it, but compiler is not sure whether it is optional or not, because here you put it as optional. Okay, actually we can go ahead and remove that as well, so we'll do that. Okay, now here for that one we need to use another keyword which is called required. Okay, all right, and then it should be gone. Let's see over here. Now it created null nullable instance must be initialized, so we have to initialize it before we go ahead and use it. Now that's a lot of hassle, so now I'll put back whatever I was doing. Okay, but here I can easily solve this problem because I know there will be always an ID. It can't be null, but I need to tell the compiler that it can't be null. When you use the bang operator, we tell the compiler that it is not null. Okay, all right, yeah, that's it. And now after that, all we need to do, put an object. Remember, this ID refers to this one, and this section over here refers to this one. Okay, so we need to give it a model over here. Okay, now what model? Cart model. Okay, that's what we're giving it to it. Now over here, let's see, I think we need to have the semicolon as well, and cart model. Okay, now of course cart model, if we see over here, when you create an object, it takes these things. Okay, this field, so we need to give these fields one by one. Okay, so simply we'll just go ahead and copy it and put it over here. Okay, and instead of this ID we do ID, and now here we'd get product ID. Okay, so this ID, the same ID we are passing to it. Okay, all right, and we'll save it. But of course product model itself doesn't have any idea what kind of ID, the cart model itself doesn't have any idea what kind of ID it is, but we know that this is unique ID and this is product ID. In future we would be able to retrieve this one and do more data processing based on that. Okay, all right, now over here we'll save it as name. Okay, not save it, actually pass to it, and the name is coming from product ID as well. Okay, now all of them, because I'm taking all this information from product. Okay, so that's why I'll just simply do product dot. Okay, and here we do price and product dot price. Here I would do img and product dot img. Okay, now here, now these three are special. Now these three over here, quantity doesn't exist in product model. It can only exist in cart itself or product controller. Okay, and this is what we are passing. So over here we do quantity, and we'll save whatever the quantity you pass to us. Okay, so this refers to this one, and this refers to the cart model, this one. Okay, so don't get confused. I will come back. Now for this one, so we'll just simply set a boolean. Over here we do is exist, and we'll set it to true because you are adding to it, right? So that true means it exists. Okay, now for this one we do time. Now here we need to get a real time. because real time is unique time, unique ID, and unique things we can use as a reference later. So that's why we'll just simply go ahead and use date time. Okay, date time dot now. So when the item has been added to the cart, we are taking the current time and saving it. Okay, but we need to save it as a string. Okay, because it is a string type. So with this, actually, we would be able to add item to our cart controller and inside this one. Okay, you're right. Well, to be able to use this function add item, what we need to do, we need to come over here, food product controller, and within it, we'll create a new function. Okay, and we'll call it add item. The return type is void. Okay, add item. Now this would take product model as a product, and from here actually we'll call the function which we wrote over here, add item. Okay, now we should be able to access our cart controller from here. Okay, now this one we can do easily. Okay, now do remember init product, this one gets called from each page. For example, this one, first time when you build it. Okay, when you first time build any kind of page, this function gets called. So actually from here within it we can pass cart controller. Okay, so here we do get.find and we do cart controller, and that's all. So this is the cart controller we are going to send. Okay, but of course this one doesn't have any parameter as a cart controller, so we'll add it. Okay, so sorry, this one over here, we'll add it, cart controller and cart. Okay, like that, and we are good. So init product will have an instance of cart controller, or init product is passing a cart controller. Now in our app, throughout the whole app, we'll only have one cart controller and one instance of that one. Okay, so wherever you call it from, wherever you call this cart controller from, that will be able to access all the data that's over here. Okay, so in general in an app there is one cart controller and it keeps tracking of your cart, like adding, removing, total item, things like that. Okay, so that's why now our job would be much easier. Now over here we'll initialize cart controller. Okay, so here I'll create a variable and it would be type of cart controller, so I will do cart controller and cart. Okay, and over here I'll say we'll initialize it later. Okay, so when you use late variable, you have to initialize it before you go ahead and use it. So now over here, first time we'll initialize it over here. We'll do cart equal cart. Okay, once we have this one, now from here we can, so now over here it gets initialized. Okay, all right, so if it's initialized, the cart controller instance is inside of this one, so we can call this function which is called add item from here, and at the same time we can pass the product model. Okay, so here we'll call cart dot add item. Okay, this one, and here we are passing product and quantity. Well, now quantity itself is saved over here, but we'll pass the private variable, not the public one. So from UI we'll call this one, and internally it'll call cart controller and the related functions or methods. Okay, so that's how it is related. So in general, most of the time from UI you don't want to call your cart controller, you'd call product controller, and the product controller would call cart controller. Okay, all right, so here we are now in popular food detail, and over here we'll add item function, and to be able to add it we need to find this section where it says add to cart. I think add to cart should be somewhere here. Okay, now this one is wrapped around big text, so I'll on Mac I'll do option enter and I'll get this option, and over here I'll write gesture detector, and once I do that, over here I'll have an on tap event. Okay, I would do on tap, and within it I'll call add item. Now let's see, definitely this one should be wrapped around get builder, which already is, and it has a instance of this controller, so you can use that instance to call this function. So I'll come over here, I'll just use this one simply, and then I'll call add item. Okay, and all we need to do, we need to pass the product as an instance. Okay, now it's already, let's see where it is coming from. It is coming from here, because when you come to a new page, each page will have this instance which is created from it's not an instance, it's just an object from our product list. Okay, all right, anyway, so now we are here, and we'll go ahead and tap on them. And before we go ahead and tap on them, I think we can put a log inside this function. Okay, so now this is in the controller itself, so I'll put a log over here inside the cart controller. Okay, now here, as you see, there's an arrow function. Okay, over here. Now instead of doing arrow, actually I can do simple this kind of function. Okay, so here I would do this one. Okay, all I need to do a return statement. Okay, and sometimes it's convenient for printing your messages, because I want to print a message over here. I would say adding item to the cart. Okay, now I'll go ahead and restart our app. Now once I click on this, I would expect to see item over here. Okay, and a log over here. But at the same time, actually, we can print out some information. You'd print out over here our product ID. Okay, we'll do product dot ID. Okay, whatever the product that was given to it, and we'll convert to string, as well as the product quantity. Okay, so this is one we also want to print over here, so I'll write quantity. And here I'll do plus quantity to string. Okay, this is the log that I would expect to see over here once I click on this. So let's go ahead and click on this, and over here, yes, we are loaded, everything has been loaded correctly. Now I come over here, definitely everything is 0. Now I would click on this, and now it is 4. Now let's go ahead and wait and see what happens. I clicked on this, and it said is that adding item to the cart, and 4. So we have added 4 items. Okay, that's beautiful, and the ID is 1, I think, cart ID. Okay, yes. Now I'll go ahead over here and try to add this one, and of course this time this information is gone, because this is what we did earlier, because every time we come to a new page, it refresh everything. Right, now I'll click on this, I'll add it over here. So I say card ID is 2 and quantity is 2 as well. Okay, now here I would come over here, and now I'll click on this, but here first thing I would expect that here I still have the record, but we don't have it because we didn't do that part yet. But it is true at the same time that we are able to add information inside of this, and we will prove that very soon. Okay, how can you do that? Over here, just simply when I click on this, I'll try to print a log. Okay, length of the item is, there do items. Okay, dot length. Okay, because do remember just now we added a few items to it, 2 items, because we worked on two products, and each of them well, now they get stored as a model, so we have 2 objects inside this item, right? So next time we click on this, first we'll see that it should print 2, right? For this one, actually I would come over here. Is a new item. Previously we added 2, so I'll add 1 more over here, or maybe 5. And then when I click on this, I would expect it to print 2 and then go ahead and add a new one, right? So that's what we would expect. I think I didn't restart it, so let me go ahead and try a new one over here. Now I'll add 2 items, and here see product length is 3, which we have already added 3 times before the last one was added over here. Now let's see, if you click on this one, this is the item we added at first. Now we'll go ahead and click on this. Now here it just printed the length is 4, which is over here, but here it didn't print this one. Because why? Because this product ID, the certain product ID already exists in this map. Okay, because it check if absent. Okay, put if absent. Okay, so because we already added this ID, so you can't add it directly anymore. So but I do want to add more items to it, right? Yes. And now over here we could simply go ahead and print the quantity of item in this list. Okay, well, for that one I'll simply go ahead and restart everything, and everything is over here. And now what I'll do, I'll click on this one. Okay, and I'll click on this. So remember, this is the second item, and we added 3 items to it. Let's see. Okay, we added card ID is 2 and quantity is 3. Okay, all right, now this is the first one. Now I'll add them. I'll click on here, and we see that ID is 1 and we added 2. Okay, now here's the thing. For now I'll comment this out, and actually I want to see the number of items that's been added in the cards with their quantity. Well, for this one actually I'll start after, let's see where we can start. It looks like we have to start over here. Okay, we still have to do, because we don't have any other places, we are just returning. Okay, all right, so now over here, because items is a map, so what we'll do, we'll create a for each loop to go through it. Items.for each, and it would give you key and item, key and value. Well, now key refers to this int, value refers to this. Now value is a model, so we can access to the model using this one, and we can simply do a printout over here. Quantity is, now here we do value dot quantity to string. Okay, all right. Okay, so now over here we'll encounter one problem once we do that, but anyway, so now let's go ahead and click on this one just to restart it. And now let's click on this. Okay, well, because we are not adding anything, let's add anything over here, and we'll add onto it. So we'll go ahead and add a new item, maybe this one, and add 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, now we'll click on this, and we see that adding item to the cart over here, we see that card ID is 6, quantity is 7. Okay, so we have added 7 one, well, which is coming from here, but now over here, of course, this one is not added yet, so these 2 are for the previously one, the one we added. Okay, all right. So because this one would be added from here, so that's why in this list you didn't see this 7 quantity. But if we go ahead and say we work on this one and we want to add, say, 5, now we'll see first 5 over here, and then over here 327, the earlier quantity. Okay, all right, 327. Okay, and this is the current quantity, because this log prints first and then it gets added to the model, sorry, in the cart. So anyway, so now there's another problem. So let's restart our app and come over here, and let's do one check over here. So just click on this. Okay, now here my quantity is 0, but it still gets executed over here. So it's adding item. Actually it adds the item over here. We can print the log, and then it comes over here and add the item. So that's why we see that. Okay, now because we are not adding anything, so here we need to do a conditional check. Okay, so with this one over here, so what I'll do, I'll split it a little bit separately. Now over here, okay, now I'll cut this section. Let's see, this is this section, yes. So I'll cut this section and I'll put it in a conditional loop over here. Looks like let's see, we have to cut up to here. Yeah, okay. So here what we'll do if quantity is greater than 0, okay, but not 0, greater than 0, then we go ahead and add to the controller. Okay, otherwise we don't. Okay, all right, now restart everything, and now over here if I come to this one and try to add it, nothing will happen. Okay, of course over here we can also give a message to the user that you must add at least 1 item. Okay, so this is the condition, right? So here we can give at least 1 message to the user that you are not adding anything in the cart. But we can actually be much better. So instead of giving this condition over here, we can do it over here, because here we are adding item. Okay, so over here we can check the condition if quantity is less than 0 or not. So if quantity greater than 0, then we go ahead with this condition. Okay, otherwise we send a message to the user. Now send a message, we can send this message, the one we already had. So simply we'll copy this one and put it over here. All right, yeah, so I'll write it there. You should at least add 1 item in the cart. You should at least add an item in the cart. Okay, all right, and that's all. Okay, well now if we do that one, actually when you're in the cart controller, we don't really need this condition anymore. Okay, so we can do Control Z. We'll go back to the original state where we were. Okay, all right, now we'll restart everything, and here we'll see if it works or not. Okay, so now here we are, we didn't add anything, so here we'll just simply add this one. You must at least add 1 item in the cart, and now it's 0. You can't reduce more. Okay, now you should at least add 1 item in the cart. Now I can go and do the usual one. Okay, adding card ID 1, okay, quantity 5, which means that we are falling back to the condition, the correct condition over here. So we only get this one if we have already 1 item. Okay, So here now adding the condition, but the loop doesn't work yet because the loop is empty over here. I mean, this items is still empty. Okay, we didn't add, so it's get added only after this section gets executed. Okay, so yeah. So another thing we learned over here, if you have a map, you can loop through it using for each, and you can work with the value, get the value, print the value, and do whatever necessary things you need to do. Okay, all right. So what I will do, I'll go ahead and remove this. I don't need this one anymore now. Okay, all right. Now let's see what happens. The problem is I added 5 and I want to add one more. Now I click it, nothing happens. Even if I decrease it, still it doesn't get added. It's already there, so you just can't do anything. So you can't update it. So you need to find a way to update it. And luckily, it's pretty easy to update content. So here we do have items dot put if absent. Okay, all right. So we have a pretty much similar condition where it says items update. Well, for items update, if we want to able to use it, then we need to use another condition first, and that's called contains key. Okay, so in the item, if there is a key contained, well, over here we can check if the key already contains in this item or not. Okay, if it's not there, we'll go ahead and do one thing, and if it's there, and we'll do another thing. So first over here, if the key already is there, that means that it's been added early, right? So in that case, for the same product ID, we just need to do some update. But if this key is not found there, it means it was never added in this item map. Okay, yes. So anyway, here we'll do conditional check. Okay, if contains key, then we do one thing, otherwise we do another thing. What another thing we do? We do this thing. Okay, let's see over here. This is the condition, this is for this one, and this is for this one. Okay, so I'll cut this one and put it over here. So now what is this key? Once again, this is the product key. Okay, product.id. Okay, well, we can also use the bang operator to tell that it's not empty. But anyway, so now here, if the key is already found in this list, in this map, it means it's already there, right? Anyway, so then we can go ahead and update it. If it's already not there, we just directly add it. Okay, all right. So that's why here we would do items dot update. Now once again, just like this condition, it also takes the key. Okay, so whatever the key you want to update, you need to put here. In our case, this is the ID, right? So here in our case, product.id. All right, but if in your case, let's see once again. So it's being judged, it's being treated as optional. So we say, okay, it's not going to be optional, which means it's not going to be null. Okay, anyway, so after that you get the value. Now here, if you see here for updating, you have the key, and then here automatically we get the value as a cart model. Okay, so it takes a model or an instance or an object related to this one. So do remember, every object, every product ID, there is an object model, right? Or an object. So this is that object. That also means that we can access the internal property of that object. So here we do some interesting things. First, we'll put a comma over here. And instead of writing this fat arrow, we want to write a little more in detail. Here we do return. Okay. Now, once again, if you see, hover over on it. So here, from this one, you understand that the method name is update, but it returns a model, and cart model in our case. Okay. So that's why we have to return a model, and we have to return a cart model. Okay, so in our case we do cart model, okay, just like this one over here. Okay, now we're returning, but luckily we can just simply go ahead and copy this one. Okay, all right, we can just simply copy over here. So over here we see that update method returns a model, and put if absent, this one also returns a model. Okay, but with this model it's get added to this list, and over here in this model it gets updated, okay, based on this ID. Now what ID you want to update? Of course, in our case this value, because remember value is an object from this product model in this case. So we'll just replace product with value. Okay, and now over here this one quantity is the interesting thing, because we are dealing with the quantity. Okay, so whatever quantity was there, take that one. So we have to get that one value dot quantity, okay, because this is the one that was already saved early, and then the new quantity that's been passed. Okay, yeah, add that one. So that's how you update the quantity. Okay, let's see, there wants a null checker. Okay, all right, so this has to do with this Flutter SDK. In some version you might not need this, so a lot of them you need this for null checker, but for advanced version, the latest one, actually a lot of them you need to tell that it's not going to be null. Okay, because earlier in our cart model we said it might be optional, but over here this kind of list, this kind of map, they don't take optional values. They need to know for sure that some of the values are not optional, which means they won't be null. Okay, so anyway, so now with this, whatever you send, that content is being added to it. Okay, now well, after this we'll go ahead and print a log, and for printing a log actually we need to find a better place. This is not really a good place to print a log. For this one actually I would come over here, and here I have this method which is called add item over here. So right after this I want to print a log. Okay, now to print a log I have to be able to access this cart controller items. So what we can do, we can set up a getter over here. So here we would do map int, because I'm returning a map over here, and this type of cart model. Now over here I would do get items. Okay, now this became more like a public field, so we'd be able to use this one to access from this product controller. Okay, now over here we'd go through it. So we'd say print, we'll use over here method for each method. Okay, we'll do cart dot items dot for each. Okay, now within it we'll do print method, and here we'll write here do key. The key is, or actually the ID makes more sense, is well key value dot ID to string okay, and the quantity is here once again value dot quantity dot to string. Okay, all right, now we'll go ahead, restart our app, and do a little bit of checking from the scratch over here. Now over here, this this one would get printed after adding the item in the cart, right? So we'll come over here. Now over here we'll add 2 items. Now I'll click on this. Let's see. Okay, now the ID is 1 and quantity is 2, right? Okay, now that's fine. And for the second product, we'll come over here and we'll add 5. Okay, now let's see what happens over here. Okay, so the ID is 1 and quantity is 2, ID is 2 and quantity is 5. Okay, well, now here's the thing. I want to add over here more items. Say I add another 8, right? So actually in total I want to be able to see 8 items for ID2 quantity, right? For ID2 I would want to see 8, but let's see. When you click on this, now there's a problem. Okay, now this 8 it gets added up with this 5, so it becomes 13. Okay, so now there's this problem with this quantity over here. So what do we need to do after setting this quantity in this, after adding this item, we need to be able to set the quantity to 0. Okay, so quantity has only value other than 0 during the adding time. Before adding it's 0, after adding it's 0. Quantity only has a value when you click on this one or this one. Okay, otherwise it's always 0. Okay, this way it won't mess up with our app. Now let's save it, restore it. Now over here definitely we can't add anything because it says we need to add at least 1 item. Now here we do 3. Okay, now that was previously 3, right? And then we added, sorry, that was previously 13, then we added 3, so it becomes 16. Now let's do 2 more. So right now I would expect to see 18, right? Okay, that's it. So it's working. Now for the first one over here, we can check it again. Previously it was a 2 as I see that, right? Now here I would add another 3, so I would expect to see the result over here, 5 and 18. So let's click on this. That's what we see. So now it's working correctly. Okay, now there are other problems as well. Well, it's not a problem, we didn't do it yet. So let's go ahead and check it. Now I want to reduce the item. Okay, so it gets immediately 0. Okay, so that's one problem. Okay, so we need to work on certain issues over here, how to solve this one. Okay, now this one, it becomes 0. Now this problem happened since you added quantity equals 0. Okay, but we need this as well, but we need more variables to work together to make it up and running. Well, now there is another thing that we should do first, this one. So here we learned that if you, just now it was 18, you add 1, it becomes 19. But actually when I come to this page, I want to see 18, I don't want to see 0, right? So that's one problem that we need to solve first, and then we'll solve that other problem, reducing, because they're somehow connected, and then it would become very easy to work with this one and other part of this app. So for that one, actually remember from over here, popular food detail, when you come to this page first time, okay, every page has a page ID, but page ID is coming from our list. Now based on that list, we get this object that is saved in this one, and this is the object over here. Okay, and we remember that every object over here that's coming from our server, they have unique ID, right? So all we need to do first, we need to somehow work in this cart controller, and we need to check in this one whether the cart model inside the ID, which is this one. Okay, actually this is the product ID, right? So this ID, whether it matches with the ID over here, the one we retrieve based on this page ID. So inside the product model there is an ID, so this ID, whether it matches to the ID over here. Okay, so that's what we want to check. Once again, to be more clearer, let's come to our product model. This is our product model. So all we want, the product model, this ID, whether it matches this ID or not, okay? And based on that, we can show, because a lot of time you just come over here, you'd come over here and click on this, and you might not add anything, okay? So if you don't add anything, we'll just show it to 0 when you come back next time. But if you added anything, and if you come back next time, we'll show the added item over here, okay? All right. So for this one, we'd come over here to our cart controller, and within this cart controller over here, we'll create a new method. Here, we'll call the method exist in cart, and it'll take a product model as product, and then we do two kind of check. Well, first, if this items contains over here product.id, if it does, which means this one, if it has an ID of this product, if it contains the key, well, that's very good. In that case, we can go ahead and do a for loop checkup, and if it does, actually we don't need to do that. If it does, then we'll just simply return true, okay? So here we would just simply return true, okay, because this exists. All right, now over here we need to set up a boolean, okay, otherwise we'll return false, okay. Over here return false. Now here with the return type is bool, okay. Now all we need to do, we need to go ahead and call this function from over here, not exactly over here, over here, okay. So here we would call, we'll create a new variable and we'll call it exist, okay, var exist equal false, okay. But now here exist equal cart dot exist in cart. So we are sending a product model to it. Now what is this product model and where is this coming from? For this one, we need to be able to send it from here as well, okay. Now here for now we're just passing one parameter, so here we do product, okay. All right, and over here we would just take it as a product model, product, okay. Now the error should be gone. Now with this we'd be able to print and take a look, okay. So every time we initialize the variable, so here I'll check it, I'd say exist or not, okay, plus exist dot to string, okay. Now I'll save it, okay. I'll come over here and I would want to go over here, and I see exist or not true, so it returns true, okay, for this one. And for this one it should return true as well. Now the last item, which is this one, we didn't add it to cart and it returns false. So now with this we are able to know that if an item exists in the cart or not, okay. Well, if exists, if it's true, then we can do a lot of things, okay. Now from here we'll call it another method. So we'll create another method over here, and that method would be called inside of this. Now over here we'll try to get the quantity if it exists, okay. Over here we'll create a new method and return type would be int, but I'll write it a little later. First I'll write the method name, so you do quantity, and it would get product model, okay, and product. Over here once again would be doing a little bit of repetition just like this one we did. So here first we'll check if items dot contains, okay, the key is product dot id. If it contains, then definitely we'll go ahead and do a for each loop. So here you do items dot for each over here, and remember this key is the same as this key. Okay, yeah, if it contains, then this key and this key, they would be same. Why? I can tell you, because first time when we added this item over here, so put if absent over here, we are also adding the same ID as this one. Okay, so this ID, this ID, this ID, and this ID, they are all the same ID. They are all product ID. Okay, now anyway, so we'll come back to this section, and here we'll do another conditional check. If key, because we are doing a loop, so we need to know which one is matching. Okay, but we know one of them will match. Okay, if it matches here, over here we'll return something. Okay, now first I'll create a local variable over here, so I'll call it var quantity equals 0. Okay, now here we do quantity equal get the value, and over here we get quantity. Okay, and then make sure that it's null, not null. We are telling the compiler, and after that over here, after this line, we'll return quantity. Okay, now the type is int. Okay, and that's all we want now. So hopefully it makes sense. So from product controller over here, we'll pass this one to this method, and first we check the ID contains or not. If it does, then we'll go through a for loop, and if the for loop happens, certainly it will find one of the quantities that matches with the ID, then we return that quantity, and then we'll put it over here. Okay, now we'll simply go ahead and just call over here if exist. If exist, then we'll go ahead and over here get the value. Now where to put the value? We'll put the value in this variable, the one we created in cart items. Okay, this one. So let's go ahead and do it. So here we do in cart items equal cart dot get quantity. Okay, and we are passing the product model. Okay, now over here we'll say, we'll print a message. We'll say the quantity is, the quantity in the cart is over here in item cards. Okay, all right, we need to convert it to string. That's what we're going to do. Okay, now let's save it over here. For this one, the quantity is 0, right? This is the last one. But anyway, so we'll come over here. Now we'll click on the first one, this one, and we'll see the quantity in the cart is 2. So now we're ready to display 2 over here. So now this one, the quantity item is 19, but for this one we'll get 0. Okay, perfect. Now all we need to do, we need to work on this and show it on over here when you open it first time. Whatever the quantity, will show it. Okay, now before we go ahead and show it, let's make sure that the other one, it works as well. So currently its quantity is 2, right? So if I add to it, okay, now let's see. So quantity is 4. Okay, that's working as well. Now if I go and come back once again, I see the quantity is 4, right? Okay, so that section is working. So now in our UI over here, we need to change this section. Okay, now this section is at the bottom over here. I think somewhere over here. So currently we're just showing the quantity, but this time we don't want to show the quantity, we want to show this one. Okay, this one, because this is the combination of this one and this one, and this is alive when you come to this place and when we do plus minus, things like that. Okay, and this one has the value that was added early, so together we can get the latest one. Okay, so hopefully it makes sense. So now for this one, I will just simply come over here. Instead of quantity like this, we do in cart, okay, items, and I'll save it. Now let's go ahead and check on this one. So this is 4, this is what we wanted and expected. Now check on this one, this is 19, this is what we wanted and expected, and this is 0. Okay, perfectly, it makes sense, beautiful. So we're almost halfway through our cart controller, and we can also make changes. So here we do 5. Okay, now of course if I go back and open it again, it would be 4. Why? Because I didn't save it. It's only alive if you save it. Okay, if you come back here, you still see 4 because you didn't save it. So I'll add 2 more. Now add it. Now if you come back, okay, I'm not sure the button worked. Okay, so now if you come back and you will see 6. Okay, so over here in the app itself, while the app is running, during the runtime, this is our storage. Okay, everything gets stored over here, and throughout our app, everywhere we are using this one to store items as long as the app is running alive. Okay, but soon we will use local storage. The benefit of that one, even if you don't use the app, your data is still there. Okay, because this data would be gone if you restart the app. Okay, it would be gone immediately. This is only alive when you're using the data. Okay, now so far so good. Now there's another problem. So adding button definitely works, but if you do minus, you see it becomes immediately 0. Okay, it says like that. Now if you come back and check it, well, it's still 6, but you can't really reduce anything. Okay, now the problem is because of over here. Check quantity. Okay, so because remember, every time you come to a new page, we have this function called init product. Now quantity gets 0, right? So even if it is 0, if it's 0, now over here, this one, you try to do minus over here. So 0 minus 1, okay, because we are tapping this minus button, remove button, so it falls back to this condition. Now this is 0 minus 1 is minus 1. Now it checks over here. Oh, it becomes less than 0, so it won't allow to do you anything. Okay, all right. But now because our app has been changing, so we don't want to just use this condition. Okay, we want to check the condition based on previous data. So 6 is our previous data, and it's pretty easy. And where is our previous data stored? Our previous data stored over here in cart items. Okay, so all we need to do, we just need to add it over here in cart items. Okay, so over here I'll put a bracket, and inside it I'll add in cart items plus 1. Okay, now I'll take it over here and put it as well. Okay, so now if you do minus, it will first think how many items I have before I have 6. So 6 minus 1 is 5, but which is not less than 0. So here, okay, here it will return minus 1. Now, wow, that's interesting. You are not supposed to return minus 1, but now because we are adding more items, more conditions to it, minus 1 is okay. Why? Because do remember here I receive minus 1, right? Once again, if I click it one time over here, so at that time, first over here, because at the beginning quantity is 0 when you come to a new page, right? So 0 minus 1 is minus 1. So here, for checking this quantity over here, I'm sending minus 1. Okay, well, even if it's minus 1 over here, but here I already have 6. So 6 minus 1 is 5. 5 is not less than 0. So this condition is not true. This condition is not true. So it only returns over here whatever you send. So that's -1, right? Now, interesting thing is that when you add item over here, you see you are sending -1 to add item. And that's beautiful, okay? So we'll come over here and we'll see when we update an item, so it falls to this category. So here you're sending -1. So previously I had 6 -1, it becomes 5, and that's all we want, okay? And that would work perfectly fine, okay? I'll save my app. So here I have saved my app, and after that I'll restart once again and I'll try to do everything from the beginning, okay? Now here I'll do it one more time, whatever it is, okay? Now right now I have 5 over here. I can decrease, I can increase, and everything is dealt over here using this variable, which is called quantity. So quantity is alive at this moment, which means it's not 0. Well, it could be minus, all right? Okay, so it's minusing, that's okay, and it's a positive over here. Now once I click on this button, this method gets called, and then it calls this one, and over here it stores the data first time using this one, and then it returns, okay? And after that it sets quantity to 0. Okay, let's see it. So we'll save it. Now quantity is 6. Now over here at this moment, over here this quantity must be 0, and it is 0. Okay, now what will happen if we try to go ahead and reduce once again and try to resubmit the button? But now once we click on this button over here, we'll see immediately it becomes 0. That's because actually in the map we have stored it, but in product controller over here we didn't have the track of the data. So that's the problem, okay? So let's go ahead and check it. I click on this and it becomes 0 immediately, and which is faulty. It should not act like this, but it's a part of the design. So over here, well, what we could do, we could set this thing, okay? So cart in cart items equal cart dot get quantity, okay? So now I'm passing the same model that I have used before, okay? And after that I'll get it back. I will add it to the cart, and then I'll get it back and put it over here. Now this would be reflected over here, so I'll still over here I'll still see the item is 6, okay? Hopefully it makes sense. Now I'll go ahead and restart once again, and I'll see that it works as I said that, okay? Now I'll click over here. Now I'll save it. Now 5 has been added. Now I can go ahead and delete or remove items, okay? Now it's 4, all right? Yeah, now it's 5, now it's 6, okay? Now I can reduce it to 4, and I can yet save it, okay? Well, now this is another problem though, and look at this one. So I was trying to save it over here, and now it said you should add at least 1 item. But the problem is now over here, you see every time I, like say for example I do minus over here, what happens? Quantity becomes 0. Why? Because over here after adding, let's see what happened after adding. Well, definitely first thing, after adding, quantity already becomes 0, and when you come to this new page we get data initialization over here, okay, and that is 0, all right? Okay, but when we are trying to go ahead and add item, we do it using this set quantity, and over here, so 0 minus 1, that's -1, right? So check quantity returns me -1, right? Now over here we have a condition set up. If it is less than 0, then we say this condition. If it's bigger than 0, we say this condition, right? So currently it now falls back to less than 0. Now first we'll go ahead and comment this out, and we'll check what happens, okay? All right, now I'll save it, okay? Now over here, let's see, I can reduce it, and I did 1. Now it's 3, now it's -2. Now let's go ahead and save it. Now it's saved correctly, okay? Now over here, once again, we added the item and then put the latest data over here. Now this 2 is coming from here, not from here. You have to know that this set back to 0. Anyway, I can add it, and I can add it any number I want. Now we'll see the latest item is 8. Now I can go ahead and minus it, and then over here I see 7 and I can save it, and latest quantity is 7, so it's working. Okay, and if I come back and see, and it's still working. Now over here you see, well, I will add data, and first maybe I'll reduce and then I'll save it. Quantity is 4, first one was 7. All right, now take a look at another example, this one. Now here I want to see something interesting. I did not add anything. Say maybe mistakenly I would click on this, but previously I had this condition which was checking, but I don't have this one here, so that's the problem. Okay, so now we'll move this code over here. All right, so we'll check if definitely this is not yet added in the cart, right? So we'll fall back to this condition. Okay, this condition over here. So before putting over here, we'll check it, the quantity. Okay, we'll put here inside this map only if quantity is greater than 0. Okay, otherwise we won't put it. Okay, otherwise from here we'll send a message. What message? This message. Okay, so now I put it over here. Of course I need to import the libraries. Let's go ahead and do it, and I will do it. Okay, now I'll save it. Okay, yeah, so now if I go ahead and let's restart everything. Okay, so this is 4. Now I'll come over here, and this is 0. Now I try to add this, I'll get this message. Okay, now make sure that you get the other one. If you try to reduce, yes, you can't. Only thing you could do at this moment, you can add, then you can reduce, and try to reduce again, you'll see the result, or you try to add. Okay, and then you can get a lot more, and then you can add minus like this, and then you add it. Now it's working. So our cart is right now perfectly working. Okay, and this is what we wanted. All right, now over here, okay, so I didn't add anything, so I see this message. Okay, but I can add over here. Now I'll save it, and well, this is the earlier messages, they're still showing up. Okay, but over here we already see that we added 4. Okay, so that's how it works. Now our original data is also saved over here. Okay, and it's still working fine, and we are here, it's 9. All right, now if I want, I can go ahead and remove one, and I save it. The new data would be saved over here. Okay, all right, let's see. Yeah, now come over here, and we have now this problem over here. Now let's see what's happening. So I'll do minus, and I'll save it. Okay, let's see, 5 4 9 6. So yes, so it's working. I thought that was a problem, but no. Now I do -3, and I'll save it over here. Now 5 3 9 4. Now I'll come over here. With this, I'll try to add 2 more, so I would expect it prints 11 over here. 9 5 3 11. Yes, so that's working. Okay, now there is another problem. So for example, over here, if you check it, so it doesn't really matter which one, the first one, right? So we do have this thing. Now at this moment, I want to submit this one. Okay, now let's see what happens. So but you see the ID is 1, the quantity is 0. Let's see where it is coming from. Okay, well, so it's coming from here. That means that even though the quantity is 0, but it's still in this list. Okay, this is the last problem we have with our cart. I know there have been many problems, but that's cart, that's not that easy. Okay, because you're dealing with someone else's money, so you have to keep track of every small detail. It can't be buggy. Anyway, so from this message, even though quantity is 0, and I tried to add it, and user may do it. Okay, because as you add, you can remove, so user may confirm this add to cart button, things like that. Okay, so it's still there. So now we have to do over here, we need to remove it. Okay, if it's 0, then we need to remove it. Okay, then how can we do it? But this condition falls back to this item over here, updating item, right? So over here we need to do some check. All right, so first at the top I'll declare a variable, and I'll call it total quantity, and which is equal to 0. Now over here I'll get the total quantity. Okay, now here I would do value dot quantity plus the quantity you send over here. Okay, now we need a null checker over here. Okay, the error is gone. What's happening here? So here, this section, remember this value is the old value, which means old object. Okay, for this cart model. So I'm getting the old value, whatever it was there, and whatever the new one is given, and I check on it. Okay, all right, but it doesn't really matter. Even it's a 0, first I go ahead and update this, and after updating it I remove it from the cart. Okay, so here I would do if total quantity less than or equal to 0, then what I would do, I'll simply go ahead and remove it from the cart. Okay, so here I would do items dot remove, and I will just pass the ID. Okay, and what's the ID? The ID is quantity product.id. Okay, product.id. We'll pass it and remove it. Okay, now let's go ahead and restore everything from the scratch. Okay, now here I'm here. Of course, because we restarted our app, everything is gone. Now I'll add 4 over here. I'll come back to this one and I'll add 1. I'll go back. I'll come back again. Now here I'll put it back to 0. Okay, now I would confirm. Okay, so confirm submitting, it's submitted, and we have only 1 item because that's been removed. Previously we would have 2 items, but now only 1, and it's also 0 at this time, and over here it's still 2. Okay, now we can also do another check, confirm that it's gone. So here we'll submit it like this. Okay, all right, so it's been submitted. So for next submission, it's asking you need to at least add more. But anyway, so here you see it's 0, but of course you can go ahead and add more. Now it's 2. All right, anyway, so for our popular product, the cart is working. The logic should be pretty much same for recommended product. But anyway, next we'll do one interesting thing. Whatever the item over here we see, or for many different products, we'll add them together and show it over here. So as you add and confirm, it will show up here. Okay, that's what we'll see in next part. Well, okay, so we are almost done with this cart controller over here. All we need to do, show the added item over here. Okay, all right, to do that, first we need to come to our cart controller, which is over here, and over here let me see, I will collapse them. Now it looks cleaner, and over here I'll declare a new method, and the method would return integer. Okay, while in this case I'll just simply use int get and total items. Okay, so whatever the items over here, I want to get that. Now do remember, this is a getter and it returns a field, not a function, so you don't need this function icon over here. Okay, get is a special keyword, belongs to Dart. Okay, so it tells that it would return something like a int or things like that, and it would return a field. It's not like a function. Okay, the benefit is this kind of thing, you don't need this parameters over here. Okay, anyway, so over here first we'll declare a variable, and we'll call it total quantity. Okay, now here we'll set it to 0, and then I will return total quantity. All right, now the error is gone because it wants you to return a field. Okay, and this is the field that we are returning. But of course, before we return, we need to access the data inside of it, and we need to find the items or the quantity in these items. Okay, so for that one, first we would do items and then we'd put dot operator. You'll have many options. Okay, and for now we'll use for each. Okay, so for each, it's more like a for loop, but it has a key and value. So we are interested in the value property, okay, not the key. So over here, do remember that in our case this is key and this is the value, and value is an object stored over here. So we have a lot of objects. As we add and confirm over here, objects are stored in these items in this map format. Okay, now anyway, so I'll do value, and then so if you have total 2 items over here, this for loop, this for each loop will run 2 times, and 2 items, the values or the properties we can access through using this one, and as well as we also need the dot operator. So here we'll have the quantity. Okay, now we want to set the quantity to this one. Okay, and whatever the quantity we get, we give it to this one with the previous one. Okay, so here we need to put this operator and it's gone. By the way, so this means like this. Okay, so that's the short sentence. All right, so whatever the first value, add the new value and save it to this one, and next time you run the for loop, it will get once again. So for the second one, we will get the first value plus the value from the second object, the quantity value, we add it together and we get this one. Okay, and this is after that, when the loop is over, we return this value. Okay, all right, but I'll stick to shorthand. This is more preferred. Okay, just like as you do more and more advanced programming, things become more concise or short. Like this function over here, it's more like a function, but it is still not a function. It's just returning a data. Anyway, so now here we are done with this part, and now in product controller, over here we'll create a new method. Okay, now just like cart controller, we'll put all of them together. Now here we would do int get total items. Okay, now over here we would just return cart dot total items. Okay, this one, and that's all. We are good to go, because over here we have this cart instance, and cart instance is initialized over here when each page is initialized. Okay, anyway, so now we are ready with this section. Now we'll come to our popular food detail section, and over here we'll have this 3 sections. Well, so this one is showing the background image, and this one are showing the icon image over here. Okay, now actually this is how we want to show them. So like this. Okay, as you add more stuff over it, it would get increased like this. For example, take a look over here. You have 2 items. Now you can add another 2. It becomes 4. As you confirm, you see 4 over here. Okay, and when you go to like other pages, say for example this one, you still see 4, because this is the total item in the cart. Even though for this page there is nothing over here, but you can add them. Okay, as you add, it becomes 6 immediately. So this is the result we want to achieve. Okay, well, for this one, anyway, we'll come over here, and we have this row section over here. Row is showing this one and this one. Well, now over here we have this 2 sections. Gesture detector is for being tappable, and this is the other icon that's being shown over here. Okay, all right, now if you see this earlier layout, actually on the top of this existing cart we want to have another 2 layers. One's the background layer, the other one is the number itself. Okay, so we need to add 2 more layers over here. Okay, all right, now this is dynamic. Okay, if your items are gone, they are not over there at all. Okay, yeah, like for example, you remove that, now confirm. Now this is 4, this 4 is coming from the previous item which we saw over here. Okay, now if you reduce all of them, it's just gone. So it has to be dynamic. Okay, as you add, it would show up, well, like this. Okay, so it would show up. So that has to be more dynamic. Well, first thing, in a Flutter, if you want to have more dynamic based on user interaction, so state management system helps you. In our case, we are using Getx, and using Getx we can achieve the same result as well. There are other state management system as well, but so far we've been using Getx. Anyway, so to be more interactive with the user interaction, and if you want to show the data immediately, so for that reason we'll use get builder we have used before. And over here, now the certain controller, the one that we would be interacting, we'll use that one. So popular product controller, this one. Okay, all right. Now over here it takes a builder parameter, and for the parameter we need to set an instance over here. Okay, all right, so we'll call it anything we like, it doesn't really matter. And after that we can just simply return like this. Okay, now within return you have to put your stuff. Okay, but now as you see, so there are 2 layers, actually 3 layers. One is the card itself, the background layer, which is a little blue, and the number. So 3 layers, they're all together over here. So for that reason we'll use stack widget, because using stack we can put things on the top of each other. Okay, and just now I cut the other line over here that was showing this icon. I will put it back. Okay, sorry, I need to put children first, like this. Okay, and let me put the semicolon, and then I'll put back what I cut before. Okay, all right. Now if I go ahead and save it, nothing will change yet, but our icon is still there. Okay, if you remove it, the icon is gone. If you put it back, the icon is back. Anyway, so now this card would be always there. Okay, but we put card because other 2 items are dynamic. Okay, now why we put card inside stack widget? Because other 2 are dynamic. It may show up, it may not show up. So if they show up, this 3 including this card and other 2 would overlap each other. So that's why we put this shopping cart inside stack. Okay, otherwise we just put it outside. Anyway, so now over here we need to get, and we have to do conditional check. If I add more, if it's 0, like right at this position, we don't want to see any circle and number, right? Because it's 0. As I add more and confirm this button, then I will see stuff over here. Okay, well, now for this one we can do conditional check. Conditional check based on this field over here, because this one eventually gets data from this one, the total quantity, right? So we need to go ahead and call this one and do a conditional check, and that's what we'll do. So to get.find, first we need to access this field. So for that one, here we would do get.find popular product controller. Okay, and then we can get the related fields that are defined in the controller. So the first one is total items, and we'll check if it is equal to 1 or more than 1 or not. If it is, then we will show something, otherwise we'll show something else. So if it is true, then we'll show a container. If it is not true, we'll show something different. Anyway, for now, in both cases I just put controller, and I'll change them very soon. Okay, so it's a conditional check using iterary operator If it's true, we fall back to this one, otherwise we fall back to that one. But of course here we don't want to put an empty container. Here we want to put this circle, the background circle. Okay, all right. Well, for that one, once again, we can use this app icon over here. So simply we'll just go ahead and put it there. But in this case, actually, I'll put enter and I'll make a new line. Okay, and this way we stay organized. Okay, so this condition is true, then we fall back to this one, otherwise that one. But anyway, we need to go ahead and change the icon. In our case, we'll change it to a circle. Okay, and we'll put the size to 20 because app icon takes size, we know that. And over here we'll use icon color. Now in our case, we'll use icon colors dot transparent. Icon color would be nothing. Okay, but we would see a background. Okay, so we'll set the background color over here. So that would be app colors dot main color. Okay, all right. Now actually we can go ahead and do a test. So our app is over here. I'll just add item, add it to, and I'll click on this. Okay, but before I go ahead and click on this, most probably I need to restart my app because I just made some changes. Okay, so over here I'll save it, but as I restarted, everything is gone. So let's start over again. So here I'll add and I'll confirm over here and we'll see what happens. Okay, all right, but it didn't show up yet. Well, but the quantity has been added. Now why it didn't show up? The reason is over here, because this button add item, you're adding, but actually we do have new changes in the UI. After adding in the UI, we want to see the total quantity, but we didn't inform the UI that we are going to update the UI, right? Because right after this, the quantity or the item count in cart controller, which is this one, gets updated, and then we get that value. First, this one gets updated immediately. Of course, we get this value when we call this one, but this gets updated immediately. But we didn't tell the UI that it gets updated. So we need to tell the UI that it gets updated. Over here, inside this function, we'll just simply put update. So it's more like set state, okay? And then I'll remove these sections. We don't need them anymore. It was for previously conditional check. So over here, we'll save it and we see that circle is there, right? Because we just added. Now, if we remove and confirm, the circle should be gone, and it is gone. So our app is already interactive, as you see. At least we can see the circle, and circle would be always there because we have 2 items in our cart. But if you come over here, our circle is still there, even though it's 0 over here, because total item in the cart is 2. But for this page, even though we don't have anything, well, in future we'll create a button, we'll click on this, we'll go to a cart page. Over here we just see the items in the cart but not the details. Soon we'll create a cart page and go over there. But anyway, so after doing this, you should be able to update your page immediately. Okay, so in Flutter Getx, once you update your UI, update anything in the controller, but you want to update UI, and UI doesn't get updated, most probably you are missing this update method. Okay, anyway, so now we'll come back to our food controller. Now first we draw this circle. Okay, all right, but the circle position is not very correct. Okay, so we are inside stack widget, so default position is top left, and this is where we are. So we need to change this default position. All right, so for this one, we'll just simply go ahead and wrap this icon over here using positioned widget. Okay, so I'll do here positioned. Okay, and position has some property, so which is called a right property and top property. So we'll use that one. So you do right 0, top 0. Okay, now let's go ahead and save it, and we'll see it moved immediately at the top. Okay, and this is what we wanted. But now, yes, we see the circle and the background, but we don't see the text. Well, that would be a very simple task for us. So once again, based on this condition, we can show the number, right? Well, for this section, first I'll go ahead and copy this whole section, okay, and I'll put it right after it. Okay. Well, I know if you're just starting Flutter or Dart, it looks like a lot of things, but it's all about this itinerary. Okay, if it is true, you show this. Otherwise, you show an empty container, which means nothing, no color. Okay, just empty. Now over here, of course, we are not going to use the circle, and we're also not going to use the icon. And over here, actually, we are going to use a text. So I'll just simply go ahead and remove that, and everything else stays the same. For now, this stays the same. So over here, I'll use big text. Remember, we built big text icon, sorry, this widget long ago. Now inside this, I need to show this total item, okay? So for that one, I'll just simply go ahead and copy this and put it over here in our text property, because if you hover over on it, you remember it has there should be a text property, but text is, let's see, where is this text? The color, yeah, this one. Okay, it's a required field. Anyway, so now I'll put it right there, and I need to convert it to string because it text property takes a string. Okay, and that's all. Okay, but there are some other properties that we can take here within big text. We can confirm the size of the text itself. Okay, we need to put a comma over here. So how big we want, okay, the text. So we wanted 12 pixels, and the color, we want white color. Color is white. Okay, all right. Now we'll go ahead and save it, and we see we previously added 2, and we see it immediately. Okay, over here we have 2, right? Now we'll come over here and add another 3 or 4, and now we'll see immediately it becomes 6. It is. But now over here, all we need to do, change the position. Okay, so over here we'll change the position. So we do top 3, right 3, top 3. Okay, now it looks better, much better. Okay, well, with this we are almost done with our card controller. So let's go ahead and add. So it's 9. Now you can go ahead and remove these 2 icons over here, and you confirm it over here. It's immediately becomes 7. Isn't it beautiful? You can go ahead and add it. It becomes 8. You can go ahead and remove it. It becomes 7. Of course, if you try to remove more, you can't. Okay, and then you try to click on this, it'll say you should at least 1 item in that cart. Okay, so it's already working, and but yet the data is saved over here in our cart controller, this map. Okay, in future we'll see how to show the data in the, how to save the data in the local storage. Okay, perfect. So next we'll see how to go ahead and do the same for this one, but we actually laid out everything for cart controller. It's just another 10 minutes time, and we'll be able to make this cart usable for our recommended products. Okay, when I said that this cart is reusable, I mean this one. Well, you see, our cart controller the most important part is this items map. All it does is save information, and of course you can add information to it. You can check whether certain information exists or not, then you can get certain quantity and similar stuff like that. Okay, well, it has nothing to do with any kind of product controller. Regardless, it is recommended product controller or popular product controller. It's very independent. All it cares about product model, and we know that product model is over here, and this product model is shared between this and this controller. Okay, so cart controller only cares about a product model. It doesn't really care about your other controllers, and that's why it's reusable. Once again, because our both controllers use the same product model, so it means that regardless which controller I use, as long as I can put data and retrieve data in this map and from this map, then it means that this controller is reusable. And another thing, like if you come over here to this product controller, and you see we have several methods here, and only one method is directly related to this controller, which is get popular product list. And these methods actually, they just work on the data. Okay, what data they work on? This using this variable quantity. As you see, they don't really directly interact with this list over here, which is this one. Okay, none of the methods, they work on this list over here. Okay, so that saying that one, that also means that these methods, they are all reusable. So even though they're laid out here in this popular product controller, actually, even if I don't write them in recommended product controller, I can still use them from here once again, because they all work on cart controller, not on this method. Okay, so that's why this methods already defined here, and I can reuse them from here. Okay, all right. Now after saying that, I'll come over here in my UI, and the UI is this one, recommended food controller, and I'll go to the bottom navigation bar over here because I want to activate these two things over here. Okay, all right. Now, while this part is pretty interesting, well, now first we need to work on this add button, and then we'll work on the remove button. Okay, now just like all the time over here, this is our app icon, and we need to wrap this thing around gesture detector. Okay, all right, so what I'll do, I'll just cut this one, and I'll write here gesture detector, and it will have on tap event. Okay, and over here I'll keep it empty for now, and I'll put this app icon as a child over here. Okay, all right, and I'll make sure that tapped. Okay, so I'll click on this, and I'll tap on this, and I'm tapped. Okay, well, that's one thing. And as I tap on this, I want to increase the product, right? So I can just simply go ahead and call this one set quantity equal true. Okay, well, to be able to access this method from this controller, then we need to initialize our controller over here, and for this reason, this column over here, we'll wrap this column around get builder. Okay, so I'll cut this, and over here I'll do get builder. Okay, and right over here I would do popular product controller. Remember, I'm not doing recommended product controller, because recommended product controller I don't have this method. Yes, I can go ahead and do it, but I don't need to. Okay, so anyway, I'll come over here, and it takes a builder property, and which takes an instance, and I'll just call it controller, and then we'll return this column. We can save it and make sure that things are working fine. Yes, they are. Well, now, because I have this instance which is called controller, so I'll be able to access the method which is called set quantity. So I would do controller dot set quantity, and here, because this is add, so I will set it to true. Okay, all right. Now if I go ahead and save it, and actually I can go ahead and tap on this, work on this, and if I do that, I can simply check the items being added over here. I can print over here. Okay, I would say number of items. So here I would do quantity to string. I'll save it. Okay, now as I tap on this, quantity, number of items 1, number of items 2. Now we'll do the same for this minus button, and for this same reason, okay, I'll just copy this one and replace this one. Okay, and we need the comma over here. Now here we'll remove this add icon and we'll use it as remove icon. Okay, all right. Now instead of true, we'll send it here false. Okay, now we'll save it. Okay, now over here everything starts from the scratch. Okay, so 4 items. Now I can do decrease 3 items, which we had before, I think, this log. Now we can increase. Okay, 3, 4, 5, 6, and decrease, it becomes 5. So it means that it's already working. Okay, well, but now over here, recommended product item, this product price, well, the price is here, but now as you increase or decrease the amount, you can also show it over here. Okay, so this is what we need to do now. So for this reason, I will come over here, and I think here we have this one. So I can just simply go ahead and call in cart item. Okay, so I'll come over here, and this one, this section, I can replace it. Okay, so here previously I learned that if I want to call a variable from an object, then we need this $sign as well as this curly braces. Okay, now over here I would do controller dot. Okay, all right, and let's save it, and we see immediately it is 5. You remove it, it's 4. You add it, it's 5. Okay, and you save it like this. It's the value is still there. Reload, hot reload, whatever you do, the value is still there, and you can decrease like this, you can increase like this. Isn't it amazing? So which means it's already working. All right, well, next we need to go over here and call the add item button. Okay, all right, now this section is, I think, let's see, over here. Okay, now this price is just 10. It's hard coded. It should be this one, but in real life our food wouldn't have that so long net price. But anyway, I'll just, for now, I'll go ahead and change it over here as well. Okay, so here I would do product dot price. Okay, hopefully maybe we would need this one. We'll save it, and we see the product is there immediately. Okay, and this is the multiplication. Anyway, so now this is our button over here. Now this text is showing over here. Now what I could do, we'll cut this one, and over here we do gesture detector, and on tap event we'll have child, and child is the container. Now over here, just like earlier, using this controller instance, which is this one, I'll use this one over here as well, and then I would call add item. Okay, and I'm going to send this product instance. Okay, now I'll save it. Okay, all right, now I'll go ahead and add it. Now let's see what's happening. Looks like it throw us an error. Okay, we'll go ahead. Okay, now here this is the problem. That's because over here cart hasn't been initialized. Well, if you come over here, popular food detail, you'll see at the top we have this one. So over here we initialize our cart controller by sending a cart controller to this init product, but when we come over here first time, we didn't do that. We can just simply copy that and put it here. Now restart it. Of course, I think we need to import the cart controller. We did. Now restart it, and everything is smooth. Now we'll come over here, we'll add items and remove items and try to add it. Okay, it's been added too. Now over here, we'll come over here and we see 2. Well, because this cart is for the whole app, even though we don't see it over here, but we'll see here, because for this page over here we already used this cart controller button, right? So that's why we are able to see that. And over here we can come over here, add more stuff, and we see immediately, right? Now once again, this part should be pretty simple. So what I'll do, I'll go ahead and copy this one. Okay, get builder, return stack, this section, and let's see, I'll copy this one and I'll come over here. Okay, so I have this cart outline over here. Okay, and which is this one. Now I'll just comment out this one in case I need that, and I'll put back what I had early, what I copied early. So this is my shopping cart outline, the icons, and these two are based on condition, this position and this position. Now once I save it over here, you will see I didn't save it yet. Here we see 6. Now once I come over here and after this I save it, hopefully we'll see 6 over here as well. Let's save it, and we see 6. You can add and you will see 7. Now you close this, come over here, you still see 7. Okay, it doesn't really matter wherever you go and do whatever you do, you add stuff, and you see immediately it changes. Well, I find this button is not that responsive. Let me check out why. And this button should be, let's see, over here, this one. Actually, as I was doing, I was supposed to wrap this container around this gesture detector, not gesture detector inside the controller. And that's why it causes this issue. So first I'll remove the gesture detector. Okay, now the error should be gone. Now over here I'll wrap this container around gesture detector. now it would be more responsive. Okay, so here I would do gesture detector, and I'll just simply call here on tap method. So here we do product dot, sorry, it should be controller the dot. Let's see, what's the controller instance name? That's product controller dot add item, and send the product. Okay, and we save it. Now wherever it doesn't really matter, wherever you tap it would work. Okay, all right, so it's been added 3, right? Now tap again, so it's not adding. Well, we don't see any message though, but here you come over here, now immediately here we'll see 9. It works. You add one more, it doesn't really matter where you tap, the button is more alive right now, it's working. Okay, now you can remove all, and add over here, so it becomes 7, and you come over here, you still see 7, so which means it's already working. Okay, now you come over here, remove and save it. Now we have 4. Okay, you add one more, we have 5. So our cart is totally working now. But now the problem is you have many products. Some products are added from here, which in our case not from here. I think the product was from here, 4 products from here, and 1 product from here, total 5 products. But now if you have too many products added, for example, you add few products from here as well, it increases. Well, that's a good thing. You come over here, you do the same, you increase, or take one out, you decrease, but you really don't know which 10 products are there. Well, next we'll see how to tap on this button and go to a new page and see all the products that's been added to this cart list. Okay, we go ahead and start working on this cart screen. I think we need to take care of another problem. Now the problem is right over here. Now I think you have probably encountered it as we are working on the app, but this is the part that I forgot to finish, so now we'll do it. Now we just added it in the cart, so after adding it things happens. Okay, let me go back and start again. So over here I'll take this one as an example. Okay, so right now we have 10 items, but on this page we don't have anything. Well, so for this reason, while this is a recommended food detail, we'll come over here, and over here in cart items is 0, right? And we know that in cart items is coming from over here, so this is a summation of in cart items, this variable and this variable, right? Okay, now I'll add 2 on this. Okay, so over here now, once I click on this add button, what will happen? First quantity would get 0, and in cart item will be 2, right? Because after adding we return the amount. Okay, so I'll click on this button, okay, and we'll see here it becomes 12. Okay, all right, now it is 12 and we have 2. Okay, now here's this problem. Now I can go back and reduce it. Okay, but do remember right now at this moment over here, so as I go ahead and check, I'll see that in cart items equal 2, and but currently quantity is 0, right? Quantity is 0, but as I start to click on this, now quantity becomes -1, right? So quantity equal -1. And while over here none of this condition over here, they fall into this category, so we just return from here, right? Okay, so now I'll click it one more time. Now at this moment quantity is 2, right? Okay, Now here you see, here I do have in cart item 2 and quantity minus 2, and together it's 0 but not less than 0. So we still fall back to this category, okay? Now the thing is that I can go ahead and add it. So that would go usually, but the problem is if user taps it one more time, and it may happen, okay? So at that moment, quantity would become -3, right? And if it's -3, well, then let's do it. So let me tell you, if it's -3, here we'll see 2. So what will happen? I didn't tap on it yet because here +2 and -3. Of course, if I tap on it, in that case -3, so that would become -1. But after -1, I'm going to return from here 0, right? And if I return 0, do remember my earlier equation over here, this is. So this will return 2. Why? Once again, because I fell back to this category, because this is less than 0. So, but from here we are returning 0. So 2 plus 0, it becomes 0. But we know that this item over here, this number is this one. And this one, once again, is this one, okay? So even though I reduce to 0, but I still see 2. So this is the problem that we need to take care. Okay, now let's confirm this. So I hit it once, okay? Let's see, I think I've done it previously something, so that's why it didn't work. Okay, let me go back, do it. Now I hit it one more time, it became 2 immediately, okay? So that's the problem. And it comes from over here. So it, because quantity becomes, first it becomes -3 in this case, or less than 0, and then we are returning 0. So, and then this equation. So that's what is causing this problem. Now let me take care of this problem. So here we'll check if in cart items greater than 0, that means there is something already in the cart for this page, okay? Well, in that case, we'll change the quantity. So quantity equal minus in cart items, okay? So whatever quantity it is, I will give it to this one, okay? And from here, we'll return quantity, okay? All right. Now, over here, we are returning quantity, but in this case, quantity would be minus. And do remember that earlier, over here, first time when you're doing just minus, just you come to a new page, we always return minus, right? For removing, and for adding, you always return a positive number. And now we are going to do that, and this way this bug is also solved, okay? So now what will happen when you become, okay, let me save this, okay? Now if I click on this, first it becomes -2, sorry, reduces 1, then 1, and then 1, okay? Now at this moment it will come over here, okay? So when it comes over here, it will fall back to this categories, because if I click on this, it will immediately, this quantity would immediately become -4. Well, -4, while in the cart we had a 3, so it becomes -1. So it falls back to this category. Now, well, the cart item still more than, I mean, it's a big, it's a positive number greater than 0. So we give -3 to this one. So we are returning -3, okay? Now, if we return -3 over here, so +3 -3 equals 0, okay? So if you try to click over here, so it says you can't reduce more, and we didn't see the weird result, okay? So that's how it works, okay? Now we'll come over here, we'll take any page for an example. Now I'll go ahead and try to reduce. So I reduced 2. Of course, the changes here will be confirmed after you click this button. Now you do it once and it says that you can't reduce more, but we already reduced 2 over here, right? So you can go ahead and confirm over here, and we'll see here immediately that it's 10, okay? So that's how it works. So only this part of the code that you need to add in your section in checking quantity, and I'll remove this one. And over here we don't need this one. What I could do, I can just comment it out because they might be useful later. Okay, and yeah, that's all. Now this section is completely workable. You can try to reduce. Now it won't work. It'll only work if you do positive. Now go ahead and add it. It becomes 11. Now if you go ahead and remove one, now it would become 10. Now of course if you try to resubmit without adding anything, nothing will happen in this case. Okay, but we get a result that and notice that it says you need to add more. Okay, now so the 10 is always there. So now what we'll do, we'll go ahead and build UI, and here we'll be able to click and go on that UI. Okay, so for that reason I will come to my pages over here, and over here first I'll create a new directory and I'll call it card. So in this folder we'll put all our UI related to card. So here I'll create a new file, and the file I'll call it card page .dart. Okay, now over here I'll create a stateless class and we'll call it card page. Okay, all right, and let us import the dependencies. So here we are, and then over here we will have scaffold. This scaffold will return, we'll have body, and within body here in this page we'll use a stack widget, and it takes children. And while now over here well, when you go to this page, after clicking we want 3 menus. Well, one is the back button, one is the home button, and this button over here, this cart button. Okay, so 3 menus. So over here we'll use a positioned widget. Okay, yes. Now that page, these 3 icons would be laid out in row format, or in row. Okay, so that's why here we'll return row. Okay, all right, and we'll also have like this left and right padding. So that's what we'll do right now. So we would do left, and we would use dimensions, the one we laid out early, dimensions dot width 20. Okay, so this would be responsive, and right dimensions dot width 20, and we also use a top position over here. So you do top. Now for top we'll also use dimensions dot height. Now while we could do height 60, but we don't have 60, so we'll multiply it by 3, whatever shows up. Okay, all right, now over here we'll do children. Okay, all right, now after doing children over here we'll first put our app icon. Okay, well in this case our app icon would be app icon, the one we already built before. So here we have this icon property. Okay, and we need to import the library, otherwise we'll get error. Okay, now here simply we'll just use icons dot arrow back. Okay, yes, this one. And over here I'll also give this icon background icon color. Okay, now icon color would be colors.white, and now over here we'll give it a background color, and background color would be coming from our app colors, and it would be main color. All right, and let's see, now the icon text size over here, so we'll do icon size. But now if we want to make this icon size dynamic, so we need to declare this icon size in our dimensions over here in this file. So I'll open it up over here. So we don't have a size for icon, but yes, we do have, but we have like 24 and 16. I think we can go ahead and use any of them. Okay, so we'll use this one. So we already have. So we'll come over here, and now here we do dimensions dot this one 24. So we already have one defined. Okay, so now of course we need to go to our main file over here, and for now we'll manually change it, and later we'll set up the route for it. So here I'll close them, we don't need this now for now, and instead of main page, main food page, we'll do cart page. Okay, and we need to import the library. Okay, now I'll go ahead and save it. And looks like we do have a bit of issues, and let's check on it. So I think we have a lot of change in the app and a lot of time, because if you have a lot of state change, in that case you need to restart your app. And here we are, we see our icon. Okay, now, okay, so that is our first icon. Now I'll copy and I'll put it 3 times, because as I said earlier, we would need 3 icons. Okay, now I'll refresh it and we see them over there. Well, now this icon would use home button icon. Okay, so we'd use home, let's see, sharp. Okay, let's save it. Well, the sharp doesn't, that's a mini sharp, sorry. So let's do it home. I think I'll just go ahead with outlined over here. Let's save it. Yes, we see. And for this one, I'll still keep this shopping cart, the cart, and this one. Okay, shopping cart. So I'll go ahead and save it. All right. Now they're together, so I'll use a property which is called main access. So we do main access alignment dot space between. Okay, now here they're all equally laid out, but I want this home button to be a little bit over here, so I'll move it to the right. And for that one, right after this icon, so I can add more space, so that would move this icon from here to the right. Okay, so here we do sized box. Okay, now sized box with width, and we have dimensions dot width, well, 20 multiplied by 5, so that would be 100. Okay, so we'll push it right over there. Okay, all right, so well, for now this page is static. Okay, because we need to work on this rest of the part of the screen or page. Here will show the items that have been added in the cart itself, so with the image and icon name, and how many product name, and how many quantity has been added, and the total price. So that's what we would be able to do next part. Actually, let me show you the result we want to achieve. So this is the result actually we want to achieve. So pretty much we have this section over here right now. Of course, over here the icons are a bit bigger, and I'm staying with the default position, and this is my original app where I moved the position a little bit. But anyway, and after that, this is the result we want to achieve. Okay, and as you see over here, we can increase the amount, we can decrease the amount as well. And as you do that, you see there is a change of amount over here as well. These are the things that we want to do. So it's pretty dynamic, so you can add as many as you want, and if you remove one of the items, then it would be gone. Okay, so if it becomes 0, it would be gone immediately from the list. Okay, and it gets updated. And we want to show the image itself, and over here the taste and the price, things like that. And you can click on that, you can go back to see if this is what you want or not. You can go back once again and see your original result, and then you can go for checkout. So there's a lot of work on this page, so let's go ahead and get started. Well, the first thing we want to do over here, we want to get a list of items that's been added to our cart. Okay, so that's what we want to get. Okay, previously we were getting, like if you go to home page, for example, over here, previously over here when you came, we were just getting the result that has been added a particular page. Okay, and over here we were also getting the result. Okay, yeah, but now this time this result we can't directly use it over here, and I'll explain why. But first, let's go ahead and see why and why not. Okay, well, we'll come to our product controller over here. Okay, and we'll collapse all of them. So here I just have the total items, so that's what we are seeing right now. Okay, and this total item we were able to see over here. Okay, but actually right now we need more information to show this and everything. Okay, so here it's just the total amount. Okay, so that's not good enough for us. This section is only for over here, okay, like the total number. But if we want to get more result, we need to do we need to build a new function. Okay, but that would be a very simple function. Okay, now if we come to our cart controller, which is over here, first here within it we'll create a new function. Okay, and that function would be responsible for getting us pretty much everything that we need to build a page like this. Okay, now do remember, in this map itself we are storing data. Now it has int and cart model. Okay, so this is where we store the objects. Okay, so we want to build a new function where we would be able to get the objects. Okay, remember earlier we just got the value, whatever, I mean total quantity from this list over here, but this time we want the model, okay, or the object itself, and later on regarding showing this amount, this and this, we'll take care of them separately. Okay, so for that reason, first I'll come over here and declare a new function, and this function would return all the cart models that's stored over here, or all the cart object that's stored over here. Okay, or over here actually. So whatever is stored over here and all of them together we want to return. Okay, but of course we are not going to return the map itself because the map has key. In this case we don't want any key. Okay, all we want is the list of cart models or cart objects. Okay, that's all we want. So that's why here we'll create a new list. Return type would be list, and it would return cart model. Okay, and it would be a getter, so we'll use get, and over here we'd write over here get items. Okay, so we are getting all the items. Now here we are saying that we are going to return a list of cart model, and this is what the get does. Okay, now to be able to return it, first we need to loop through this map. Okay, all right, and for this one, first we would do items, and then we would do entries. Okay, every map has a method or property called entries, and based on that you can get another method which is called map. Okay, so every map, like items is a map, has a property called entries, and based on entries you can get a map. Okay, map returns a function, but it also takes a parameter. So this e would be related to all the cart model one by one. Say for example, in our cart items over here, if we have 10 items, so 0, 1, 2, like that, so e first, in the first loop it would point to 0, or the first element, or the first cart model, and in the second loop e would point to the second one, and in third loop or third time it would refer to the second or index 2 cart model. Hopefully it makes sense. Okay, now here it returns a function. Okay, but we don't want to return it like this. We want to make it more readable. Okay, over here. Now you see this refers to int and model at the same time. Okay, not just model. So e refers to both of them. Okay, so even though I said e refers to the 0, but 0 has int and cart model. Next one, e is 1, and e will have int and cart model. So int is the key, cart model is the value. So over here we just want to return e.value. Okay, we don't want to return anything else, but here we need to return, because this get should return something. What it should return? It should return a list. Okay, so first we return put the return keyword over here just because of this one. Okay, now the map itself also returns, so here we also need a return value, okay, our return keyword. And then over here we need to turn this map into a list, so that's why we do dot to list. Okay, all right, now the error would be gone. Okay, now because map and maps entries, they don't return a list, but over here we are saying that we will return a list, so that's why we put to list, so we convert it to a map. Okay, sorry, we convert it to a list, and if we do that, then we can go through this list over here, or the place where I'll call this, then I can loop through them using index like 0, 1, 2, 3, like that. Okay, hopefully it makes sense. Once again, here there are two return keywords. The first return is for the get itself, because we are saying we are going to return a list, that's why I return. And map also returns something. Okay, well you see map returns iterable. Now here iterable means that you can't index through it using index like 0, 1, 2, 3. Okay, you can only go through it using either key or values like that, but we don't want any of this. All we want to return a list, so we convert the map to a list using toList, this one. Okay, now with this we are pretty much done. Now this is in the cart section, so now in our product controller, which is over here, in this one we'll create a similar method like we did this one early, like this. Okay, so here we do list cart model, and here we do get and get items. Okay, and here we do return cart dot get items. Okay, and all we need to do, we need to import cart model. Okay, and that's how it works. Okay, so now with this we already built this list, that the one we want to show like this. Okay, and then we need to go to our UI section, which is inside the cart page over here. Okay, just now we built the first section, which is this one. Now we'll go ahead and build this section. All right, now this section has to be inside a list view builder, and we also want to be able to scroll it if you have a lot of items over here. Okay, yeah, that's what we want to do. So that's why we'll definitely need a scroll view or list view builder. Okay, so first here I would go ahead and define the positioned. Well, now here why I'm using positioned, well, that's the reason because I want to do well, definitely I'll have this bottom section over here, but that belongs to scaffold, not the stack. Why I'm using stack? Because this section I want to make it scrollable. Okay, I want it to be scrollable, and at the same time I want this to be positioned and fixed. Okay, and I found using a stack widget I can get better control on where I want to put things like that. Okay, so that's why a lot of time I prefer to work with stack instead of column. Okay, column does create a lot of extra problem, but with stack those problems are pretty much gone. Anyway, so here I would come over here, and first I'll define a container. Now let me set up the position for this one. Okay, so here I would do top. Now for top one, first I'll use dimensions dot height 20, but I want 100 pixel based on device height. Okay, so I'll multiply it by 5. Okay, over here I will have left. Now for this one, once again I would do dimensions dot width 20 and dimensions dot width 20. Now the bottom itself would be at the bottom, which is 0. By 0 I mean that the bottom would be here. So in our case the container would be pretty much from here to here. Okay, Now for now we can set up a color. Okay, we do colors dot red. Okay, so this is where our staff would be. Okay, and this is where our top position 100, and if you want you can also increase a little bit around it, but we don't need that. Okay, so this is where we want to put our stuff. Anyway, so this is just for debug purpose. We'll remove that later. Okay, because once you put a container with a color, you actually know where are your stuffs, your widgets or items, things like that. Okay, all right, so the first thing first, over here I'll go ahead and put a child inside this container, and that would be a list view builder. So here I would do child and list view dot builder. Okay, and once again it takes context. In our case we are passing a default context and we'll index through it. Okay, and after that we need to return. Okay, so here we need to have a return statement, but before that we need to set up some other properties. So here it is item count. Okay, so here how many items we want. Now the items would be same as the list length that is returned from here. So now we need to come over here, and for now say I'll just put 10, and for now here I'll just return a container. Okay, and here I would do say height 100 and width say 200. Okay, I'll go ahead and save it. Before that we need to put semicolon because it doesn't have any color, so I would put a color over here. I would do colors.blue and we'll have say margin. Okay, and edge insets only say bottom 10. Okay, so this would be just simply for debug purpose. Okay, now you see this is already scrollable, and if you were to work with the column, it becomes sometimes a lot more painful. Okay, so I found working with this makes it much interesting. Okay, anyway, but of course we have some of the stuff that we need to take care of later on, but it doesn't really matter. Okay, so here I'm returning a container. Well, now I have this container, and container is showing this section over here and one by one, but we want like this. Okay, definitely this is what is built for over here to understand what is this. But now here we have to know that we have a single container, but here this container, which is this one, is not going to work. So we'd need a row. Okay, and in the row the first item is this image, and then we'll need a column. Okay, all right, so inside the column we'll have first child, second child, and the third child would be a row once again. Okay, and within that we'll have two children, and then the last child will also be in a row. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started. Well, so I'll just remove this sentence and or the syntax, and then I'll write here once again return a container first. Now I'll give it height. Okay, so we'll do 100. We'll change it later. And now over here we'd want width, so we'll do double.max finite, so it'll make sure that it takes all the available space possible. Okay, now we'll see that it works because I can save it. Okay, it still works. Of course I removed the color. Okay, all right, and now over here we'll have a row. Okay, as a child, so here we do row and the children. Okay, well, the first one is, once again, if you see, this is an image, and the image has border, so we want to put the image inside a container. Okay, So here we do container width 100, but actually what we could do, we could go ahead and do this one. So height 25. Okay, so now we'll just copy this one, put it over here, and we'll have height. Okay, so now we'll end up having a square, and over here we also mention it. Okay, so it becomes responsive. Next, we want to do decoration for showing the image, so we do box decoration. Now here we'll have border radius, a bit of border radius. So you do border radius dot circular, and now here I would do dimensions dot radius 20. Okay, and these are the work that we did before, and we should be happy about that. Now here I'll have color, and I will do colors dot white. Okay, now let's go ahead and save it, and it's already showing up, and this is what we want. Don't worry, we'll take care of that later, very soon. Now we want to show an image inside of it. So here what I would do image, and for now I'll use asset image. Well, let's see, decoration image, and within it I'll do image and asset image, and here I would mention assets image food0.png, and we need a comma over here. Now inside it we can mention the property which is called fit. Well, if you just use asset image, I don't think we can access this one, and that's why we need this decoration image. Okay, now fit is box fit dot cover. Okay, now let's go ahead and save it and see if we can see the image. So we are already able to see the image. Well, now I think we also need a bit of padding or margin. Okay, actually we'll go ahead with margin. So here we do margin and edge insets dot only. For now we would stick to bottom one, bottom margin. So here we do this one, and we would use dimensions dot height, and we want padding like a margin like 10, and it's looking better. Okay, all right, now we'll go ahead and take care of this section. Now this is coming because of this list view builder, because list view builder has a top padding which is applied automatically, and we need to remove that. Well, to remove that we need to wrap it around another widget, and that is called media query dot remove padding. Okay, so media query dot remove padding. Now over here it takes a context, so we'll pass a context over here. You do context, and now over here we need to say remove top true. So now it's gone. All right, but now with this we have a bit of problem. Now here it's too close to each other. Okay, so here what we do, we'll do a margin. So here we'll do margin and edge insets only. Sorry, so we'll do top, and over here height dimensions dot height 15. Save it. So now it's looking much better, so we have a bit of distance. All right, well, next we'll see how to go ahead and work with this section. For this section we want it to take all the available space, and that's why we will use a container and expanded widget together. Okay, now within the row, this was our first child and we had it. Now here we'll use expanded widget, and we'll have a container inside it. So container inside a container widget inside expanded widget, it takes all the available space of their parent container. Okay, that's why we did that. And this is what at least we want for height, because our parent widget is row. Sorry, this is what we at least want for width, and our parent widget is over here. The first one is a row, so it'll try to take all the available space horizontally. Okay, now here we'll do height, and we'll have dimensions.100, dimensions.height 20 multiplied by 5. So over here, now we'll have child, and we'll have a column. Well, in the column itself, we want everything to start from the beginning. So that's why we'll have the column. We want everything to start from the scratch, or sorry, from the beginning. So let's take a look. So if this is a column, we want everything to start over here. Now this is horizontal, right? So horizontally start from the beginning. So that's why here we'll mark. So here we'll mark it as cross-axis alignment, and we'll do cross-axis alignment dot start. Okay, that's one. And if you see carefully, now we want the space to be this vertical space. We want them to be given evenly. Okay, so that's why we'll set up another property, and which is main axis alignment, and over here we do main axis alignment dot space evenly. Okay, all right, now we'll go ahead and start doing our children. So here you'll see this is the text over here, bitter orange marinade, I guess they read it. So here first we'll have big text, okay, this one, and simply we'll just use bitter orange juice. It doesn't really matter what we put. Now let's put it there, and we see right there. Okay, now with this we come to another problem. So this within the container itself, while this container, which is image, and this expanded widget, which is the text, over here we need a bit of space. So here that's why we do sized box, and we do width and dimensions with 10. Okay, well now it looks much better. Well, now the text is, we do have the text, but we want to have a bit of different color, not this one, like this color. Okay, so that's here we'll use a color, and we do color, and we do colors dot black 54. Okay, this is the color I had originally. Okay, now to be able to look at things beautifully, so over here I'll just simply remove the background. Okay, now here we are. When you need, we'll put them back. Now after this, we want to show this text over here, and for that one we can use right after it over here, right after it here we can use this text. Let's see, so we can go ahead with small text. Okay, so we have a small text widget, small text. Now here for now we'll put spicy, and in future we'll see how to retrieve this information from the server. Okay, all right, now let's save it. Now we see spicy. All right, okay, the next part is be working on this price. While once again, now as I said earlier, this whole section should be in a row. Okay, so we'll go ahead and build another row. So let's put our row widget over here. So that's what I'll do. I'll do here row, and after that we'll here children, and okay, so we need a text over here which would say a price. Well, for that one we'll just simply go ahead and copy this big text, we'll put it there, and then for now I'll have a random price. So I'm gonna put $, and to show $, you need to use slash in Flutter, and then over here we should have red accent this color. So I'll go ahead and save it, and here we are, we see. Okay, now next section is showing this button over here, the one we saw early. Okay, and for this section actually we have laid out our design long ago. We can copy part of the thing, part of the code. We'll come to this popular food detail section. Now you should follow along with me. You should come to this bottom navigation section, and right after that there is this row, and within this row we have the container. Okay, now this container is showing that data. So what I'll do, I'll go ahead and copy this container. Okay, remember where we are copying from. So inside bottom navigation bar, inside the row, the first container. Now we'll come over here and we'll put it right there, right after big text, and it should throw us some error, but don't worry, we'll take care of that very quickly. So over here we'll comment them out for now, and here just like this. So it commented out, and let's do the same for this one. Now the error should be gone, and let's save it. And now here we see, now we do have a bit of overflow, and that's because it's being copied from the original file, and on that page the layout was a bit different. So instead of having over here 20, we'll have just 10, and for every other places we'll change them, and the error will be gone as well. Okay, so that was this padding issues. Now let's save it, and we see that's gone. Now of course we need to push it to the right. Okay, well, for doing this one, you see that we are inside this row. Okay, inside this row. So over here we can put a property which is called main axis alignment, and here we do main axis alignment dot space between, and it would put everything beautifully laid out like this. Okay, all right, and the next thing we want to do, we want to show this result, the one we get from cart page. Okay, cart controller. Now earlier in cart controller we already laid out the method, so all we need to do, we need to go ahead and call this. Now where to call it from? Well, now do remember, this is our list view builder, and in list view builder we are showing them one by one. So over here this list view builder will wrap it around get builder. Okay, so for this reason I'll first cut it, and I would be here, I'd write get builder. Okay, now I'll here need to find cart controller. Remember, this is a cart page, not a product page, so we'll find cart controller to show our data. Now definitely we need to import that. Now at the top we also need to import our Getx package. So now let's see. Okay, well, we need a bit of more work to do, otherwise we'll get error. So here we'll do builder, and here we'll just say cart controller. Okay, now here we'll return, and we need a return statement, and after that we'll have this list view builder. Okay, now with this we are able to access the properties and fields inside our cart controller. Now I'll open up cart controller, and the first thing I want to get is access to this one. Okay, so this is getting us the items. So I'll come to this cart page over here. Now I'll use this cart controller, this instance, and I'll put it right there, and then I'll access to the properties which is called get items, and then get items is a list, so I'll get the length from it. Okay, perfect. All right, and after getting the length, now over here we don't need this hard-coded, so over here once again I'll put it there, cart controller get items. Now remember, get items is a list, so we can iterate through using index, and over here we want to get the name property, and we'll tell it that it's not going to be null. Okay, now for now this is also hard-coded as well, but here this section we can remove that. So here we do this one plus dot get items, and here we'd have index, and now here we'll have price. Okay, and we say it's not going to be null. Okay, let's see the problem over here. We already added a null checker. Also, it wants the null checker there. Okay, let's see. And okay, so this is the problem that we need to convert it to string. Okay, now the error is gone. And where else? Let's see. And as well as we need to change the image. Okay, so this image is pretty much hard-coded right now. So we'd come at the top over here. Now here, instead of doing asset image, we would do network image. Okay, so here we do network image. And here we would have app constants. App constants dot base URL plus app constants dot upload URL plus we'll have our card controller dot get items index dot img. Okay, and a not null. But of course this is not going to work yet because this is not getting any kind of data from anywhere. Okay, so first we'll come to our main file over here, and instead of this cart page, we'll go back to our main food page. Let's see, which is this one. Okay, and then I'll come over here. Okay, now I'll start the app from scratch. And actually, before we go ahead and do that, we need to also go through this navigation. So what do we want to do? Let me tell you. So here we are. So I'm opening it over here. So now I'll click on this and I'll add it. And after that, I would want to click on this one and go to the cart page. Okay. Well, for that one, we need to come to our file, which is called, let's see, popular food detail. And over here, we need to wrap this icon over here inside gesture detector. Well, now the icon is over here, so I'll wrap it around gesture detector. Okay, and let's see. So here we'll do gesture detector. Now we'll have on tap event. Now, but this is not how we do routing, but this is just for demonstration purpose. So here we do cart page. Okay, all right, and that's all. Okay, now let's save it. Okay, and it's been saved. All right, now you click on this, you will go to cart page. Okay, and this is where we are. Of course, we need to update this data, but the thing over here, it makes sense. Now the last part we want to do about cart page over here, because we want to go back to main page, and for that one over here, this home icon, and we'll also wrap it around a widget, and we'll call it gesture detector. Okay, and over here we'll do on tap. So for now, here we'll do get.to. All right, once again, soon we'll change the route. This is not how we do routing, but I just want to show you that how things should work. Let's see. Well, we'll take care of this thing later or even right now. Let's see. Okay, we are good. And after removing this, it just worked. So now here, I want to click on this so I can go to home page. I can come back. Okay, now I can add more stuff. Okay, I'll click on this. But of course, if I go there, this button still doesn't work, right? So for that one, we need to come to our product controller over here, recommended food detail. And over here, we have this button, shopping cart outline. So this one, okay, actually we want this one. So we'll wrap it around another container, another widget, and gesture detector. And here we'll do on tap cart page. Let's import it, save it, and we are good to go. Okay, now we'll click on this. We come over here. Now we see that this is what we added. Now we can add more stuff over here, and maybe we'll add 2. Confirm it, it's 10. You come over here. Now we see our items. Beautiful. So it's pretty much already working. Now YouTube has a limit of uploading videos for 12 hours. You can't upload more than that. So I'll cover rest of the thing in next part of the tutorial.